7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Two years of empty chairs. 2 years of silent crowds. Too long since the last major. The time has come for CSGO to return to the arena. Teams are taking the stage, guns blazing.
It's time to earn our stories.
Playing for honor.
Gear up.
We are going in.
Let's roll. Let's show them who we are.
Hoping for glory.
Let's give it to them, boys.
This is our victory.
Be ready to shout louder than gunfire.
This is real life.
Easy peasy.
Lemon squeezy.
Nice.
As we begin the long-awaited PGL Major Stockholm 2021.
Let's roll.
The 8 remaining teams fighting for the trophy are FURIA, G2, Gambit, Heroic, Navi, and IP, Virtus.pro, Vitality.
"787 days. That is how long we've been waiting for this very moment. To be back on LAN, back in the arena, back at the PGL CSGO Major, and equally as importantly, back with the incredible fans here at Stockholm. Are you ready to kick this major off, guys? But we need one more thing to be kicking this major off in style, the thing that all our teams are fighting tooth and nail for. And considering we're in the spiritual home of Counter-Strike, it would only be right to get a Swedish legend to help us make history once again. With over 100 titles to his name, a historic 87-0 LAN win streak, and of course, 14 years career experience. Please give it up for the one, the only, Get Right. An absolute honor to be here with you. We can see how much it means to all the fans, everybody watching at home. Can you tell me what it means to you to be here?
I don't have words, like always. You know, like it's my hometown, and it's like just seeing everyone here is just making me so happy because this means the world to me, and it means the world to me, to everyone joining me here to see this beautiful game after 2 years we haven't had a major, and it's in my hometown, in my home country. It means the world to me to see everyone here.
And that's the incredible thing. We think back to 2013, the first ever CSGO major, also in Jönköping in Sweden, and now we're back after COVID's happened. It must mean the world to not only the Swedish CSGO fans, but everybody in the Counter-Strike community.
I mean, I'm shaking already, so it's like, it's just a normal reaction, right? So I'm just so excited for this playoffs. And I mean, we have a home team, right? And that's the most important thing, everyone, right? So it's going to be a good one.
Well, I think we've got to hand it over to you. We've got some fans already chanting your name in the crowd. Do you want to give a few words to everybody watching here for this historic major?
So what?
Do you want to just say some words to everybody in the crowd?
Hi, everyone. How are you doing? You good? Hello? I want to hear a little bit more. Like, I'm so nervous right now because, like, it means the world to me to just be standing here in front of you guys and be carrying this beautiful trophy. My voice is giving up, all those things, but, like, it's just amazing to see everyone here. And, I mean, it's in my hometown, like I already said, and we have one of the best teams in the world playing here. It's going to be a brawl, and I'm just looking forward to the game starting.
So much get right. Thank you so much. An absolute privilege as always to be up here on stage with you. Now, I think it is time that we make history here in Stockholm. We're going to throw it over to Richard and the boys at the desk to kick this one off.
After 6 long years, finally, the Hell in a Cell champion has returned to Stockholm. And, of course, the crowd has returned to Counter-Strike. I'm Richard Lewis, the most electrifying host in esports, but I'm actually outshone by the people I've got on the analysis.
Take those shades off.
All right, mate. We have, of course, got a man who has chronicled our game for 21 years. It is the esports historian Duncan Thorin Shields. Joining him, we've got Blair, the data boffin, who's been breaking down all of the action, all of the plays, and of course a competitor that attended 5 majors himself. Guys, majors are back. I've heard a crowd noise. This is real.
It's incredible. And the key thing for me is all those teams who just snuck through in the previous stage with the veterans, they've been promising us, oh, when LAN comes back, the crowd factor, the veteran factor, like these other guys, Gambit, they don't know what it's like to be on LAN. Then shows it today. We want to see if it's just another game for you, or is this actually where you show you're the real world-class players?
Look, it's a unique context. It is unique. I'm just taking a second to let it sink in.
Oh,
we are at the major. It's been 2 years. You can feel it. You see the crowd. We were walking down there, talking with people. Everyone is electrified. Everyone has the crazy energy. I just want to get the show on the way.
For me, honestly, like just walking in here, I wasn't nervous. I was calm. I'm like, let's go. Then you hear the crowd, and you realize it's actually happening. And I have to agree with GetRight as well. I am feeling a little nervous, and I'm not even the one who's going to be playing on the stage, so I do wonder what's going through the minds of some of these teams.
All right,
I'm also told.
Here we go.
I'm also told we do have James Banks with us out there somewhere in the crowd. Is that right? Oh, no. I actually thought we were going to talk. He's actually getting makeup. I didn't realize.
He's getting ready.
He's getting ready.
Looking good. Suave, sophisticated.
There's the tie, the pocket square.
So, looking forward to hearing from James Banks a little bit later on. He's going to be out there talking to fans, doing some interviews, setting the scene for all of you. But to set the scene, let's take a look at today's schedule. We're going to be having 2 incredible action-packed best-of-3s in an arena with a crowd. You can see we're starting off the day Heroic and Virtus.pro. Crazy story for Heroic. Virtus.pro arguably one of the main shock components of this major. Probably didn't think they'd be in the quarterfinals and make it to the arena. And then later on, what an amazing game that is for elimination in an arena at a major. G2 and NIP, obviously the home crowd guys. So just some quick reacts to that.
Yeah, I mean, I love the first matchup because you've got the kings of the online period in Heroic who've yet to do it on LAN, and VP's just the team that keeps you honest. Like, you better actually come ready to play 3 full maps on any map, otherwise you aren't going to get past these guys. And then if you just say Nico versus Device, kind of sets it up right there.
It's all you need, isn't it? It's all you need. Also as well, we can take a look at the bracket overall. This is what we've got covered for you, because it's not just about today. You can see as well, Na'Vi will be taking on Vitality. Now, Vitality limped through to get to this stage. Na'Vi were clean 3-0. But whenever those 2 teams play, it's absolute insanity. And then you've got, I mean, talk about viewership records being on the line as well. Gambit versus FURIA, the sole Brazilian team that made it through this far, taking on a team that we're not too sure if they are contenders to the throne or kind of just petering out at the end of the year. So we're going to talk about those matchups in some detail in a moment. But first, at home, You guys have obviously been doing your pick'ems, making your own predictions. This is how you think it's all going to go. Guys, what do you make of this?
Listen, no team that has ZWOO in it has a 2% chance
Yeah,
of
I
winning
know.
the
It's,
bracket. I don't care
that's
I don't care about any other matchup component. That is higher than a 2% chance.
And we can talk about this 98% for Na'Vi because that is a reality in itself. It's more than a number. It's a fact that Na'Vi here and the title is promised to them. It is theirs to win, and I promise you they feel it. They know.
Oh, sure, but then obviously it's all different when there's a crowd cheering and everything else. And plus, whenever ZWOO and Simple get on the server with each other, there is a little bit of personal bravado about who's going to carry the game. Gambit, obviously well represented. I don't think that tells the full story there. And G2, 80% over Ninjas. I don't know. Home crowd makes a big difference, though.
Listen, I get the feeling this is called recency bias. Like, G2 looked great in the previous phase. NIP almost didn't make it through. You go back, like, look at the rankings. Who's higher? NIP number 2. G2's been falling off. Like, listen, I would favour G2 overall, spoiler. But at the same time, that's very unfair, I feel, to NIP.
Yeah. Well, let's just pick apart some of those matchups so we're kind of setting the scene for the 8 teams that are there. I mean, we can start with the Na'Vi Vitality one. I mean, that is a game that everyone's super excited to see because every time they play each other, you know, it's super close, right? No matter where they are in the rankings.
They're also, like we say with the superstars, they're the 2 most reliable superstars. Like, as much as you don't want to make it a 1v1 game, like, one of them has an off map, the other team probably wins the game.
But here's the difference,
though. It's going to deliver, right?
No, but that's a big difference, right? Before, it was always Simple versus ZywOo. Now it's no longer Simple. Now it's no longer Simple alone. We got Bit coming up, making his debut here on a big stage. The question mark for me is he going to be delivering in front of the arena?
Yeah, it's something else. It is something else. Like Bit, the fact that he's been playing so well. He was the highest rated player in the Legend stage. How insane is that? 144 rating for Bit. But now you get onto the stage. This is a first. It's a moment he's never going to forget. Can he deliver that same type of Counter-Strike? Can we see that performance again?
Well, even someone who's had a meteoric rise like Bit's got to be nervous. Like I said, when you feel the floor shaking and the crowd roaring, very different ballpark. Obviously as well, NIP. I know you think they're a paper tiger. We're going to see them later today taking on G2. I don't know. I mean, because sure, G2 went 3-0, but they had all of those problems before this major. We know they didn't like go away and boot camp and practice. They came here, they've been freestyling it, looks very good, but again, different animal in an arena for sure.
Yeah, the key thing for me is, it's not so much that like I believe in NIP in the match. I just still have my reservations about G2. Like, that looked almost too easy in the previous phase.
Yeah.
I didn't really see them get properly tested, and those last few months were just disastrous. The map pool fell apart, individual players fell apart. You basically even got the vibe of like, even they were sort of looking like, who's actually going to be here after the major? So NIP certainly had their problems, but I feel like people maybe, again, recency bias, they're overvaluing the G2 performance in the new Legend stage.
It's really hard to know what you get with G2. I was talking with them outside the hotel. I was talking with Jackson. He said, listen, I don't understand even myself. We have these extremes. One day everything is clicking. We are the absolute best. And then one day we cannot even play Counter-Strike. We're like clowns. And I said, listen, you better figure that out. This is the playoff. You cannot have a game where you forget. There is no forgiving. You missed the game, you missed the series, and that is it. You run out the major is end.
There is one shining light for the side of G2, the one guy who has been consistent despite the ups and downs they've had, despite the wins and losses. Nico, he has delivered time and time again. And this is a guy who knows how to play in front of a crowd. This is a guy who can deliver at the highest levels of Counter-Strike. So they do have that X factor. The question is it going to be enough?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting one because obviously both teams, you feel like they might have roster shakeups depending on how they perform here. And just to the point on NIP, remember, we've been highlighting how they have this rookie Linus. He's getting his first taste of playing in front of a home crowd. Actually, despite having a poor tournament, he's pretty much the reason they got through that best-of-3 series to even been here. He made so many clutches.
And speaking of rookies, we can also point out Hampus. I mean, the man is at the helm of the NIP ship, but he's going to have the responsibility to direct and decide what they do. He's also relatively unproven when it comes to that ground. Can he do the same? He had a star performance. I think he was very interesting in that tournament. A good surprise, if anything, were Rez disappointed a little bit just there. But Hampus is in the game right now. Do we believe that he's able to do it here on the stage?
I'll say this, look at his playing style as well. You have got to, you've got to be like the man who was on the screen there, Get Right. You have to have some big balls to be willing to flank all the time and play crazy timings on a big stage in front of the crowd.
The crowd noise as well.
Exactly.
The crowd noise,
yeah,
it's a dead giveaway.
That's going to make it harder.
Yeah. Well, look, I think now we've got about 5-6 minutes before we start getting into the first best of 3. So let's set it up. Let's talk about Heroic and Virtus.pro. As I said, a crazy one, really, because Virtus.pro probably shouldn't have been here. They're just an impossible to put away team. They just fight and battle, and it's tenacious and it's ugly, but they grind out results, and it's super frustrating to watch and probably play against. And then on the other side, you've got Heroic, a team which I don't know how the crowd's going to react to them here, honestly. With all
some
of
boos.
Yeah, I think so. I did, with all of the drama and everything else. They're trying to get free and clear of that. They've been celebrating. They've been, you know, galvanized by all of the negativity. But again, this is their first taste of the big time.
And this is where you need to have the champions mentality. For me, it reminds me of Fnatic of old, when everyone was booing against them, and they're like, we're going to shut this crowd up. That's the mentality you need, because VP, as you pointed out as well, Richard, they're a team who don't seem to have any nerves. And if you look at the lower half of the bracket, you have like your Furias and all these guys. VP, even though they aren't a favorite, big tournaments, and they have the most experience if you really think about it, despite not having real big wins, so to speak.
You have 3 finalists in VP.
There we go.
3 finalists of the last major. It's something we cannot forget. It's something we cannot understate. Buster, Kit, and James were in the final of the Berlin major. They know what it is. They have played 3 series in front of the crowd. Talk about the resilience. VP were down 2-1 in that game. We had this horrible game against Gambit where they come back against them. We have obviously the kick-out moment behind Shiro. Everyone has that in mind. And then they were 15-12 on map number 3 versus Mousesports. They could have gone out, but they resisted. They're always here. They always fight. They never give up.
13-8 on Ancient, on the attacking side, a map they've never won, facing elimination, and they grind back. That's VP. As we talk about, you might not enjoy watching the style of Counter-Strike. It can be ugly at times. It can be a bit of a scuffle, so to speak, but they get it done. And that's a team that Cadian and his men are going to be facing off today.
And the best part is both teams are in the same position we've seen the whole major. Heroic's the favourite. People expect them to get through. Tell you what, they flubbed it a few times. They've had a few series that didn't go their way, and eventually they lost. And when they lost, it was always in close fashion to an underdog team. And somehow, after all these wins, despite the veterans you're talking about who've been in the last major final, VP are the underdogs again. People are picking against them. That's exactly where they want to be. Plain spoiler.
Yeah, totally. And look, I think, you know, over on the side of Heroic, I can understand actually why they're favourites in the minds of a lot of people. They've had some players peak at the right time. I think Stown, I don't think I've seen him better than this, frankly. I think he's having some career-high performances here with all of this pressure, with all this negativity. I almost feel like getting free and clear of the dramas and the scandal. It's been very cathartic for him, and he's been able to rechannel that focus, and he's looking great here.
I mean, we talked about it. I think it's something that, you know, got them together. It made them stronger. It bonded them, right? You know, in the face of adversity, you regroup and you act as a clan, and that's what Heroic have done. You talk about Stown. That's one of the questions we had with Heroic. Who is the superstar that is going to step up when you need to take a game by the horn and just decide it? He's been that one player.
Sure.
All across the board, very strong, very well-distributed talent. Oh my God, you can pick any of these players. They could win a round. But Stown has been taking it to the next level, and that is championship.
I'm going to say the player for me to watch out for Heroic to deliver here has to be Cadian, right? He is the guy with the most experience. He's the guy who's had those big pop-off games as well. He has been relatively kind of quiet so far in this tournament. It's been Stan has been doing the heavy lifting, the youngsters as well. And coming to the arena, you don't know how the nerves are going to be like. You don't know if they're going to crumble under pressure. That's when the leadership and the individual prowess of Cadian is going to be coming in key. It's going to be instrumental for them.
Yeah, well, I think, you know, he's actually proven, whatever you think about him, I think he's proven to be a fantastic leader here. I mean, you know, this has been one of the toughest tests you could have faced under the circumstances.
Yeah, for me, I always thought, actually, it was a bit fool's gold earlier this year where he had this crazy 1.26 rating and was like ranked as one of the best players in the world. There's no way that was going to last to LAN, especially because you're the IGL, the AWPer, and the veteran of the team. Like, it just doesn't work. If you look just as a leader, though, it's probably the component he gets the least credit for. Look at the map pool the team has. Look at the roving Veto where they ban a different map against each team. This guy, he's got his men drilled on basically all the maps. And as a result, that's why I feel like even when they were in kind of under form in some of the past rounds, they were still always able to be in with a chance of winning those games. It was still close even when they lost.
And to bounce back on that point with Cadian as well, one of the, I guess, DNA of the game style of Heroic is the very active CT side. They are bringing it to the next level, things we haven't really seen. Always acting on the information, being proactive, looking for maybe sometimes gambling. We'd see them 5 players on the A side. They'll do it. It doesn't matter. And that's Cadian again. That is Cadian with the call, with the risk. Do you do it today, on stage, with everyone in front of you?
Well, another player I want to see pop off at some point this major is James. I mean, you know, he's been instrumental in the performances for VP, and he hasn't really done that at the major. I mean, you know, he's a big part of how they play. He's an AWPer, obviously, the IGL, everything.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, where's he been?
I feel like it's just been a very rough ride for VP, right? You got to also remember the opposition they faced in the Legend stage. They had to play Gambit, they had to play Na'Vi. It's not been an easy run for them. But I have to agree, yeah, James, the highest rated player for them for long periods of time during the online stage and whatnot, he has kind of dropped off. But at the same time, the one player who has delivered has been Yakinder. He seems like the real deal. The guy, he just opens up sights like a lunatic. He's holding angles he shouldn't be holding, still getting double kills time and time again. So him, now, if we can translate even like 70% of that form onto this stage, then the rest of his team, like we said, these are guys who have played at the highest levels of Counter-Strike in the past. They can step it up as well. And as long as Yakinder does his job, VP are a dangerous animal.
And that's the thing. I want to see both sides of that equation, though, because for Yakinder, he's never been anywhere close to the stage of a major. This is a guy who wasn't even a tier 1 player. So if you have the balls to really run in and do some of those dry peaks, get a couple of kills, listen, that activates your team, and that will make Heroic, who have some inexperience, players start to question it.
I think
all right, guys.
As well. Are we ready to go?
Yeah, we are. We're going to watch them walk out. We'll come back. We're going to do the veto. So we are ready. Freya's going to introduce the teams. The first best of 3 at the Stockholm Major on stage in an arena. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, our first quarterfinal in the arena is about to get underway. And we're going to be kicking things off with a team who went on a tear of form online in 2020. But now, this is the real challenge. The biggest crowd they have ever faced and on LAN. Coming all the way to the top 8 throughout the Challenger Stage 2 Arena Glory, it's Heroic.
Welcome on stage, Heroic.
Facing them on the other side of the stage, a core of 3 players who know a thing or two about the pressures of the major, but unfortunately fell to Astralis back in Berlin. But now, with some new young blood in tow, they're hoping to tear these Danes limb from limb. Please welcome to the stage, Virtus.pro.
Welcome on stage, Virtus.pro.
Both teams going to be pouring blood, sweat, and tears into the first matchup here in the Globe in Stockholm. But I think it is time to bring up our 2 team captains to have a little bit of a discussion before this game. Do you want to come up here, Cadian? Also, we've got Yakinder up here for a few words, if you come and join me. Cadian, first of all, beginning with you, this means so much to you because this is the first time you have made it to a major playoff stage. Can you tell me how you're feeling right now?
Yeah, I mean, it took 8 years to get here. I saw the Twitter as well. I played the very first Counter-Strike Major in 2013, like you talked with GetRight about. And yeah, it took me 8 years to reach playoffs, and what a better place to do it than Stockholm. It's amazing.
And I think the crazy thing as well is we look at the team that you have in tow. It's not just your first time in the playoffs, it's their first time at a major as well. How have you been preparing the team for this moment?
I mean, we've been talking a lot about it, but I think a lot of the credit goes to the 4 players who played their first major and are still able to make top 8. That says something about their individual skill, their work ethic and everything. And I'm just honestly completely proud from the bottom of my heart with what these 4 guys have achieved with me.
It's an absolutely incredible achievement. Yakinder, man, we see you out here with the flag, and an achievement for you as well. Not only your first time at a major playoffs, but you're the first player to be representing Latvia here as well. Can you tell me how that feels?
I mean, it felt amazing. I felt obligated to bring the flag with me because if not me, Brocky would come and he would bring the flag. I know that for sure. But since we won, flag is with me.
I absolutely love it. And just between you two guys, it's been a long time since you guys have faced one another. So what have the preparations been like for you, in particular, you know, coming up on this land stage facing Heroic?
I think I never played against them. I think. So, I mean, it will be something new. I'm glad this is going to be something new. I hope it will be interesting. I'm actually sure it's going to be interesting.
You're sure to be bringing the interesting, the aggressive nature, and we love to see that, Yakinder. I mean, Kadian, any final words to your opponent before we're kicking things off here in Stockholm?
Yeah, I mean, we're excited to kick things off here. I've seen a lot of Danish flags out there. I know the Danish supporters there. I've seen the Brazilians who's with us as well. And let's not forget, we have the Swedish legend ENCE with us, so cheer for him, everyone!
Thank you so much, both of you. Do you want to go take your seats, get ready for this match, and we are going to throw it back on over to Richard Lewis and the gang at the desk to take us through this one.
Yeah, thanks a lot for that, Freya. Looking great. Good to see Kadian. He is just a great hype man. Probably should have done that opening segment instead of me. Whatever. Let's talk about the Veto, guys. We are going to be getting the Veto coming in. Obviously, these 2 teams you can see there. I mean, you know, Yakinder said he didn't even remember playing them. So these are the maps that we're going to have here. Just react to this.
Oh, I like this. I love the ancient pick. I don't know about you guys. I was wondering, are Heroic going to be pushing out, or are they just going to be going all in? Sure. We thought it was probably going to be Overpass, a safer map pick. They're going for the ancient pick. They're looking to punish VP. I like that mentality.
The only thing is, though, Heroic already had the advantage because of their map pool. They could. This is where I don't know if they actually have the killer instinct yet, because if I'm them, I'm floating Dust 2 here. I am daring you. If you're going to pick Dust 2 a map you're not even particularly good on right now, you can waste your pick, because I love the ancient pick. That's correct. But otherwise, you had them sort of behind the 8 ball if you do that.
Yeah, I agree. The float on Dust 2 was going to be a question for that video. We have Inferno towards the very end, which is great for Heroic. They're in a good position. They
won 7 out of their last 8 on that.
That is definitely a good video for Heroic.
Yeah, I mean, it does look good overall, but first they got to come through Mirage. I mean, we've seen VP grind out a number of results on this one. It's a map they do feel comfortable with.
Here's what's crazy. They've lost 3 of their last 4 on Mirage, because it's a map they keep going into, but they end up winning their opponent's map pick. And if it gets to Inferno, that is a map that they like. It's the map that they've picked for the last 5 series. So VP's actually leaving this Veto going, hey, we love this. Like, wow, they gave us the maps we want. The problem is, like I said about Inferno, 7 out of the last 8 Heroic has won. So they've left themselves the insurance policy, and they're saying, we're going to try and knock you out with Ancient. But if we don't, we got it in our back pocket on the 3rd.
Yeah, what about Heroic on Mirage, guys? I mean, you know, is it a map that we think they can sort of be confident on?
It's a 50-50 map in my books. I feel it's a map where they can really pop off. They have these exciting plays they do have. But again, we touched upon this, and Matthew mentioned how they have this very aggressive, very mobile CD side, pushing the extremities of the maps and whatnot. That is what gets punished by Virtus.pro. They're the team who's just going to be waiting for half an hour, just sitting, all right, come, push, go for information plays, and they're going to get punished. So it is a map they can definitely play, but it could easily spiral out of control.
And I like your point. I think the stylistic approach to the game and the mental side that is attached to it is going to be key. Yeah. If you're Heroic, do you still run with your proactive, aggressive, energetic play style? And then do you get flustered when VP is waiting for you, punishing you, running down the clock? Maybe you're daring and then you get punished right behind it. That is going to be a match in the match between Kadian and James. Who is actually going to stick with their guns, stick with their styles? Because there could be a punish right there.
The key for me is, as I said, VP themselves have actually lost most of the recent Mirage games. But what's crazy is this is one of the worst maps for Heroic, and they've lost to the likes of ENCE, Entropiq. Yes, they've lost an RV. That one doesn't matter. These aren't top teams, so I feel like actually the first map looks to be very messy. These are 2 teams not in great form on the map.
But obviously as well, Yakinder, you know, entry fragging so vitally important on that T side of Mirage, right? And also getting that mid control, you know, trying to shut down an AWPer with a, you know, a cheeky one tap or whatever. So I mean, this is the dream in my opinion for Yakinder. He gets to showcase his skill set on a map that this was the original map that people used to say there's no way this guy's real.
And I'm glad you mentioned the T side. side, because this is going to be key, and we know how influential Yakinder is going to be, because actually the CT side of VP has been a little bit lackluster, and that obviously links to Jame and the fact that he's performing so well, which means he doesn't punish with the AWP, so you put pressure on Yakinder. On the T side, he's going to have to perform.
Also, I'm just going to touch on the CD side as well. You have Flit, one of the best B-short players on Mirage, right? He's just coming in. They haven't really set him up there. He's playing towards A-bomb side connector area, while they have Yakinder playing towards short. Now, I'm not saying Yakinder is bad or anything. It's just that Flit is not really playing his comfort position. So there are a few holes in the CD side defense, and I don't think they would have made any drastic changes over the 1 week. So, yes, the defensive side is a bit of a question mark for me.
And if you want to get the new guy and bed him in Flit, think about Forza, Mirage, Inferno. Like, that's basically their home ground. Like, this guy's been playing a million of those maps this year.
And they've had time to work with him as well, you know. So I don't know. I think VP know what they're doing here. I know the results history might not make you think that, but I think they can definitely give Heroic a
That's
game.
why, for me, the main factor here, let's just take it to CS 101. You have to shoot the other guys to win the round most of the time. And Heroic have firepower that some of it wasn't even realized necessarily in this tournament so far. If their players, very even spread of fragging, come on board, they can actually blow this team out of the water. Meanwhile, for VP, it has been grinding the game out. It has been these crazy scenarios. It hasn't been one guy just dominating the server. So I want to see which turns up in the game.
And I think one of the best signs Heroic have is when it comes to the challenger stage, Refresh and Shush were super quiet, and then when it came to legend stage, when they really had to deliver, they started really popping those heads, right? So if these two players can continue that upward trajectory to the stage, anything could happen.
And you can look at the backbone of VP as well, the Forgotten Heroes. No one mentions Buster Kicker. They're actually doing really well as well.
100%.
They have the experience, they've been on the stage, and they're just silently doing the work. They have this multi-kill ability. We know Kicker on the CT side is going to do it. So VP is also a very deep lineup.
All right, guys, it's time. We're going to find out what's going to happen on Mirage. We've got two of the best commentators in the world ready to blow the roof off. It's Moses and Semler.
Thank you so much, Rich, and thank you to the desk for bringing the analysis, and of course, thank you to the fans here in Stockholm. First, best of 3 on a LAN stage in front of fans in 2 years, Moses.
Yeah, it's been too long, baby. I'm ready to get back to it. I'm so pumped for this. Heroic, Virtus.pro, a lot of tests for both of these teams. Biggest stage, and here we are. We're live right into the pistol round. And Refresh is going to get aggressive. Heroic taking matter into their own hands early on. It's Yakinder, he spots the head, but there's 2, and an extended duel eventually goes the way of Heroic, and they've got a man advantage.
Man advantage on the defense on the CT side, and once they've taken that fight, they decided that it was going to be an A hit. They quickly rotated back over. But now we slow down the pace. A little bit of jitters, a little bit of nerves, and already the headshots coming in from Flit. Recently brought onto the roster for the Major, and he's already popping off, but Tessus is there to take him out. And Heroic maintaining the man advantage. That's the important thing here for Heroic.
Well, this is going to be interesting to see. Jane is going to start peeking in towards the B bomb site.
Well,
here we are, Sound pushing. Yep, the stairs, good headshot on the Kicker. Buster is trying to exchange it, but he's got everyone behind him as well. And Jane extended fight inside the bomb site. And Buster is left all alone. It's a pistol for Heroic.
Kicking it off strong and keeping on track. They've been solid in their pistol rounds all tournament long. And, well, once again, Heroic coming up with the goods here. They've got a lot of fans in the audience. There's one row over there. They're just going ham. Love it. Danish flags. And, well, you know, we are neighbors here, essentially, here in Sweden. Copenhagen right next door. As far as Heroic is concerned, the start here, this is it. Getting the, man, that's the thing, Moses. I mean, going to be playing on the stage here. And for some of these players, this is this is a first. They're not going to be able to pull back, you know, get that experience and say, right, I was here 10 times before. I know exactly how this goes.
Yeah, and that's why I actually like them opening up so aggressive. They're pushing the pistol around. Now another one here, taking some of the decisions away from themselves, making sure they get aggressive, and they're going to have a fight. Kadian waiting with his back turned. Stound's going to take contact, and it's unarmored blocks. They should be okay. Not too bad. Stound with 3 kills. Refresh going to step up to the plate on Catwalk, and he finds one more. And yeah, this should be good. Only one player going down for Heroic, and a nice, easy second round.
Easy peasy, keeping it good. Kadian would have liked to have gotten more out of that MP9. Bonus money with the SMG kills. They get twice as much, and so him with that AWP in mind, he's going to go for it, but he doesn't have any nades to back it up. Would have loved to get a couple more kills in that hard eco from Virtus.pro. But now, VP are going to be the ones after that round. They have the rifles, they have the nades, and now we get to see what they have in store for us here, because this is a round they absolutely want to win now, VP. They want to take the fight to Heroic early and not let Heroic get comfortable.
Yeah, or build up too much money too early. That would be the really scary part. Kadian with the AWP. He's going to have that towards top connector. Actually, Heroic not paying a whole lot of attention to the A bomb site. They're more than happy. It looks like they want to set up some kind of a crunch later on in the mid-round, in the middle of the map. But we know Virtus.pro they're slow. They take their time. So that timing of when you're going to collapse in middle is everything.
And I feel like a lot of these guys, you know, they're probably going to be reminding themselves too, like take a breath, calm down, couple rounds under the belt now, and now let's try and find our flow here. Let's try and get comfortable on this main stage. This is what these two teams have been fighting for so long now. Spot on the stage in front of the fans. And well, Cadian out on the hunt. A little bit of a peek, not quite going to find the target just yet. Virtus.pro content to sit and wait and force Heroic to use some utility.
Smoking out the window. Virtus.pro starting to make their play. It's only one player in mid though, so there's a lot of defense. That's a stunning shot. Good job from Yekindar. Cadian was looking for more, and so much of this defense is predicated on middle, but the main hit is coming into the B bomb site. It's Tess's all alone, and he's under a lot of pressure. Gotta hang on, and he's got just one.
Gets the one, Shush still alive on short for the retake. It's a 3-on-3, and now Refresh has got a timing here to hit. If he can make his way out onto the bomb site, not gonna do it though. Flick catches him in the open. Man advantage for Virtus.pro. And they're going into that bomb plant, and it's going to be very difficult now for Heroic to get back in here. Shush is gone and pick up the op, but Buster's ready for him. And that's going to be it. I mean, what can Stown hope to do apart from save the AWP? 1v3, that would be so difficult to pull off.
Yeah, I mean, near impossible. So yeah, the op grabbing that and backing away is the right idea. They've got money for a buy in the next round, especially with that op dropped over. But props to Virtus.pro, they get on the board early. Heroic not able to extend any kind of big lead in the early stages of the game. And Stown's just going to try and hang on. There shouldn't be too much of a chase. So it's going to be 2-1 as the bomb goes off.
And as you pointed out, Moses, this game isn't only about headshots, it's about economy as well, about having money, saving that money round to round, building it up so that you can buy the rifles, buy the grenades. And so Virtus.pro taking a round off of Heroic early means that Heroic are going to be on the back foot economically. They're not going to have that much money to work with right now.
Yeah, this round they'll be okay on the breaking point, and there's really no cushion behind him. So tough situation to be in for Heroic going into round number 4.
This is where both of these teams, well, Heroic are known to be a bit more poppy, a little bit more aggressive. They like to get in there and take some fights. VP are the ones who really like to play the clock. It's that meta of CS right now that the CIS teams bring.
Yeah, it's actually a very cool clash of styles, and it's going to be tough to manage if you're Heroic. If you want to make those aggressive plays, you have to make sure you're not losing those opening duels to Yekindar as we saw in Cadian in the previous round. You can't go down a man because it's so hard to pull off. You're put in a pressure situation. VP can just wait for you.
Exactly. And so VP right now, again, this is that style. Although Cadian this time around, he was holding aggressive. B Apartments finds the pick on Flit to kick things off. Heroic with the man advantage now. And a double AWP setup here for Heroic as well. Stam has the AWP on the other side of the map right now.
Yeah, he does exactly as designed right now for Heroic. And Virtus.pro has no idea the two ops are on the field. They might get a little bit surprised. Good on Cadian for being mobile, but look at this. This is a huge gap in the defense. There's actually nobody from Heroic who can possibly have an eye on this. There's the aggressive play. Kicker turns. He's got the first. Oh, and Refresh with an important trade.
Outrageous that he turns. That timing, it was impeccable. Now Refresh is going to be here to hold the line. The bomb is stuck on the wrong side of that smoke. Does Refresh decide to stay here? There's still plenty of time for Virtus.pro. 44 seconds left on this clock. By the time that smoke clears, they'll be able to make their way in, although Cadian is going to catch out Yekindar. That's the lurk gone.
Oh, smoke clears, and James got an easy one. That's the slow style that can be so frustrating as James catches out Refresh, trying to find information as the clock runs low. And this is a duel. Good win for Buster. Cracks it open, but Cadian is here to pick up the pieces.
2-on-2. AWP retake, and while they're split up, it's all on Cadian now to hold the line as that rotation's coming through from VP. They don't have much time, down to 10 seconds on the clock, and it takes 4 seconds to plant the bomb. It has to happen right now. For JV gets the flank. Does he have time? He does! Barely have time for the ball plant. 1v1 now between Stowen and James. Two hoppers going toe-to-toe. And there it is. Stowen finds the headshot.
Oh, that's a great flick over as well. I was curious, because remember, that double up setup, Virtus.pro never saw it. They never saw that second AWP, so James didn't really know what he was going up against. And Heroic is back on the board, 3-1, but the plant's going to help.
Yeah. Talk about some tense rounds already right out the gates between these two teams. And that clash of styles, it's like you pointed out, Moses. I mean, that clash of styles where Heroic are always going to be wanting to work on the map to make information plays. They push all over the place on the CT side. They're trying to find that gap in Virtus.pro's setup, and yet VP are just known for sitting and waiting.
And remember, that slow style is going to wreak havoc on your nerves in this kind of a scenario, this kind of a match, on this stage as well. It's going to be very tough sometimes for Heroic to hold their nerve. But look, still the money not good for Heroic side of things. Even in that win, it comes down to just one player. The double up setup is obviously taken away from them. And Virtus.pro have another chance to break the defense.
Once again. So now, as far as Virtus.pro are concerned, once again, just kind of holding back. You can see the bomb is all the way back in T-spawn. They haven't even moved it onto the map yet. They're still free to decide whether they want to hit the A side or the B side. It's all open for VP right now, so there's nothing holding them back. They're just waiting for Heroic to try to make that information play right now. As they move into mid, a little bit of a flash for the underpass peak. Flit checking out connector, clears it up. Man. Again. VP, the side of their strategy is about making Heroic use grenades as well. If they can get Heroic to use grenades early in the round, they won't have those grenades for when the push actually comes through. And so VP, it's all about running down this clock, forcing Heroic to use utility, and then setting up for the hit. 4 players about to be here on this A site, though. Heroic have figured this out. It seems like they've got an idea that Virtus.pro want to hit the A bomb site, and so in a moment we'll see. Stavin with the spray through, catches 2. Tessus holds from Shadow, and this is all falling apart for Virtus.pro in this round. Kickert and Jame, what can they do? They're going to run out of time. It's going to be saving the AWP, and it's not going to be allowed. Stavin with both kills. 4-1 in favor of Heroic on the CT side.
Yeah, and they've survived the first early test. You know, remember the economy being that broken 2 rounds in a row, and this time it's going to allow them to get way more comfortable. So fair play to Heroic. The defense is looking good early. It's Virtus.pro who's going to be on the back foot. They'll have some decisions to make of what weaponry they want to come into this round with. A couple upgraded pistols, a smoke on Yekindar, but nothing that's going to be super useful. So a good chance if Heroic can keep multiple players alive. They'll be able to build up some money. There's a deep flashbang, and again, these rounds, Heroic, the philosophy is take the fight to Virtus.pro, and Refresh is popping heads. Absolutely perfect. It's Kickert, the last man standing.
Oh, this reminds me of the good old times, right? Where the players, you know, when it's anti-eco, you just charge them.
Yeah.
Why are you respecting them at all? You know, just bully them. You have the rifles, you have the grenades. They just have pistols. Go beat them up. That's sick from Heroic. Definitely not letting Virtus.pro get comfortable here. Another clean round, all 5 alive for Heroic at the end of it. A perfect anti-eco.
And that aggression up mid on these kinds of rounds as well has made sure that Heroic isn't losing a whole lot of bodies in them. You know, they did great on the second round after winning the pistol. Another pretty clean one here. So if you're Heroic right now, everything according to plan, and you got to be happy after these first 6 rounds. Guns back in the hands of VP. AWP on Jame.
Very light on the grenades, though.
Yeah, and especially for that slow style, it could be dangerous if they start running out.
That's the thing, because, I mean, wouldn't you agree, you need to spend nades to get your opponents to spend nades, right? If you're just sitting there not throwing flashes or smokes or mollies, why are they going to throw anything? Although, Jame, so fast, drop stop. They were trying to change it up there, Heroic. They're trying to get aggressive towards B apartments.
And this will be cool. Let's see how Heroic plays this situation when Virtus.pro has a 5-on-4 for a minute and a half left in the round, where they get to sit and be patient and wait for the follow-up push from anyone from Heroic. This can be very difficult to manage. It's going to be tricky. Virtus.pro just now leisurely taking mid control.
Heroic don't. Yeah, they're just going to go for the passive hold here. Cadian's got eyes, and Shush as well. And now it's going to be the peak for info. At about that minute mark, this is where you want to start making plays on that CT side. Got to take risks. You're down a man. You got to do something here.
And again, the emphasis from Heroic defense on the middle of the map, not on the extremities. They're more than happy, I think, to play retake. They want to find this pick on Yekindar. They want to be able to collapse if there's any kind of mid control, which is what that smoke in towards the window signifies. Top con smoked off as well. Now, the tough part is going to be how long do they stay in this kind of a setup? Because the rest of the attack from VP, 3 players coming towards a ramp. And no one from Heroic is even looking behind them.
They've completely given up on A side. Do they hear the footsteps? Are they close enough? Well, the flash goes off. That's going to tell them something. But Yekindar catches Shush. There was the push for info, and they're not going to find it. Now he's ready for it as well. Flash over the top. Turns away in time. Wins the duel versus Refresh. 2 left for Heroic. Cadian and Tessus.
That's filthy. That's so good from Yekindar, and Kickert adds insult to injury. A kill through the smoke onto Cadian, and once again, Heroic can just pick up an op and try and save the weapon. Virtus.pro is going to win this round with 5 players surviving, although Might lose one if they want to hunt down the ADP. Kickert's going to jump out the window for sure.
Ooh, thinking about it. Tessus is ready though. But they've got him sandwiched in. He's got nowhere to go.
There's a lot of time on this bomb still. A lot of time that Tessus has to save this weapon.
These are just where the seconds drag on forever. And, well, it's not going to be too long now. Tessus, unfortunately for him, he turns around right as Yakinder comes around the corner, and that is going to be it. Another big round on the board here for Virtus.pro early in the half. It's not gotten completely out of control yet. Heroic have got 5, but VP have now got 2.
But now you've seen what makes Virtus.pro so scary in those situations. A really early pick, and Yekindar is just chilling at top mid the whole round. He knows there's going to be a peak at some point. He knows what Heroic likes to do. And yeah, shush right into his crosshair. The follow-up play under Refresh is stunning, and even adds the final kill in garbage time. 5-2 in the favor of Heroic. Back into a double op setup.
Now it's Heroic who are the ones converting on nades. Multi-nade on top. And somehow he lives. That is crazy. Refresh is there to back him up. But that was cutting it so close. What a play from VP. That was a sick call.
Yeah, but when they watch this back, they're going to be upset. They're going to be scratching their heads how that kind of a nade stack doesn't net them the kill. 3 HP on Sound, and he's actually still sticking around in Connector. Still in a little bit of a dangerous position, looking to get one cheeky kill. And actually so dedicated on that angle towards Underpass, he's kind of exposed as well. So taking a lot of risk, but again, 3 HP. He might just have it. Oh, missed opportunity.
So close. Yakinder takes his head off, though. Now we're divided. Heroic, minute on the clock. Now they're making a play as well, so they're going to get that moving for them on the other side of the map, but it's looking like we're going to get a change of pace here from Virtus.pro. They're ready to go onto the B bomb site. Tessus has to hold the line here. He is not alone. He's got some help, but they're trying to find him. Tessus takes one. Looking for the follow-up. Refresh gets one as well. And Tessus holds the line. Eventually, Kicker can take him out, but with 40 seconds left, there's still time for Virtus.pro. Shush is now the one who has to be the hero. Turns it into a duel. But with 30 seconds,
what a play.
Time for Kickert.
He's not going to expect it. Oh, Kickert has all the information. Shush might have just lost this round without even realizing it. Here's the peak. It's everything, and Kickert's got him towards top mid. 3 on the board for Virtus.pro, and no money in the bank for Heroic.
And he realizes that Kickert popping off there as well. That was such an important round for Virtus.pro. And when those tense rounds come through, it just gets crazy.
I'll tell you what's going to be scary for Heroic. Look at Yekindar, how well he's playing, how much of a nuisance he's being. When they try and push, he's prepared. Now he's found a gap in the defense, pushing in towards window, able to find you a couple opening kills in this game already. The last thing Heroic want is Yekindar to start feeling confident.
And that was one of the points brought up by the desk going into this match. What is Yekindar going to bring to the table now that he's playing in front of the fans here on the main stage? Would that pressure get to him? Would it affect his gameplay? Looks like for now at least he's hit the shot. He's going to be under pressure now though. Tessus takes out his teammate. Flit is gone. Yakinder, can he make it out of here? And yes, he does make it out just in time.
Just in time. Just barely.
It's all about the staying alive at that point. Bomb is going to get planted, and now Sound and Tessus has, snagged himself a rifle, so we'll see if he can keep that alive. That'd be pretty sick to make away with it on the CT side. And AK, always good. Name of the game now, however, is going to be for Heroic. What do you do to counter what Virtus.pro are throwing at you? If Yakinder is starting to feel the game and he's starting to get the drop on you, what's the answer?
I actually don't mind necessarily their idea of having a couple players ready to collapse in mid. It's just the trick is, and it's hard, is finding those rounds where Yekindar is going to be alone, where you can have that kind of a fight, because that's such slow pace. You feel like that trap has never really been sprung. We've seen Heroic in like 3-4-man setups and Connector on Catwalk and Window. Those have just kind of gone to waste because Virtus.pro's never really there.
And for those of you at home, the Flames are back once again here. Bomb goes off, Flames on the stage, can feel the heat up here. I don't want to know how it feels in the front row, but that is sick. All right, round advantage for Heroic. 5-4 on the CT side of Mirage. First map of this best of 3, and they are off. And it is going to be the buy round coming up here. Sound saved that max and Alexa holds onto it. Get a couple of nades rolling, but now he's got the AWP, and Cadian doesn't get the timing. That was so close.
Yeah, he doesn't want to stick around either. Deep Molotov behind the top mid boxes. Yekindar's made it past. Spotted. Yep. I think Refresh knows he's there. Chooses not to dunk a nade on him for the moment. Doesn't want to expose himself to danger.
yeah, is that just to deny information, that he doesn't give it away? Yekender still thinks that he's up there without anybody knowing it?
You don't detonate if you want to take the fight, but I think Refresh, without any teammates around him, he's just saying this isn't the fight that our defense is looking for at the moment. You can see the aggressive stance from Heroic, push down a ramp. So at least they have that information with Stown in this position and Katie in debate for him. Now, unfortunately, the Virtus.pro attack is sending multiple players down mid.
They're thinking about it. You just saw there for a second. Yes, it is in fact possible to pass nades around. So Yekender just chucking smokes, getting it ready here for Virtus.pro to start maneuvering.
Oh, this is a big find. Flit, oh, that's an awkward fight for the MAC-10. He actually almost makes it work. Flit down to 44 HP. And here's the next part. This guy right here, Buster, has found a position in towards the ladder room. They use their utility to get him into this spot, and now they can use him as a pivot point. You have Yekender lurking in mid, being aggressive. You have Buster in a passive position as well. Heroic is going to have a tough time. This is a fake as well. Even the bomb is rotating back towards mid. They're not going to commit to this bomb site. You can see Cadian starting to cheat towards CT spawn. Heroic think this is going to be pressure towards B.
You can see him already getting in position for it, but that molly from James may be a giveaway here, as we do have Cadian just thinking that this is going to be the A side. He's holding his line. He's got Shush here to back him up, and Shush is going to find one for free. Cadian takes down Kicker at the same time, and with 10 seconds left on the clock, you need to get this bomb planted right away. If you're Kicker, you have no room to maneuver. Cadian knows it, but he whiffs the shot. So close. Shush now caught in the open. Yekender takes him down. It's all on Tessus in a 1v3. Not going to find it, though. He's out in the open. They know where he is. Buster holding close, but Tessus has no idea. And Buster's teammate doing everything he can to draw the attention of Tessus. This is such a difficult situation for Tessus. He's not going to pull it off. We're tied up 5-5.
Yo, you got to give props to Virtus.pro for a round like that. That's very dangerous with 15 seconds on the clock, attacking into the bomb site with only 2 players dedicated. They still had the lurker in con. They still had a lurker in mid. They still had 1 player positioned on catwalk. That was Buster, who was able to get a kill from that position. But man, with only a couple players to actually take over the site and plant, that could have gone horribly wrong. Cadian was so close.
Well, exactly, that was the point right there, man. If Cadian hits that shot, that's it. There's no time to plant the bomb. Heroic win the round. Even if he dies, they win the round, Heroic, because it takes about 4 seconds to plant that bomb. Keep that in your minds. When we get it down to the wire like that, Virtus.pro have to take that into account. Rip ears. Does it to our ears too, guys. 5-5. And well, it looks like Heroic have actually gone for a little bit of a, well, we actually have a little bit of a timeout coming in here.
Yeah, little pause in the action. Everyone can take a breath.
Little break. And well, that is, I think it's a good time for there to be a little bit of a break, just because that's going to be a very frustrating round for Heroic, where they know that they probably could have pulled it off. They could have had something big there. Katie was so close. Getting VP tying it up 5-5. So now, as we get a replay here, focus in on what is going to happen next. It is going to be an AWP hero, AWP for Cadian. Hopefully he'll get that element of surprise going and he can find him, because Virtus.pro might not expect this.
Yeah, I don't mind it. See if Cadian gets you one pick. He did find one in this position earlier. There's the step up, and yeah, Flick gets baited in. Nicely done.
Yeah, sick team play there from Tessus. He's supposed to die pretty much. He's sacrificial lamb, go in and get that shot for Cadian. But now it's a 4-on-4, and Cadian can maneuver around on the map. You can see he's trying to be quick about it, hoping that somebody was going to peek on the other side of the map for VP, and so that he could get a kill for free. Now Virtus.pro, though, they're in control of mid, and they're looking to try and start to take advantage of that.
Ooh, Shush. Just getting into position. Almost spotted. They've got to watch for this jump. It's Stown who'd likely have to defend against that. Stown actually has 14 kills for Heroic, far and away the top player so far for the Danish side. And unfortunately for Heroic, Cadian and the rest of the players have maneuvered themselves out of position. The attack is going to come towards the B bomb site. 3 players in the halls, but Refresh is in a good position with the SMG. That smoke actually goes nowhere that he wanted it to, bounces all the way out the window. Good movement from Kicker, impressive kill. Refresh probably needs a little bit more to stay alive into this round. Refresh looking for them, and oh man, Virtus.pro, they're gonna back off. 35 seconds. They've got the time, and again, a player with aggressive stances in middle, it's Yekender, and he's gonna open up the A bomb site, and now he just has to stay alive and buy time for the rest of his teammates to get here.
That's the thing, because Heroic know he's here. They know that they're ready for it. Refresh gonna get traded by James. 1-for-1. Bomb is still gonna be able to make its way up connector, and Yekender's here to catch the rotation as well. Cadian looking for this shot. This is all about hoping that VP were to step into the angle. It's not going to happen, though. Virtus.pro are aware of what's possible. 2-on-2 now. James still alive and kicking. He's got that AWP, so he doesn't care about how much health he has. Checking to see if there's any flank coming in on the other side. Reposition on his part, and now there's a lot of pressure on Yakinder here. He has to hold the line on the bomb side, and they played a rat position as well. And it's looking like Heroic actually going to back off in this. They managed to make it away with an AK. They've got that AWP. They weren't able to pick up a round, but at least they've done some damage to Virtus.pro.
Yeah, and it's not the worst thing in the world, obviously, too, with that hero AWP coming out for Katie. And as you said, picking up the AK-47. So next round's going to be a buy. No reason necessarily to try and go for this 2-on-2 retake and have those weapons ripped out of your hands.
I'm just so impressed with Stalin.
Yeah.
Throughout the Legend stage, throughout this tournament, he's been leading the way for Heroic consistently, and here he is sitting at the top of the scoreboard once again for his team when they need him in this first map on the stage.
Yeah, looking good. Unfortunately, even with that kind of an effort, his team is still 1 round down. 5-6 in the favor of Virtus.pro. And we're live into round number 12. Cadian with the op peering towards a ramp, just setting up, and a little bit of aggression. Down the hot hand, as we've said. Smokes off towards the underpass. Gives himself a bit of safety, a bit of freedom. And going to start pushing up mid as well. Heroic want to get aggressive. Buster's just waiting. No one to set up any kind of a pop flash. It's all just on the contact for Heroic if and ever Virtus.pro turns this corner. Cadian now added to the mix to watch underpass. That allows Stound to move his attention. Him and Refresh working in tandem. But Virtus.pro, again, this round, every time Heroic has had a mid-focused defense, Virtus.pro's attacked the extremities. Good kill from Shush. Good opening. 5-on-4 advantage for the defense.
Buster keeps his cool, catches Refresh once again out in the top. Man advantage for Virtus.pro. Oh, no, never mind. Back into a 4-on-4.
Ooh, what a great flick from James.
James is so fast. That's what he's good at. Perfectly capable of combat opping. Hits that shot. And 2 remain now for Heroic as the bomb is yet to be committed anywhere. Yakinder once again going to catch the defense out in the open. Tessus is gone. Stavin trying to rotate quickly here. But VP, man, this is the advantage of them just having so much time on this clock. Every single round, it feels like they just use it to the best of their ability. Oh. But now Stalin, he can ruin their day. Nice little check for info there from James. Does he realize that there's a second man behind him? No, he does not.
No, he does not. It's Cadian left. Oh, if he can pick off the bomb, there's actually only 10 seconds. He missed another critical one. A tough shot to hit, but probably a round-winning shot if he had nailed it. And that's 2 chances now Cadian has had to put a stop to VP as the clock runs low. And nothing for him to do in the 1 versus 3, so Virtus.pro going to get 7 on the board.
Well, this is it, man. VP, they could start just running away with this. This is Mirage. After all, we do expect to see teams finish, 8-7, 9-6. Either way, almost. It still works, right? It's barely a CT side map. Barely. So I don't think Heroic should get too down on themselves, given the situation.
Look, we've talked about Stound a lot. He's got 15 kills, 4 deaths for Heroic. That's quite nice. Yekindar on the other side isn't going to have nearly as impressive a scoreline. He's 11-8, but some of the kills he's getting are unreal. Opening up the bomb sites that are allowing VP to actually take the round and take a 2-round lead. That one on the B bomb site, just a straight heads-up duel, and Yekindar's feeling it. What a good performance for him on the big stage.
Oh, I just noticed that you noticed that the parry match, all that. That's pretty sick. Nice little detail there on the jerseys.
A little glow in the dark?
A little glow in the dark. Okay, then. That pops. Heroic just kind of chilling right now. Maybe trying to take a little bit of a breather. Exist recently joined the team as a coach. He can't communicate with the players live during the rounds, but during a tactical timeout, which the teams have 4 of, that's when he can talk. He can have an input. So far, the players have said that they're pretty comfortable with him already on that coach role, that he's brought a bit to the team in terms of his experience.
Yeah.
Doesn't quite know all the playbook yet, but that isn't important. He does bring his experience to the table, and that's what they need him for.
Yeah, that experience is the big one. That's their biggest weakness. 7-5. This time, Yekindar is going to change the pace. Gets a bit more aggressive in his playbook. Oh, again, a stunning headshot. He's still got so much HP. He can do so much with this, and he's going to find position. I don't know if Shush will expect it. He's got to be real careful. Windows exposed now, and that's his responsibility as well. So a lot of pressure on Shush, and a lot of pressure on this B bomb site for the moment. It's going to be a 1-player dedication. Cadian sees him jump past.
Now he has to worry about his flank. Doesn't miss the shot. Takes his time to line it up. Tessus going to find one, and Shush as well catches Yakinder. That's the end of Yakinder's reign of terror. Stung and everybody chiming in here on the side of Heroic. Buster going to be the last one alive here for Virtus.pro, and this was a must-win round for Heroic to stop VP from running away with this first half. They're keeping it within the limits here, Heroic, and you can tell Katie had really taken the time to line that one up. He did not want to miss that shot.
No, absolutely not. Buster, very low percentage to actually win this round, but trying to take guns away. Really expect Shush. That's a good win. Nice easy headshot. He's got 40 seconds left in the round. Bomb is all the way on the other side of the map.
Whoa, cheating right through. That's slick. But yeah, the bomb is ready and waiting for him on the other side of the map. What can he do here over on A? Not a whole lot with 25 seconds left on the clock. Really, he can just hope to find one more kill, and he could catch Stout out. But now Heroic have got the lockdown going. There's no easy angles here for Buster to catch them off guard with. He has to just walk up, and if he runs, yep, Stout hears it, and easy shot for Stout. Locks it down. 6 rounds on the board for Heroic here on the CT side. Saving those AWPs. So 2 ops and an AK for Heroic. That's really solid. They have so much firepower now to bring to the table, and it's VP who have to start wondering, what is it that we need to do? Because that last round, Yakinder created a lot of space once again for them to work with.
I think
not happening.
Yeah, I think Virtus.pro believed there was only going to be one defender at the B bomb site that they'd be able to get past, and unfortunately that wasn't the case. So two players trying to take over the B bomb site essentially drops the bomb and ends the round effectively there. Cadian's going to push. Underpass with the AWP. He's got players above. Flitz is going to walk right into it. Opening kill for Cadian.
And once again, Flit bites the dust. Cadian, it feels like he's got Flit's number right now. Staven holding top mid as well, so he's really hunting. Heroic right now are just hoping to extend this as the smoke clears. Oh!
What a god.
Sick. This is so sick.
Oh,
no, he gets spotted! Trying to get clever, and Refresh catches him out.
Look at the balls on Yekindar. That's actually so cool. 7-6. 2-man advantage in this round for Heroic. And the defense is starting to look pretty good, but that was dangerous. Yekindar crouching underneath the scope could have done so much damage.
Sometimes you just got to take the risk, right? He's setting himself up to get a 2-kill, basically. Just catch somebody off guard who thinks his flank is protected and then whip around and takes down out. Unfortunately, that just does not happen. James not quick enough to catch the kill on Refresh, and it is going to be quite the advantage now. Kickert's going to take Shush, but it's still a 4v2, and Heroic right now should feel very comfortable with this situation. They don't have bomb control. That's obviously, that would be the nail in the coffin for this round on VP side. VP can still maneuver because they've still got bomb access, but right now Heroic have got a lockdown on this map.
I wonder if they're going to go for it. They might just save the AWP that they've picked up. They do have a bit of money, but I think they're going to want all these resources for the next round. 18 seconds left. Both teams content to just chill. So Heroic have done it. Not a huge comeback. They didn't need that, but crawled back into this game to even things up at 7-7. Round 15, we're going to decide who goes into the second half with the lead.
And Heroic, I mean, the favorite team in this match, at least if we want to go off of results from the Legends stage, they went through 3-1, took out Copenhagen Flames in the best of 3 to guarantee the spot here in the top 8. So
that was a wild game as well, yeah.
That was a crazy game. Every game, it feels like it's been close. Heroic started off against Na'Vi, who are the favorites, according to the fans at least. And, well, I mean,
yeah.
Everybody.
Heavy favorites.
They're the heavy
Fans,
favorites
pundits,
for the tournament,
everyone.
let's say. They've looked terrific so far. And then went on to win out from there. So Heroic are looking good.
Here we go. Stown makes the jump over the top, listening for the flashbang. That'll be his indication. And it's not coming.
Interesting. No giveaway.
Oh, they actually don't commit to the setup. With Cadian holding this angle, it looked like Shush was going to push down, and actually they could probably really use it in this round. Cadian sees the elbow, and Kickert baits out the shot. Now Shush is put into play, and he's going to pay for Cadian's mistake.
Well, Cadian taking the risk to get back to the bomb side as well. Oh, he's trying to make it look like somebody's in shadow right now, trying to bait that Virtus.pro for that response. Cadian, however, hoping that VP were going to commit, were going to bite. VP are too wise for that. A minute on the clock, and they back off to play the clock.
It looks like they still actually want to come attack here. They're just repositioning where the main thrust of it was going to be. Previously on the A ramp, now it's 3 players in Palace. The problem is, if Cadian gets aggressive, if Cadian can hold A ramp, this is the bomb. on Yekindar. So Virtus.pro on the exit out. Palace would have to come back and pick it up. And actually, again, they've just called it off and switched things up entirely.
He hears those footsteps, though. He hears the multiple footsteps now. He heard Yekindar run away. Oh, this is going to be crazy. Cadian, is he going to be able to pull something off here? Yekindar has no reason to expect him to be there. Nice kill from Cadian.
He's all alone. He's all alone, and he's probably thinking he's got players in Palace. He's going to go again. One time, it's just one player. Oh, Cadian, timing is everything. He gets it anyways. He was in the other direction, and Buster missed an opportunity. But Virtus.pro still slowly pinching onto this A bomb site from 3 different spots. Ramp, Palace, and now Connector. They've got the kill onto Cadian. And into a 3-on-2, into a 2-on-2 refresh, just barely holding on.
10 seconds left. The bomb has to be held, and they're going to be able to get it down planted. Yes, just in the nick of time. 7-7, and this is the flank coming in from Tessus. Looking to make the difference. Going to catch him in the open. Looking for the second kill. Kicker going to get caught. Refresh with the kill. And Heroic, it looked a little bumpy there, but they come out ahead in the first half. 8-7. At the end of it, what a CT half comeback from Heroic, because it was looking grim there for a second. VP were starting to run away with it.
Yeah, VP rattled off 6 rounds in a row in the middle portions of that half. It's good on Heroic to recover by winning the last 3, but it certainly got sketchy there for a moment. As the players just kind of work some of the nerves out in this opening match on the stage here at the PGL Major. Stound 17-15. Refresh went 14-10, and Yekindar for Virtus.pro was the top fragger, 12-11.
And a lot of those were just, like you pointed out, I mean,
impact
kills, opening up bomb sites, opening up opportunities. Let's ignore that one. That was the last round, and that was Cadian. I mean, Cadian also making up for a few of those missed shots earlier in the half. That time around, Cadian, in a round that really mattered, managed to get it done. So good on him, but now it's going to be Heroic on the T side, VP on the CT side. We've switched sides. And now, what do Heroic have in store for us here on the offense?
Yeah, you'd imagine it's going to get much more explosive at various points throughout this half, not nearly as slow. Yekindar wants information. He's going to creep in, going a little bit wide, sees the elbow, but can't hit the shot. Opening frag going to the Heroic side. 4 players here, and I imagine they're dropping utility, dropping smokes. They're going to press the issue. Kicker can't land anything with the USP either. It's now all on Flit.
And Flit's had a rough time of it so far. Cadian, like I said earlier, has had his number, is able to pick up a kill on Tessus. Not expecting Shush to be there that quick, though. And there's the rotate coming in. Jane barely making that out alive. Buster hoping to catch somebody in the open as well. Not going to do it. It's a man advantage for Heroic going into the bomb plant. Cadian is ready for this, though. Going to spot him out, and there it is. The final kill of the pistol round. Heroic taking the T-side pistol. And it's worth mentioning, actually, MOUZ, this is Virtus.pro's map pick.
Yeah, they're getting tested on it. As you'd imagine, every team at this stage is going to be able to have this kind of a level of challenge on any map in the field. No easy maps once you get to the playoffs of a major. 2-round lead for Heroic. Mac 10's on the board. And mid control being taken. And Shush is going to press the issue up catwalk. He's going to walk right into the scout from James, who's just looking for some tags, but they can double peek from below and up top. Spoke going to neutralize the position, and James does spot 1. Now over towards catwalk. It's Yekindar, and there's 2 players inside the site. This could be dangerous. Need this first kill. It doesn't come in. Flit adds 1 from range, and he's got so much more to do. Heroic not giving him any easy targets.
That nightmare position from bench to try and find shots. Buster! It's going to be Flit with the second one, though. He's still hanging in there, and the rotations come through now for Virtus.pro, but that means that there's an opening, and Heroic have found it. 2 players onto the A bomb site with that bomb as well, and here's Refresh with the late lurk, catching Flit in the back. There's the punishment for Flit, all that hard work, and that's what he gets. It's a 3-on-3 now, and Heroic have got the bomb planted, and they're in post-plant flank positions.
Yeah, they're just, I mean, Virtus.pro's not going to go for it. They've already kind of called it off. It looked like they might. They had some of the time, and especially knowing refreshes and hauls, the possibility was there. However, they're content to keep the scout for the next round. They've picked up a Galil. They've picked up an AK-47. So next round for Heroic is not going to be any easier.
Making away with the loot. As VP, actually, yeah, you wouldn't go for the retake either if you've got better firepower than your opponents. Heroic have only got a couple Mac 10s and an AK. So this is actually looking good here for Virtus.pro, and it may tempt them to go for a force buy early. It is an option, risky. But if you're trying to stop Heroic from extending their lead, Heroic are now into double digits, 10-7. So this could get dicey here, although it looks like for now, VP may hold off on taking the big risk Just going to reinvest a little bit into this round, and there it is.
That was a powerful sip of the beer. Well done.
Danish fans here to make some noise for Heroic.
10-7. Flit has his Galil over towards the B bomb site. Yekindar is going to be in middle with the AK-47, and we're going for a Halls pop from Heroic. 3 players lining up with the MAC-10. Tess is likely to lead the way, and James, he's a little bit out of position. Yekindar with 1 kill, but 2 follow up for Heroic. They've got access to the bomb site, and Yekindar beneath the smoke, he does some damage, but no kill.
So quick as well. You can notice the change of pace. Heroic are not waiting around, trying to run down the clock, trying to force VP into situations that are unfavorable for him. Instead, Heroic are the ones who decide to take the fight to VP to set the tone early here. And so another smoke going down to block off connector. That's really going to make life difficult for VP if they wanted to retake. But it's looking like VP, once again, they're holding on to the guns that they were able to save from the last round. And they say, right, fair enough, Heroic, you get the bomb plant, that's cool. You'll get up to 11 rounds. The next round is when the fight is really going to start here in the second half, because this is going to be the first buy round coming up for VP. And so that should mean James with an AWP. He's going to start getting into that fight in that way. And the rest of VP can start rocking as well. So Heroic playing it safe, taking their time. They don't want to spend anything more here either. And we get the we get the reset. Let's go. So James straight into the op. Only 7 kills on James right now.
Yeah, he's been a bit quiet. It's been a bit rough. 4-round lead.
And Heroic right now looking like they are feeling it. This is going to be the golden opportunity for them. Very quick into ramp as well, and they're not going to waste any time whatsoever. Hungry for an opening shot. Refresh taking point. Gonna get the kill. Kicker had no idea.
No, but he falls right back into it. Good equalizer. Good trade. And Heroic not poised anywhere on the map to take advantage of the opening pick, but look at the read from Virtus.pro. James gets that kill towards A ramp and just bails out to the other side of the map. There's a player in window, a player in ladder room, and 2 players at the B bomb site, and that's exactly where Heroic is headed. MAC-10 turned the corner, and Buster gets away. He disappears, and James is there like magic. Stound goes down.
That brutal 1-2 setup. You saw Heroic trying to make use of that earlier, where Cadian would have somebody bait for him. Here it is. Virtus.pro showing that they're perfectly capable of doing the same thing. Other order around, but still gets the job done, and that leaves Heroic looking a little listless here. What are they going to do? It's a 2v4, and VP have got just so much of the map, although they are starting to kind of wonder, did Heroic hightail it out of here? But they're so close to Heroic, the positioning on short just makes it so that if they hear Heroic running, they're going to immediately know what's going on here at Virtus.pro.
That's got to be some magnificent prep work from the Virtus.pro staff. That's an incredible call to rotate so many bodies over to that bomb site just off a little bit of information, especially that early in the round. That'll have you feeling a little bit confused if you're Heroic.
They're in my head.
Yeah, exactly. It looks like they're just going to be content to save this one out. 25 seconds on the clock, no movement from the Heroic players. They're entrenched in these B halls. And Virtus.pro's happy to let them save. They don't have money built up on the CT side yet. They don't want to risk anything to take these guns away.
So again, if you're new, it's not just about headshots on Counter-Strike. It's also about the money. These teams are going to be trying to keep guns alive, keep nades alive. They want to try and manage their money from round to round so that they can buy. And well, right now, Heroic are going to be in a position, sure, these guys are going to hold on to these guns, but they'll be able to drop for their teammates. And we can get a pretty solid buy on the board here for Heroic. Whereas Virtus.pro, that's 4 players surviving the round. That's big for them in terms of building that bank going forward into this half. There we go, VP sign. Sick. Now, well, countdown is out, and let's get into the thick of things here. Kicker's going to be fully equipped. Both teams ready and have everything necessary here for a fight. Do we continue to have Heroic trying to pour on the pace? Yeah, Molotov is going to go down, and Refresh is not going to have the chance to get in here.
Yeah, looked like he was willing, though. Looked like he wanted it. He had some intent in his step.
That flash over the top, right? It's just hold W, don't stop. Except if there's a Molotov, then stop. But
yeah.
Refresh, after the Molotov clears up, going for a second peek here. I like this pressure from Heroic. I mean, with them trying to commit like this lurk smoke getting thrown down could make them wonder here if Refresh is going to be behind that or not. And Heroic right now are just making sure that VP can't get comfortable.
More than anything, it's forcing utility out of the Virtus.pro defense. It's taking Molotovs, it's taking smokes and flashes away. So later on, when Heroic do kind of pick their final point of attack, less things to work with on a retake, less things to work with to mess up their hit. It's going to be Kickert on defense. James is here as well. AWP back towards CT spawn stairs. Flit will be over with quickness as Yekindar rotates and takes his position, but it's all on this Halls player. 3 players here, smoke clears. Oh, Kickert got messed with the ladder.
Yep.
And Heroic's actually going to fall back. They're happy with that pick. Look at the real estate in the middle that they've taken. Now they know they can move around the map, but there's going to be a time limit on this. This is going to be tough. And remember, they took utility away from the B defenders, and I think they even just realized that's too risky with the time left in the round. They call it off, and back to A we go.
Only 20 seconds on the clock as the push begins. Takes 4 seconds to plant that bomb. They're gonna get in here as fast as possible. Now 15 seconds as kills rain in. James holding the line on to CT. Going to try and stop this bomb plant. Gets caught. Too many angles to worry about. And Shush catches him looking the wrong way. Buster last alive in a 1v4 here.
I think James is trying to do too much in that situation. He's trying to monitor and keep his eyes on 3 different choke points. That's too much for any one man.
Is that the point where you have to just trust your teammates and say, right, my job is to hold A ramp. I need to stop them from getting out from A ramp, right?
Yeah.
And you just need to trust your teammates to watch connector for you.
Problem is, it's confusing. Heroic showed presence at a bunch of different spots on the map. They had great kills from Cadian on the lurk in the middle of the map. And so Virtus.pro, I mean, James just never has any idea where the hit is going to come from. It's just confusing which pulled him out. So you got to give credit to Heroic for that one. But James just getting taken down for free. With the time on the clock, he could have actually won the round. 12-8 for Heroic.
Hey, la bomba.
Don't get comfortable. Virtus.pro love grimy games. They've had some incredible comebacks through all the stages of the major.
Casual flex. Well done. 12-8, and yeah, this is just Shush as well. Keep in mind, if you're standing in that smoke, you can see your opponent a split second before they can see you, and so he's taking advantage of that, just hanging out there. And now Shush, yeah, just doing tremendous work. Ever since he's joined this roster, it feels like Heroic have stepped up a level, and the players have been overjoyed with his performance so far. The guys of Rock, Heroic can count on him through thick and thin.
Both of these teams this year have had meteoric rises and incredible successes that nobody really saw coming. Yekindar with an AWP. Double op setup for Virtus.pro. James obviously having one as well.
The tense standoff between the two. Flash around the corner. Yekindar. Oh, he knows if he peeks back in there, they're going to have that angle. That's the whole point of throwing that flash. Shows some good discipline, though, and he's not going to bite. Yep, just taking a quick peek. Hard target to hit, but he got his info. No kill for Heroic, though, so that's going to be a little frustrating. They were really hoping to get a little bit more out of that situation.
Oh, this is huge. Oh, Tessus, you can do so much, but Kickert would spot you, and oh, you turn away. Kickert's got the first. Not going to be traded either. Tucks tightly into the corner, and that's Flit. A completely different angle from window room. And 2 players down for Heroic.
It's almost like VP were setting the bait and just let him walk into that one. They were ready for it. Smoke down, creating some room for Shush to work with, though. Going to find a shot on James. That's the CT sign out of this. Refresh. Is he going to have the chance here? Flit is thinking about it, and he just goes a little bit too far forward. Now Kicker going to get caught one after the other.
That's a bomb!
But that's the bomb! The bomb is dead on B site. Yekindar catches the rotate as well. Refreshes out of it. Shush now in a 1v2 with 20 seconds left.
Oh, there's not a universe in which Cadian thought that the defense was going to be pushing after so many kills on the other side of the map. Shush did so much. Shush and Refresh opened up A.
What do you do? 12 seconds? You don't have time for shenanigans.
You ain't winning this one. He's gonna, I mean,
it's done.
Apparently he's not gonna back off, but there's no chance of him actually winning the round. Perhaps wants to take a gun away and save the op, and now he knows Buster's close. Scoped in, and Buster just walks right into it. So fair play. A good round from Shush and a saving effort. And that lead dwindles to 3.
That is the last thing you expect in the thick of the action, to see Cadian getting caught on the other side of the map with the bomb, no less, once his teammates have found all of the kills on that A site, just opening up the A site, kill after kill. And yet, a round that Heroic are not going to win. They're not walking away with it. Yekindar showing that he is perfectly capable of using the sniper rifle as well. 12-9 now in favor of Heroic on the T side of Mirage. First map of this best of 3, this first quarterfinal of the Stockholm Major.
Talked about how good of a game Stown was having in the first half. He's yet to get a kill in this second half on the attacking side for Heroic. Been a little bit neutralized so far.
Refresh, though, continues to rise. 19 kills, but okay, it's all on Buster now, man. He is going to get caught. Refresh. Beautiful headshot to open it up. James Going to be able to trade it back, though. Shush out of the picture. 4-on-4. Bomb, however, getting planted nice and early here is really going to put the pressure on Virtus.pro. They're not going to have a whole lot of time to maneuver with. They have to clear out so many angles going into this retake.
I think they're going to have to make a decision if they actually want to go for this.
I don't think they do. There's too much utility for Heroic.
Yekendar's coming in so late. I don't even think he wanted to attempt it, and Virtus.pro is going to take the opportunity to back out. So Heroic, a nice change of pace. Now, Virtus.pro actually could set up to keep them close to the bomb blast to try and take as many guns away. I don't think Heroic's going to give him the opportunity.
Yeah, James is trying to keep them there, but the rest of Heroic should be surviving this. And, yep, there we go. The Flames, as the bomb goes boom, and another round on the board for Heroic. And again, like you pointed out, really nice change of pace there from Heroic.
Oh, yeah.
No faffing about mid, trying to get utility or anything like that. Just straight out onto the B bomb site. They noticed that there was a weakness, a window that they could hit. They took full advantage of it. Very nice headshot to kick things off in the round. And 13-9. And just a reminder, this is Virtus.pro's map pick. If Heroic take this, we're going into Ancient next, and Heroic have been looking very good on the big green map.
Yeah, that'd be not a fun situation. We have a timeout called by Virtus.pro. I think everyone's kind of waiting, considering the performances we've seen of them. When are they going to plant their feet, put a stop to this attack from Heroic, and start to claw themselves into the game? Start to close the gap in this scoreline. 13-9, Heroic 3 rounds away from taking the opening map. Refresh with 20 kills now.
And what a start that would be. And yeah, Refresh continues to come up with the goods. He's the second highest rated player on the team, but he really does seem to do it all for Heroic. And so good on him, having a terrific tournament so far. Let's see if it continues. They need 3 rounds. Heroic for the win. And James got the angle. There's Split with some aggression. Tessus rips his head off. Yekinder, though, going to trade it right back. And this is just chaos in mid. Out-and-out brawl between these two teams. But now we're down to a 3-on-3, and the bomb is dropped in the open on short. Shush letting them know that he's around here, so VP now have to worry.
Look at Tessus. Look at this position. He just slipped in and he spouted 1. This is huge. They don't have to worry about the bomb for now. They got plenty of time to worry about that later. Buster even looked like he was looking for it. Yeah, but Tessus is too fast. Good headshot.
How do you get the bomb now, though? James is going to have the angle. Doesn't have his AWP equipped right now, and actually they're wondering about it. Kickard and James just backing off into Palace. What's going on?
Yeah, I guess, again, they don't want anything to do with the round. Or actually, maybe they could just be pushing towards T-spawn and go for the all-the-way wrap for a huge flank. But yeah, this is giving a lot of space, a lot of opportunity over to a Heroic team that doesn't have any smokes to have blocked off the long-range angles from James. But I think in Virtus.pro's mind, they're just saying, no matter where we're positioned, there's just too much danger everywhere to feel comfortable fighting for it, and maybe just gambling that eventually Heroic would come to the A bomb site, and that's not the case. They gambled incorrectly. 14th round is coming in for Heroic.
That's so mad. It feels like there was so much time left in that round.
Yeah, it feels really weird that they didn't fight for that round. It's a very curious decision with so much time on the clock.
Do you think it's the meme? Is the meme becoming real? Change time.
Yeah.
I don't know. Because right now, I mean, yes, holding on to that AWP, and yes, your money is broken right now if you're Virtus.pro, but if this is the real pressure period now on James, where if you're going to save this AWP, if you're not going to make the play in this round, then you have to come up with goods in the next round. You're going to have to make the difference with that off.
Yeah, this is really the last round if you're VP that you can kind of sit out and not fight for it, and not scrap for it, and not battle for it to get back into things.
Oh, it's so cliche, but this is the thing. You have to play for the win right now. You can't just play not to lose. You got to go for the jugular if you're a VP. You have to know that you can come up with the big rounds when you need them. And just saving and saving and saving. Eventually, you're going to run out of rounds. It's first to 16 rounds here, and Heroic are now 2 rounds away. And yep, Danish fans already popping off. There you go. Proper ambiance. Legit, fellas. Good job. All right. It is going to be very even, though, between these two teams on the economic side. They've got money, and Virtus.pro going for the force buy. 3 rifles, the AWP, and Flit taking the hit with the CZ. This is crazy, though, from VP. From Heroic, they're going to not waste any time whatsoever. Straight charge out onto B. This HG is going to do some damage. It goes too far behind him, and now Buster's going to be in a world of trouble. He's out of the picture already.
Oh, I mean, Heroic just masked this so much as if they were going to be a fast-paced, committed hit towards the B bomb site. They've pulled the whole defense away. Sound has the entirety of the A bomb site. What a godlike call from Heroic. They have just pulled out a huge fake. And as we said, Virtus.pro has to start fighting for these rounds, but they're in such a difficult situation. Heroic has just outplayed them entirely.
And now you've left them behind as well, dude. Refresh on the flank like this. They are not going to expect a VP as that bomb gets planted on the A bomb side. Kaden pulls the crosshair off of his target. That was a freebie. Kicker still alive now. He's got his teammate Dream not too far away either. The two of them could try and get in here. Yakinder's going to catch out that flank. Refresh out of the picture now. 3-on-3.
Oh no.
Going into the A site. And oh, Cadian once again. This is mad.
They've missed some real opportunities here. Bomb's going to be planted and shush. Yakindar's going to come through the murder hole. Quick transfer over and another pick for Cadian. They're going to hold on just barely, and James has to go for it. No saving here.
All on him, all of the pressure. This is why he saved the AWP so he could come through in the rounds like these. HE right on top of Cadian. He had too much health though. Gonna let Cadian know where James coming from though. And he's got his teammate to support him. Shush is playing from Con, and so James, he has to whip around this corner and find Cadian, but Cadian hears the unscoping. He's close enough. Cadian not giving it away, and he hits the shot point blank. Cadian, there it is, the reaction. 15-9, getting pumped up. Map point for Heroic. And what are you going to do if you're James? You have that AWP, you're just stuck there. You're so slow trying to go around the corners, trying to stay scoped up.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. He's not scoped up throughout all that. Cadian's able to play that round so easily because he hears the scoping in constantly. Every kind of decision Jay makes, he's re-scoping the op, and Cadian's happy to just play the timer, play Ring Around the Rosie. Now peeking in towards window room. It's down, brought down low. It's only a scout on James. Man, Virtus.pro is fighting for scraps in what could be the final round of the opening map.
Could very well be, given this is a force and they have no nades left, but Heroic fully equipped. Staven got tagged, so he's going to be a little bit careful here. And Virtus.pro right now just trying to cover as much ground as possible. They've called the default. They're just sitting and waiting. Do we get the Molotov into the usual spot to check? Tessus, that is usually how it goes. But with Heroic all gathered up, I mean, there isn't a whole lot of utility to stop him. It's going to come down to headshots here.
I mean, who cares about utility? There's only one player at this whole bomb site. Second one's going to be there with the quickness. Kicker can't get anything done. Flit on top of the stairs is going to be blocked off by smokes, entirely neutralized, and Virtus.pro is going to have to come back into this. There's no kit on the VP defense.
That is so cool. James getting boosted over the smoke, and Con, he's going to be able to spot one out at least, but they still need to get this bomb across here, Heroic. 40 seconds on the clock. Yakinder going to go ahead and find refresh. Now Yakinder holding the line. 2 kills for him. Could make all the difference as Flit chimes in with a kill of his own. Man advantage for Virtus.pro now. And just putting shots through. The pressure is on Heroic now. It is going to be so difficult to win this round. Bomb dropped. It might as well be in the middle of Siberia for all the good it does Heroic. And there you go. 10th round, double digits on the board now for Virtus.pro, showing some fight here. They're not going down without it.
At least Yakindar showing some fight. It was good to see him step up to the plate. I didn't see anyone else from VP trying to get into that too quickly. And I mean, those are critical kills for Yakindar. Heroic swinging to try and take the fight, give themselves a little bit more safety. VP just holds on. 5 rounds back now. It's going to be a grueling comeback if VP can make it happen. And it is not easy to put these guys down.
Oh, that is one quality that they have shown throughout this entire tournament. Never count Virtus.pro out of the picture. They are so dangerous. Even now, where they're trailing behind 5 rounds, it is still possible for Virtus.pro to make this happen. And Heroic are fully aware of that. This is not the first time these two teams have clashed.
All right, slow pace from Heroic this time. We've seen a couple quick strategies out of them that's netted good results. Flit waiting for someone to come from underpass. It's going to be late mid control for Heroic. 1 minute and 10 seconds just ticking by on the clock. Pop flash, Flit sees absolutely nothing. And that's information to Heroic. They heard the flashbang in, Stoun's being cautious. Good headshot from Flit. Yakindar waiting for his chance to pounce as well.
So clean. Pre-aim, so important, and Yakinder now he's got the angle on Con as well. Cadian looking for the shot. He's gonna find him. 3 quick kills coming through for Heroic. Just like that, refresh with the double. Buster gets pounced on, and James is alone. 1v3. Bomb should get planted this time. Heroic should have plenty of time to get the job done. It's an impossible situation now for James, and there's no saving for the next round. His back is to the wall, and his teammates are counting on him. Cadian, of course, on the flank. Does Jay realize this? He is so close to getting spotted, and Cadian is taking his time, walking in on it, and there's the kill. Cadian locking down the final kill of the map. Heroic upsetting Virtus.pro on their map pick. And we go into Ancient next, which is Heroic territory.
Yeah, and this is a fantastic game from Heroic, and I mean, great individual performances. Refresh was absolutely stunning. Great performance from him. A good CT side, powered a lot in that first half by Stound, and obviously Cadian delivering in those clutches. That is a good way to set the tone if you're Heroic on the first map on Mirage. Man, Virtus.pro faced an elimination real quick. They never had a chance to grind back into that game.
Now, Heroic are just so talented, but you know, it's time to hand it over to our analysts. Let's hear what they have to say about that first map of the playoffs of the Major.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Great job crushing it. Yeah, and great job crushing it from Heroic as well. They go into Virtus.pro's map pick. It's Mirage. We did highlight at the start, didn't we, that it's not a solid pick for them. You know, lost them in, like, I think it was, what was it, 3 of the last 4 times they played it. And weren't really ever in the game, you know. So let's just start. Why did it fall apart? Well, I'll come to you first.
I guess the first name we have to mention is Stound. We pinched him as a superstar, as a win condition for Heroic, and he had that massive start of the game where Heroic go 5-1. They create that momentum. VP come back, but Stound was almost the solo, I guess, architect of that lead at the very beginning from Heroic, and he played his role beautifully.
And I got to add to Refresh as well. He really stepped up. Stound, he might have tailed off a little bit. But in all honesty, the entire game felt like VP were just playing catch-up, right? They was trying to adapt on the fly, trying to figure out what was going on. And Heroic were multiple steps ahead. You look at the second half, I felt like Heroic did a better version of VP than VP could. Slow creeping like an anaconda-like approach, slowly constricting their defensive side and coming down to the last 15 seconds, 20 seconds, still managing to clinch it out. And then in between, rounds 12 and 9, what did it do? Facet towards B. VP caught with the pants down.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll take that point. They basically took the style that VP uses to frustrate the opponent, and they made it so you couldn't guess where they were going on the inside. Like that round where they all hit the air site at the end, and James basically shifted from the perfect AWP position to getting shot in the side of the head. I can't blame him in that scenario. There's nothing to give away that someone's coming up the air ramp there. So that actually shows to me, anyone worried about like the experience factor for Heroic, they actually looked like they had a lot of poise beyond that brief period in the first half where they gave up the lead. After that, they were actually the guys who were making VP have to question themselves.
Yeah, so, I mean, you know, is there a little bit of nerves here from Virtus.pro? Because they didn't look like the same animal that we saw in the previous phase, right?
Look, we have to address the James situation.
Yeah.
We absolutely have to. 100%. Not only is he missing currently in VP, throughout 2021, he's one of the 10 best players when you look at the stats. He is nowhere to be found. He is absolutely nowhere. He was the lowest rated player in the Legend stage. Right now, again, he doesn't have the impact. He doesn't find these skills. You mentioned the playstyle of Heroic. James is supposed to punish that. When they play slow the clock down, they try to jug and peek. That is when James is supposed to strike. And he is nowhere in that game. That cannot go on for the second map.
Absolutely. Yeah, well, we again, started the show, we highlighted him. I think he's had a poor major, honestly. I think overall, considering, as you said, the stats put him right up there over the course of the year. But, you know, he's a player that when he has those impactful rounds, it's a complete game changer for Virtus.
But I feel like at this point in time for James, he's IGL as well, right? He tries to, you know, make the team work around himself, and he has been very impactful in the past as well. But like you said, this event he's been kind of missing, and which is unfortunate because the Kindar, we look at this guy, we're like, all right, we see him popping heads on LAN. Can he do it on LAN? He does it on LAN. Can he do it in front of the crowd? He is doing it in front of the crowd. That little mini comeback we saw from VP, he was just taking fights individually at mid against multiple people and just popping their heads like it's no one's business.
There's no doubt he's comfortable in front of the crowd. I mean, you saw that play he went for when he tried to sneak under the AWP and that. I mean, to even have the presence of mind in that situation shows he's dialed in. He's legit, but you need your leader to turn.
Yeah, here's the thing. I'll take up on the point that you made there. He's the in-game leader, and this is the problem I have in their team. Even when they were at their best, I always felt like, is he really in-game leading? It always looked like they let Yakinda do whatever he wants. They see if he gets an opening. They run the clock down. They try and make a few rotations come. And then at the end, they just hit whichever site makes the most sense. I never got the vibe that it was really like tactical, that he came with a game plan. I'm going to run a few of these and I'm going to say, I never got that vibe. So when his game goes missing, another thing is, those stats, whenever you're an IGL and you're one of the best players on your team, I have to wonder if you call the game around yourself sometimes. So that's one of the areas, because I contrasted that with Cadian. He doesn't have to be a superstar player. Look what a great T-side he just called. Like, I thought thought it was fantastic from Heroic.
And speaking of calling as well, we are talking about the defense of VP who completely fell apart in that game.
Yeah.
This is also James' responsibility towards the very end, 25, 30 seconds. Who is going for what information? What are we doing? Let's be proactive. Let's find the answer, find the solution. They didn't do it.
I think
they were very passive.
There was one particular round. I think they were down 13-10 or something, 13-9. It's a 3 versus 2. The bomb's down towards short. They're already saving. I mean, they're literally being the meme. I mean, listen, guys, it's a major lifeline. It's a map pick. You need to take some risks.
They didn't have enough to buy the next round anyway.
There we go. It just makes no sense how we can have this mentality, especially with what is on the line.
Well, I mean, Heroic aren't going to give them any quarter. We just saw that with a fantastic T side. You know, I'll ask you a little bit about that. It did seem to be that they'd sort of done their homework, right?
Well, you can't keep playing the same way against VP that everyone else does and just hoping it doesn't happen to you, because they find ways to steal these little kills, to suddenly turn around. There was even one round that actually Heroic had there, where it started out a VP round, they had the A site locked. Heroic got a couple of kills on the A site. Suddenly it's their control, and then all of a sudden, because the bomb died over in the B apartments, all of a sudden it's back to VP again. So that's the sort of normal round VP want to play, where they make the move like Aniac says, a little information play, you go for a kill on the outskirts of the map. They just couldn't do enough of it, because actually Heroic was doing it to them.
And then, look, we had a lot of questions about what type of players we would see today on stage. A lot of improving talents on the side of Heroic. Man, they showed up. They showed up big time. They were so crisp. We were talking about the openings they were finding on the A side. You can run down that clock, but when Shush is going out of apps, when Refresh is picking ramp, I guarantee you there is no tremor, no jitter. They're just going for it, and they make the difference. And that was a huge question for me moving on to this game. If you have the Heroic able to play the Counter-Strike they've played recently, they instantly become like a contender.
Oh, for real. And, you know, we've answered that one question. Are they going to turn up?
Yes.
We've answered another question. The crowd fully behind them. There's a Danish contingent. Things looking very good for Heroic. We're just going to take a quick break. When we come back in a couple of minutes, we're going to set up the next map pick, which, of course, is Heroic's, and it's going to be Ancient. We'll see you soon.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together. Because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chance, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Welcome back to the PGL Major Stockholm. We are partway through the first quarterfinal in the Avicii Arena. Heroic are 1-0 up against Virtus.pro, and we are moving into Heroic's map pick, which will be Ancient. So, turns out, Maniac, things look pretty bleak if you're a VP fan.
It's a golden occasion for Heroic. There is no other way to put it. Look, we can have a look at the stats for VP on Ancient. 5 times played last 3 months, lost 4 times, and 3 losses they didn't even post double digit. It is the occasion for Heroic to kill that game right here, to make it 2-0. VP has been shaky, the defense has been tested. That's the golden opportunity.
And you got to bear in mind the one win they had was against FaZe, with the biggest capitulation we've seen thus far in this tournament, right? So, yeah, if I'm Cadian, if I'm Heroic right now, you put your foot to the throat, close it out right now.
Yeah.
The thing I'll say, though, is Heroic has not been able to do that in this tournament so far. They've been the team where it always goes 3 maps. They even are in position to win. And if you're on the VP side, like, this is actually a day at the office for VP. Including this particular occasion now, in 3 of the last 5 series they've played, they've lost their map pick, but they still managed to get to a 3rd map most of the time. They even win these series some of the time. And obviously it was FaZe themselves on this map that thought this is going to be easy. We're just going to the next round, boys. They somehow impossibly won when at the time the VP guys were 0-4 in the last 3 months on the map. They got that very, very close map win. If VP is going to have to win this series and get back in for a 3rd map, they're going to have to do it the way VP have, on maps they shouldn't win on, against opponents that they're supposed to lose to, and in the face sometimes of being down in the series.
I kind of feel like at this point, the number of times we've counted out VP of the series and the number of times they come back in. Listen, if they come back into the series, there's some black magic, some voodoo thing going on here, honestly.
Well, that's the thing psychologically I would point to. They've shown that even round to round. Like, somehow these guys typically don't seem to feel the pressure. They can lose, you can beat them, you can shoot them, but actually they don't seem map to map to have that same like carryover effect. They don't seem to believe in momentum. They do the mental reset, they come back. They don't seem to know they're the underdog in these series.
No, and you never see them get blown out either.
Yes.
It's always really competitive. I mean, 10 rounds, probably, if you look at all the games they played at the Major, probably at the lower end of the number of rounds that they've posted. But yeah, let's talk just a bit about that Ancient. I think they've got all the pieces, VP, to be a good Ancient team. In particular, entry fragging, you know, if it was true on Mirage, it's doubly true here on Ancient. You know, you need a good entry fragger to really open up the sights, and they've got that. And if Jim can just sort of get involved, I know that it's not a great map for Orpin, but there's definitely something to be said about playing at the back of those sites and, you know, working around the crate and things like that. So I don't know. I don't think VP are out of this personally.
I just feel like when it comes to Orpin, just to touch upon what Richard just mentioned there quickly, Maniac. I feel like Ancient is a map which rewards combat opening. Some of the more flashier operators who want like getting into your face, going for the no scopes. Unfortunately for James, he is kind of the opposite of that. He's a safe pair of hands, which is great in certain maps. On Ancient, it might not necessarily work out that way.
That could be complicated. Also, one of the other issues we can address is the fact that, you know, how they won these T-runs on Mirage, spread across the map, running down the clock, finding duels left and right. I feel like with Ancient, you have to have like a tactical baggage with you. You have to have ways to close the round cleanly with utilities, blocking off angles, using your smokes and molotovs accordingly. This is not the DNA of VP winning on their side. They're being slow, they're being methodical, they try to pick apart kills. That's not exactly how Ancient plays out. There's a lot of executes to close rounds.
And I'll say as well, let's not make it like Heroic's the best Ancient team in the world. Like, one of their wins is against the Astralis team, who wasn't particularly good here. Yeah, a loss was against Na'Vi, but like a loss was also against Copenhagen Flames, a team that, yes, they looked good here, but were nobody before this tournament. So certainly, I want to see Heroic actually show me the killer instinct in this game, because FaZe Clan also thought they were going to close out a series, and we'll just play nice and passive, standard CS. Eventually, with 13-8 up, eventually the round win's going to come. Spoiler, they lost that map, and they are not in this stage of the tournament.
Yeah, and you talked a lot as well about just sort of the different perspectives. I mean, VP, lucky to be here in many ways, right? I mean, you know, in so much as luck and hard work, it kind of, you know, can be analogs and everything. But I think, you know, Heroic, yeah, they've had problems with that before in big series. They've really had problems. I mean, don't forget they've already dropped series here over the course, and they have been in some psychological wars where you kind of feel they beat themselves a little bit.
And you have to consider as well that for these players, there's going to be a never-ending series of tests and new experience they have never gone through. It's one thing to start off great, win the first map of the series, you hyped up, then they're going to be in that position, potentially, where you can win the series. You can get to 16, and we know the fear of losing that is in all the sports. They have to show us that once it's 15, then there's no going to be any hesitation. You have to close it.
This is the point for me. The difference between the team that becomes the champion and just a good team is the good team goes, just give it your best, guys, and if we lose, there's that 3rd map in the bag. No, a great team goes, let's not even risk the 3rd map. Let's actually play free and loose, forget what they're going to do, and let's just try and actually upset them at this point in time. Let's just win 2-0.
And I feel like this is where the mentality comes in. As we know, Heroic, they are a passionate team, right? They wear emotions on the sleeve as well. Cadian, very loud. But then this Mirage game, there was never a point in time I felt where they were getting pressured. So they were riding that wave, looking very confident. But when you're going up against this cold-blooded reptile that is VP, and if they get off to a good start, if they start mounting a solid CD side, for example, they're up like 10-1 or something, that's when I want to see how Heroic are going to react. Can the emotions be a negative thing for them?
Yeah, I actually think the problem that VP have here is they came in being underdogs and not feeling the pressure, but now with that third map, Inferno kind of looming in, in the distance, and Heroic having such a good record on it. If I was them, I'm kind of worried.
Mirage was a win condition.
Yeah,
certainly.
I mean, they're really going to have to step it up here. So, guys, with that said, we are going to get into that second map. We'll see if Heroic can close it in 2 or whether VP can come back. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Richard, and thank you to the desk again for the analysis between maps. But this is going to be it, and I think they really hit it home there. Heroic need to show us the killer instinct here, and they need to just go for the throat.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily going to be easy. I think we'll see a much more assertive Virtus.pro, I guess is the best way to put it here. I mean, surely after that kind of a loss that you take there in Mirage, it felt like it just drifted away from them. They never got into that CT half. It never felt like they got comfortable. Never felt like they got to execute any kind of a game plan they might have had. It just kind of drifted out of their reach. And now here on Ancient, you obviously don't want that same thing to happen. So I think if you're VP, especially on the CT side, you got to establish some dominance early on. You got to start feeling a little bit better within the squad. And here we are, live into the pistol rounds. Heroic up 1-0. A win here on Ancient seals them a spot in the semifinals. Down, pushing up, completely blinded. And that's a nice peek, but no kill from Virtus.pro. And surely you press the issue here.
Oh, Heroic wastes no time, though. They go straight out onto the A bomb site. Quick flank from coming in, though. Bomb is going to get planted, but it's still only 2 players alive here for Heroic. This pistol round is not looking good at all for Heroic. They get the bomb plant, but that is all they will get. Not even a single kill for Heroic here on the second map.
Yeah, there's a little bit of life in VP. You love to see that. Getting all the kills
on notice.
Yeah, getting all the kills away from the plants and then making it real easy. Heroic's going to be happy with the extra money from that bomb plant. We'll see if they want to buy here or wait one more round.
That's the thing. Without any kills, it makes me wonder if they want to go for the buy. I mean, you'd have to go for the hero buys where somebody's just dropping AKs right for the others, and then it's going to be a tough one. It's not as clear cut. Whereas Heroic could go for the eco and just guarantee rifles, nades, everything they need in the following round. I kind of want to see that from Heroic more than anything.
That's what they're doing.
There we
go. I got good news for you, Semler.
They
have saved their money.
Play in the long game.
Nice hit with the scout. Good early damage from utility. Deep nade. You can see Heroic moving away from the explosion. And it's all down to these final 2 players. Virtus.pro having no problems in the second round, as you'd expect against unarmored Glocks.
Okay, you played it out. You figured out where the MP9 is. I kind of wish that they were just running away from this MP9.
Oh, I want him to get after it,
Just go and die anywhere else on the map. Do not die to Yakinder. Don't give him bonus money. Yakinder's thinking about it, though. With a minute 15, Heroic have called a freeze, and yeah, Cadian's starting to get antsy. He's starting to think maybe they need to start rotating around here. Hopefully they can catch somebody off, and they are literally going. It is a long mission that Heroic are going on now.
Yeah, I think they might just be having a chat or something. Yeah. There's no chance of winning this round. Bomb is still down all the way in mid. They're going to use Shush as a little bit of bait. He goes first with a low HP, gets killed, gives Cadian a chance, but really it shouldn't even be that. Holding down the trigger, and actually a couple of dinks. It's all superficial. Kicker doesn't come close to falling. 50 HP on him, and 2-0 for Virtus.pro, but now, due to that second round save, the first round plant, Heroic are going to be flush with cash.
Yes, they'll have the AWP for Cadian if he wants it. Going to go for AKs. Makes me think that they want to go for some more explosive plays here on this T side. Heroic, they have yet to pick up a kill in 2 rounds. That is a rare thing to see in a game of Counter-Strike. But now it is on Heroic to turn it around here. Can they do what Virtus.pro did on Mirage and fight back early, stop their opponents from just totally running away with it and establishing dominance right out the gates? Now it's on Heroic to take the fight to VP. As this Molotov clears up, we'll get that presence in mid. And Flit, he's been smoked out. Do they really go this quickly, though, Heroic? They're setting themselves up for success here. Flit, though, with the flank, is going to catch down out in the open in the middle. They know what's coming now onto this A bomb site. James trying to play the angle is going to get caught. And now it's on Kicker. The boost doesn't work. Shush, you can't pull a fast one on him like that.
Oh, that has to be a kill if you're Kicker. That has to be a frag, because if you get that quick enough, then you can spin over to the bomb site. Maybe you add one more onto it. Maybe you keep the round in reach for your other teammates. As Buster has a little bit of a flank, but nobody going for this. Heroic going to get their first round on the board here in round number 3 off the back of this bomb plant.
And that is, well, exactly how it played out on Mirage. So both of these teams, man, they are just going to trade back and forth, it feels like. We saw a chunk. It's rare to see now. It really feels like the tendency these days is to chain rounds together where one team will get a string and then the other team kind of comes into it and starts taking
Yeah, as that
back.
losing bonus builds up. Yep.
Yeah, and then it just kind of flips back and forth that way after 4 or 5 rounds. But the beginning of both maps have turned into a little bit of a bloodbath. So now we have to see, can Heroic continue that, or is it going to be Virtus.pro fighting back? With 2 players surviving, they have a couple of rifles, but it still means that somebody has to force up on the side of Virtus.pro, and that's never fun. It means somebody's going to be a little bit limited in what they have to bring to the table here. A lot of turning here from VP, making sure that they have everything that they need. It's looking like, yeah, Flit's going to get the short end of the stick. Fair enough, somebody had to. Loads of mollies in mid, all ready to kick things off, and Heroic kind of get, I mean, just Molotovs everywhere, all across the map. There's nowhere safe to stand right now.
Ooh, decent nade. Here we go. Buster's going to peek down with the flashbang, but no one from Heroic at the ramp. Another follow-up nade, and actually not a whole lot of damage from any of the HEs tossed out by Virtus.pro's defense, but a lot of bodies here for Heroic. They're pretty committed at the moment to this side of the map. Maybe waking their way into clear Jaguar.
I mean, this really is the new B Inferno, right? Banana Inferno is just, you got to get those nades, timings down to dodge the damage. You're kind of hanging out outside of it, just making sure you're not eating HEs. Well, VP, they want to commit the nades here to just do exactly what they've done so far, which is slow Heroic down. Although now Heroic can get real close, and I feel like they have to start making a play because they've had 0 presence anywhere else on the map. So pretty soon they're going to have to go.
Well, they showed that there was going to be some aggression in towards Cave.
Okay.
Coming from that direction, but now they've backed off to head over towards ramp. Here come the smokes being tossed out by Shush. Gonna have plenty of players coming up this ramp to attack into the position. Buster's forced out by the Molotov, and then he's blinded, entirely blinded, but Flit's got 2 through smoke, and Yekendar's still here as well.
Beautiful lineup from him. Yekendar, of course. What drops to Tessas? 3 on 3 now. And Heroic, can they get the bomb planted? They can, and that starts the clock ticking for Virtus.pro. Pressure is on them now to get this going, and yep, Kickert at the 40-second mark started flanking from H to get that info. Now he's going to be the one coming in here to be the hero for Virtus.pro going into this retake. Flit with that smoke clearing up, and there's a window of opportunity here, and yes, he snuffs some. Testis is out, Cadium too, and it's all on Shush, and this is a tall order. This is a big ask. 1v3, so hard to pull off a retake like this. Thinking he has it, not quite, and oh, what a spray transfer! So sick. Flit just takes one to the dome, but that's it. He can't save the round.
Yeah, he's way off on the spam mark, but that would have been something special to see if he transfers over and then transfers back. Very, very close. Good kills from Flit, the deciding factor of the round. 2 frags in a situation where you don't expect him to get a single one. Brilliant stuff from Flit, and yeah.
That is outrageous.
That's brilliant. 3-1. AWP out in the hands of Jame, Op and Cadian as well.
That I'm just really enjoying that one right now, playing it over and over again right now because that is so sick. But we're gonna get into the action here soon as Heroic once again showing a bit of presence now towards the A side of things. Cadian bold as brass out in the open, finds a shot, and his teammate as well. That's the A side open.
They were doing this on Mirage too, like a 2-man hit squad to take up an extremity of the map and attack into the position. This time it yields such good results. Virtus.pro scrambling to get back into this, but the round is slowed down. Flit might have an opportunity. Smoked off for the moment, so protecting himself from mid, and the bomb's gonna get planted. Cadian has a deep line with the AWP.
And there it is, yeah, as Flit tries to cheat his way through that smoke, it's not going to happen. Buster has caught one out though, and yep, always crouching in that corner. It's so dangerous. But man, that is such a sick play from Heroic. I'm really appreciating this aggression. The op paired up with the rifle, they can do so much damage so quickly. And now Buster, does he manage to hold on to this? If he takes a 3rd rifle off of Heroic, this is going to get expensive for Heroic. It's not like Heroic have got mountains of cash either. Tessis eventually hunts him down. But that was a lot of money spent by Heroic in that round. 2nd round on the board now for Heroic on the T side of Ancient. Do we get attack timeout? No, we do not. A little bit early in the day, perhaps for Virtus.pro to try and slow things down, but they are taking their time about it.
I think they only called one on Mirage as well in that loss. They weren't really in the mood to have any kind of crazy discussions in between rounds, get the coach involved. 3-2, and really only the AWP to talk about. Some upgraded pistols. Shush is going to take real estate in middle. Flashes through the smoke. First one.
Oh, he messed it up.
Yeah, he did make it through. James got the opening kill. That's actually massive. That's down at B ramp. Shush is going to try and make his play. Smoke clears. Yekendar's here, but he can't control his aim. That's a big frag to find for Shush.
That's that adrenaline spike. You're just sitting there minding your own business. All of a sudden there's a guy in the smoke and you're spraying and praying. Didn't go his way that time. 4-on-4, and again, James with the hero AWP. Pistols for everybody else on the side of Virtus.pro in this forced buy for VP. Now you're just hoping against hope right now for VP if that AWP could be in the right place at the right time. Heroic have yet to commit anywhere, and with a minute on the clock, they still have a bit of time to maneuver with here. It's looking like we'll get the gamble coming in here from Virtus.pro. They didn't see anything or hear anything towards B, and that seems to get them thinking that this is going to be an A hit. Sees that up close, can do serious damage. Sure enough, finds the one. Full blind though, that's going to be tough, but there's James taking Stoughton.
Yeah, this is huge. This is actually massive. Virtus.pro's done a great job. Good work with the CZ, good mobility from James. He's been dynamic and he's getting involved, but Heroic, they're going to try and slip the net. This is like the biggest opening, the biggest gap in the Virtus.pro defense. Although the flashbang, I don't know if Buster was able to hear that. Certainly the footsteps are heard now by James. Another one added to the kill count, backing away for a new angle. And Cadian in a desperate scenario. James just barely misses it, but he's happy to, oh no! Missed opportunities, and now Cadian has a chance, but he gets scared off by the bullet. He heard it whiz past. He needs to stick this plant at some point. He's not able to pull anyone out in the open, and the round is done. Or is it? Flit coming from behind. They're gonna let him live. They wanna take him down after the timer, and he just gets away. That is actually very critical for Cadian.
Oh, but he saves that AWP and denies Virtus.pro the save of James op. So it's a big round win for Virtus.pro. That's crazy. The hero op actually working out, even if James doesn't get that kill on Cadian. He pulls Cadian off the bomb plant, and all of a sudden it's a one round for Virtus.pro, but still denying the save at the end. That whole AWP, man, that James wishes he had that back.
Yeah, or he wished he got the kill and was able to step out of the fire. That was the thing. He had to get out of there, but man, couple missed shots. Timeout called by Virtus.pro, their first of the game. And they want to talk things over, losing weaponry. And now, I mean, that op was so influential. James was great with it. He's 6-3. Now they're not going to have access to it, as you mentioned, denying the save and not having the money to rebuy.
That's the thing. So you're just going to go for rifles across the board, essentially, and just hope that you're going to have enough here to have a strong buy Virtus.pro. So even all things considered, VP, they get the round win. That doesn't really extend a lead for them at all. Heroic are still very much a threat going into this next round, and Heroic are going to be fired up.
Oh, they're going to have 2 MAC-10s on the board also. So once they do pull the trigger, there's going to be a very mobile, very fast, and very aggressive tip of the spear. Cadian looking for pushes down mid with the op, and he's going to join up with his teammates. So 4 players towards A. Just a single lone player at the B bomb site. That's going to be Tess's. And unfortunately for Virtus.pro, it's only Kicker to defend this site. And when that smoke clears, and actually Heroic's just going to go straight through it.
Yep, Heroic not respecting that at all. They're going to find Kicker. There's the MAC-10, instantly traded. James gets caught, and this is Tess's just trying to fight the good fight in mid. Buster going to overwhelm him with the help of Yakinder. 3-on-3 retake, but the bomb has now been planted. It's a question of what Virtus.pro can get away with here. A couple of MP9s and an AK. It's not ideal to go for the retake with these. They will be hard pressed. They're just exactly hoping if they can find some guns to work with. Cadian with the whiff, though. That hurts as VP now can work through. He doesn't even get the info, so no confirmation that just where Virtus.pro are coming from in this. Stoughton, though, going to fall. Buster looking for it. Cadian with the no-scope. Oh, not going to hit the 180, but still, Shush is alive to lock this down. Yakinder is going to be hard-pressed to get in here, and I don't think he's going to have time. Shush realizing it as well. Yakinder has to back off, and it's a round on the board for Heroic.
Oh, actually coming through the smoke. There goes Yekindar at the end. And Cadian loves it. Yeah, he's loving it. And why not? Good performance from Heroic. That's everything ripped out of the hands of Virtus.pro. They have no money.
That is so important now. And that's going to be so demoralizing for Virtus.pro. Some of these rounds, they have to feel like they're just getting robbed.
And this is actually so great for Heroic, just considering the fact that Refresh, he was phenomenal on Mirage. He started out very slow, 1-6. Stound, 0-7. But you've got Virtus.pro into an early reset, and now you can kind of play this game and play your teammates back into it. You've kind of found a way to be able to keep in step with Virtus.pro. They're not getting out to any kind of a league with those two underperformances at this stage in the game. And you just give them time to settle down and get into it. Slow paced from Heroic. Cadian looking in mid with the MAC-10. Virtus.pro pretty much fully invest everything they possibly can. Buster, I believe, saving for an off to drop over towards James. But Virtus.pro have the right read. A three-man stack here at the A bomb site.
So this could potentially work out for VP, although Stouten's going to kick things off with a kill on Buster. Cadian Hunt, oh wow, they're just rolling right through him. James trying to get clever. We'll see if he can get anything out of this. He's lost his teammate, takes Tessus in mid. Could get away with this AK, that'd be a nice save. It's a 1v3. I mean, if you were to get in here quick, there could be a chance of spoiling things, but as the bomb gets planted, I think now he's going to start wondering if it's worth it or not. Could be good to just back off and hold on to the rifle for the next round and hope that you can hand it over to Yakinder or somebody to make the difference with it. I mean, just to highlight things real quick going into this first half, unlike Mirage, where it's very even between both sides right now, this is still a pretty CT-sided map, all things considered, and so VP should be in the lead, and every round that Heroic picks up on this T side is so valuable for Heroic.
Yeah. It's actually massive. It's great to see them tie this up. Great to see them not take too much damage as well to build up their own economy. And VP is going to have to definitely sit the next round out.
Yeah.
So it should be a little bit easier. Actually, lay out the red carpet. Heroic have a chance here to take the lead going into round number 9.
This is vindication as far as Heroic are concerned, because there was a lot of speculation as to whether or not these players would be able to perform on the main stage here at the major. You know, once you get onto LAN, and this is LAN now. There's no getting around this. You're in front of the fans, you're in front of the audience, live on a stage. This is Counter-Strike LAN play, and yet here they are performing. Terrific stuff from the Danes.
And well, it's nice to see them too, like being aggressive. Like I still don't feel like we're getting the same Virtus.pro we saw in some of the previous stages. I still feel like they feel a little flat to me. Heroic, on the other hand, being aggressive on the T side, still pushing on the CT side. Still being assertive across the map, and that's a nice opening shot on Cadian. He's brought down to 46 HP, but again, that's not going to shy him away from anything. All 5 players from Heroic at this B bomb site, and Virtus.pro know it. There's no utility spent in mid, no presence at the A bomb site. It's a 5-on-5 here, but again, just pistols.
Yeah, we've kind of seen this before as well, where Heroic were really not showing much towards the mid, towards anywhere else on the bomb, and there's James. There's that AK coming in. Refresh out of the fight, man advantage for Virtus.pro. James trying to put as much pressure as possible on him. Tess just running with a smoke out or a knife out. What was that? Stouten finally going to get a kill going this way for Heroic, and the bomb is committed to the bomb site now. There's no backing off for Heroic. They have to get this bomb planted.
Yeah, I think they're waiting for Cadian to clear out towards Jaguar, but he goes down as well. Tough angle for him to deal with. James still with the rifle in hand. Bomb is going to get planted, and there's no boost here or anything that caused so much damage earlier. And Heroic is just playing a map. They're waiting for the peaks. Wow. They're waiting for Virtus.pro to take these fights, and they're loving it. Winning all of them so far. Kicker down the stretch. They now know his position, and the 1v2 gets so difficult for Kicker now.
Get out of here. They're going to play it this way?
Oh yeah, just bail out.
Just bail and go? No, okay, yeah, they're going to pull a fast one. They're trying to make it seem like they're going somewhere else. And now, well, it's all on Kicker. Does he realize what's going on? They're going to hear the footsteps as well. They know exactly where this guy is. AK at the bottom of that ramp, though, and Stouten now can watch for his teammate. They know exactly where Kicker is. There's no element of surprise. Stouten covering the bomb plant.
I'm wondering if Kicker thinks he's like going to be going for this retake. Oh, no, dude. Okay, he's just going to save the gun. I was wondering if he was like, I'm going to go for this. I'm going to A. Yeah, he got a little bit juked. Still has no idea it's at the B bomb site. He won't find that out until a little bit later on today.
When that demo review, this is going to sting just a little bit. But he gets out of it with an AK, right? So that hero AK is going to survive another round. And after this round of Eco, we should have VP going for the full. And so Heroic, well, they're going to take the lead here on the T side after what was a bit of a chaotic round. Got to give it to James. He did do his best with that AK to get some impact. Getting 2 kills like that was solid. It just wasn't enough when the rest of his teammates only had pistols.
Yeah, 4 of the last 5 now going to Heroic. And ever since the guns came out, it's a 5-2 streak for Heroic. So Virtus.pro going to have to figure some things out how they want to play this, but they're happy to have the AWP back in James' hands. He's 9-5, tied with Flit at 9-6. Heroic side of things, it's Shush at 9 and Cadian at 8.
Shush continuing to be the rock upon which Heroic can lean. And well, I mean, the analysts were wondering, were Heroic going to be able to show us what they're capable of on this T side? Were they going to be able to get in here and just take control? And as you just pointed out, ever since they got rifles in their hands, it's been Heroic round after round. VP now are going to be hard pressed to come up with anything. There's already 5 rounds on the board on a T side of Ancient for Heroic. They're going to be feeling good about this so far. And now we go back to the spread, double in A house. And do you think that this is just going to be them kind of waiting for that info push from VP?
I think so, at least for the moment. And remember, they have like, I think Cadian's just going to try and set Shush up in for a play. You have Refresh and Tess is just waiting outside of the A bomb site. I imagine that bomb eventually is going to bail out, go to the other side of the map to meet up with them, allowing Shush and Stown to just pressure this B site, make Virtus.pro think the attack is going to come from the other side of the map.
That's cool, leaving a smoke behind for a teammate to line it up. You can see, yep, Shush. He's got both smokes now. This is what I was wondering, right? Are you just going to have a guy who's going to know all the lineups and everybody just drops their smokes for him? He throws them all.
Well, you can throw 2 from that position so quickly. It lets you have one more player at the point of attack. Good kill from James. They try and walk in, and Virtus.pro's having none of it for the moment. James is going to get a follow-up chance, and he's nailed that. He even got to take his time with it.
Yeah, the thing that Heroic aren't unaware of right now is that both players on that B bomb site are within the smoke radius, so nobody's shut out. They have full info. They haven't seen anybody. They haven't heard anybody, and now Heroic are getting picked off one at a time. So the strategy that Heroic have elected to go for, where they want to get that massive smoke wall going and try and deny information to VP, VP are on the wrong side of that smoke wall. As far as Heroic are concerned, VP have all the info.
Yeah, that was ambitious from Heroic. I guess they might have thought that those smokes over at the B bomb site and like the minimal presence that they actually provided was going to pull someone away from the A bomb site, but that's not happening without a kill. Virtus.pro don't budge, and James happy to take some freebies with the op. He's now up to 11 kills, and we're all tied at 5.
All tied, and no timeout taken by either team.
It's important as well. I mean, that's a round where all 5 players from Virtus.pro survive. So Heroic go for like a little bit of a more spread out, like a little bit of a probing strategy, no kind of commitment. They don't get any trades. That's a lot of money that builds up for VP.
Right on through that smoke, though. No time wasted at all. Buster with the underhanded flash over the top. Not going to find anybody. And now, well, Heroic are going back to the well. Although Shush is on that lurk, the rest of Heroic are gathered up, ready to brawl, looking for a fight. Someone has to be careful, and Shush, that is the fight right there. Flit taking him out already with the headshot, and now Heroic just hoping to be able to roll their way onto this B-bomb site. Buster is going to be in the critical position here. He's got Yakinder to back him up. And Heroic, with all this time that they are taking, it is allowing for another body to rotate over here for Virtus.pro. Now Flit's joined the party, giving up mid. And Heroic, they're at risk of having the door closed in their faces.
Yeah, this is going to be difficult. Tassis is going to wait inside the smoke. Flit has now joined up and reinforced the B defense. James can be there pretty quick as well. Flashed it in, and Yakindar's got a double. Completely blind and no chance of fighting back. Tess's, a couple stellar trades. Beautiful headshot, but man, Buster's been chilling here this whole time, and there's no way that they'll realize he's in this position.
And he's even letting them by as well. Doesn't immediately commit to that. Refresh now knows that he's got one on the left, and he has to assume that he's got one on the right. There's the headshot. Knows how to get the line up, and a double kill for Refresh. He sees the flank coming as well. Kickert is going to walk right into it. Refresh! Monster round! 6 kills on the board on the T side. 6 rounds on the board on the T side for Refresh. That is one of the sickest Deagle rounds of the major.
What a badass, not even using the AWP, perfect shots. Refresh gets style points, and that's gonna drive the team absolutely mental. Timeout called from Heroic. Yeah, they probably just need to calm down themselves.
Cadian coming over for the hug, I assume. Dude, talk about hero plays once again from Refresh. Second highest rated player for Heroic coming into this. They're all so good on this team, but that guy, he just keeps standing out. Monster round after monster round.
This is I mean, look, this has got to be just a kick a punch to the gut, whatever you want to call it for Virtus.pro. They had such a clean round previously. They had a 3-on-1, poised to take control of this entire half. Heroic is running out of money, and that one round changes everything for this half. Heroic now have a chance to break Virtus.pro late into the first half, and man, they'll just start running away with it from there. 6-5, Flit takes some damage, no kills exchanged, as he tucks into a corner and makes himself a small target.
Yeah, that's going to be a gutting round for Virtus.pro. This is it. If they lose this round, Virtus.pro, they are going to be in dire straits. Heroic putting the pressure on right now. You need rounds like that to win, though. If you're going to hoist that trophy, you have to come up with monster rounds the way the Refresh just did. And Heroic, that is so satisfying to see if you're a Danish fan.
Cadian leading the way. 3 players to take over Jaguar. A pinch towards this B bomb site, but the aggression, the timing of it is everything. Oh, Refresh goes down. There's still one more player. Shush is just waiting, but he's got the bomb. He can't be the aggressor. He needs to wait for his teammates to come through. James got the off angle. Flash is out. He's got the timing anyways. Blinded, forced back, but no one from Heroic can do anything with it.
Brilliant shot to kick things off already. We got 2 players down for Heroic. 40 seconds on the clock. Bomb starting to back off. Buster playing on the edge of the smoke. Catches Stavin. And now, Shush and Cadian, what do? 30 seconds on the clock. You've used all your utility. You have a single smoke on Cadian. You can still make something happen here, but it's looking like they might actually just back off. They don't have any money in the bank. These rounds have been so expensive.
Virtus.pro's actually done a really good job when Heroic are playing the much more slower paced rounds. I mean, if it weren't for the Refresh 1v3, you'd see a little bit more results out of it. But some of those rounds of Heroic is starting out a bit more aggressive. Some of those really fast-paced plays towards the A bomb site have thrown them off, the Virtus.pro defense. I wonder if Heroic's going to go back to that at some point. I expect there to be at least one round for Heroic in these final 3 where they change the pace and they go pretty quick. There's got to be at least one of them in here somewhere.
Would love to see it. But that takes testicular fortitude. And, well, I mean, pretty sure Heroic have got it. Pretty sure they're going to be able to come up with it here. Cadian knows when to turn it on.
Might be this round. Yeah, they have the ult, but 2 Tech 9s, a Deagle on Tess's. Shush has the AK, but with some of these diminished weapons, they might be more than willing to take a risk like that. Try and take some kind of control, try and go for an early trade, and just see what comes from it. Towards the B bomb site we go.
I love it. Don't show any respect for that smoke. Just get right on in there. Start applying the pressure, forcing Buster to go for a bit of a spray, but the quick rotation coming in here from Virtus.pro. They sense this, Moses. They know that Heroic are here to rumble. 4 players on the B bomb site.
There's also no nades in mid. There's also no presence at the A bomb site. So at the moment, VP's feeling very comfortable. Kickert is just lined up with some utility to allow Buster to peek down ramp, and he sees nothing as well. The only thing showing presence is this spam here from Cadian and some nades being thrown over the wall, but it's all a fake. Oh, it's pulled Flit off. Actually, I think he might have spotted a body because he's rotated over towards the A bomb site. It's all on James. Good first shot.
Oh, and he gets a collateral as well. Flit with the triple. Cadian is the only one alive for Heroic. He can fight it out, but it's a 1v5, and it is unlikely. James catches him, and that is going to be another perfect round for Virtus.pro.
That's the second time we've seen Heroic try and bust out a fake at that B bomb site by just throwing utility and not actually committing any bodies to it. And that's the second time it's been absolutely demolished. Virtus.pro aren't having any of it.
You just see Flit freaking out. He goes for that jump in mid, and it's just like everybody's peeling off a B for Virtus.pro. They see what's coming.
I was really curious about that timing. I thought he was going to bite on it initially and go to the B bomb site, but he knew exactly what was happening. Perfect rotation from Flit, and a good shot from James.
Again, showing no respect for that smoke. This time around, they get tagged by that HE, though. Tessa's taking a bit. Flit now. He's in a bit of a, yeah, exactly, a spicy situation. Maybe thinking about having a way out if he needs to fall back.
I like it, though. You have to know it's low economy. Why not? Why not be aggressive in this scenario? Cadian goes down. Flit's going to hold his position. James dinked up. Now he's going to be forced away, but the M4 is still here to contend with. And yeah, Flit might, you can see him considering this smoke. He knows he can be sandwiched at any point, but confident in the in the better weaponry, and now he's going to back off.
And that's the smart move here. He's so low on health. You don't want to donate anything here to Heroic going into the last round of the half. What you want to do is utterly smash Heroic in this round, keep everybody alive on the side of VP, have all the money to work with, and put Heroic in a tough spot. Heroic, though, slowly working their way onto the bomb site. Refresh taking point. He's going to try and open it up here. And Yekindar with the triple. Buster, well, not the triple. They split it. They share.
Yeah. Perfect crossfire.
There
Everyone
you go.
gets 2. It's all good. Last round of the first half, and Virtus.pro is definitely going to take the lead, 8-6. Heroic just trying to add a little cherry on top here at the end.
Shout out to Sato. Got the fan in the audience. And everybody here in Stockholm watching some CS. First time in a couple years now. But we're live with the major, live from Stockholm. First best of 3 of the day. First quarterfinal here between Virtus.pro and Heroic. Heroic up 1 map. And this is the last round of this first half. And we get to see what Heroic have in store for us. They've changed it up a little bit here. They've left behind a man. Sacrificial lamb over on that B site.
It's all about getting past the first shot from Jame. If you can make him miss that first shot and you can close the gap, especially with the MAC-10 in the hands of Katie, although he's setting up the utility, so he's going to be farther back. He's going to be coming in a little bit late with the MAC-10. Jame, pulls a Molotov out. They might want to beat that, and yeah, indeed they will. Moving right past it, new angle for Jame, a missed opportunity. Needs to connect, and that's a good flick down, but in a good trade from Stound. And now the A-bomb site's in a lot of trouble. Kickert's trying to play around to the edge of the smoke, and he's doing it perfectly. Only 1 kill, important trade, and Refresh is being put into play in Donut.
And he's going to catch him completely out of position here in just a moment. Flit, though, does not overextend. That opens it up. Refresh to the left. The element of surprise is gone, and now it is all on Stound with hardly any health to speak of. He's got 50 seconds. He's got time on the clock, but he has to hit the shots. And it's not going to be easy because now you've got Buster on the rotate as well. The longer this goes, it gives more time for Buster to get in position. And the bomb is out in the open. This is a nightmare for Stound. Heroic have already had 1 round go their way. Refresh dug him out. Now Stound can come up with the goods here. With 28 seconds left, he's assuming that somebody's got the angle on that bomb already. And yep, he's just gonna have to jump across. Gets the shot, not gonna have it. Oh! Takes Split. 18 seconds left. Needs to pick up this bomb, and he needs to hope that Buster's gonna make a mistake. Can Buster actually step into the open here? No, decides to stick it. This is how it's done. Stick the bomb, pros don't fake. And now it's on Buster and Stound. Head-to-head, 1v1, Stound with the angle. Buster with the right eye, though, could work his way in here. Who's going to hit the shot first? It's Stound coming through. Another clutch for Heroic to end the half. Stound coming up with the goods.
And he lets out a little bit of chuckle. I think that's the pressure. I think that's the adrenaline just leaving him. That's incredible stuff. 2 clutches in the second half, in the first half, absolutely miraculous for Heroic. With low HP in this situation as well.
It's not even like they have anybody, like that's the thing about Heroic, the power of Heroic, it's just spread across the whole team, the kills. But even then, it's not, nobody's really taking it over. Whereas on the other side of things, if it weren't for Flit and Jame, Virtus.pro right now would be struggling. Those 2 are doing the majority of the heavy lifting right now.
Yeah, great games from Flit, 17-8. Jame is 15-7. Actually, no one from Heroic's in double digits. I mean, look, you want to talk about thin margins, a 1 versus 3 and a 1 versus 2, and that's the difference between 8-7 and 10-5. Absolutely mental what Heroic's able to do in that first half.
And now they go into the favored half of this map. CT side, Heroic get to be on the receiving end. Virtus.pro now, we'll see what they're capable of here on this T side. Refresh already out and hunting for info. They're ready for this, though, and he's going to get caught in the box. There's no way he's going to survive that one. Yekindar takes him. Tessus, though, trying to fight it back, and he gets the fadeaway. Survives to fight another day. 4v4 now in the pistol.
Yeah, good they didn't chase him down either because Stound was waiting. Stound was waiting to help out as Tessus retreated. Cadian and Shush have both cheated over towards mid. They can be at this B bomb site very, very quickly. And Heroic is just accepting the fact that the B bomb site is going to be under pressure. Smokes are down. Ooh, out in the open. That's a miscommunication. Stound had no idea Cave was open. He goes down for free. They can't push the issue. Here comes Tessus, wants 1 more, but Buster puts him down quick.
Oh, and they're just collecting pistol rounds right now, Virtus.pro. They make it look so good. Cadian with the shot. Oh, freaking out, not quite knowing where that's coming from. Shush out of the picture, though. Leaves it all on Cadian's shoulders, and he just has to hit nothing but headshots. And he is not known for his headshots. Buster keeps his cool, gets the job done. 9-7 VP, another pistol round win for them.
Yeah, I mean, and that's kind of, I mean, not the way they'll think of it now, but I mean, looking at it, if you're VP winning this match, I mean, first step, obviously, if you win both pistol rounds, that's a huge benefit. They have to convert the second round still, which we've obviously know can be dangerous. But you'll be happy with that if you're VP. At least for the moment. 5 Deagles out for Heroic.
5 Deagles. It's the story of CSGO right now. All the Deags.
They're pushing early at the A bomb site. Sound and Shush have gotten aggressive and have set things up. Now there's a timing at some point. If VP slow play this too much, that push is going to move forward and be able to grab information, be able to cut the map and shrink it so the defense knows where to be positioned.
Kicker was watching for this flank as well. But with a minute 20 on the clock now, Virtus.pro is starting to consolidate. Fresh smoke goes down to block off that B bomb site. And Sound just making a little bit of noise over here. But yeah, it is still Heroic going for the gamble. And do you think, Moses, that this is a... I mean, it is a gamble from Heroic, but do you think it's them trying to hold on to utility and gear for the next round? If it hits B, then they still have 4 guys alive on A with gear?
Yeah, I mean, it's mostly so they can have intel, which they've just received by pushing. Now everyone's going to back away. You have 4 players there at one point just in case the attack is coming. Now your players at the B bomb site can be a little bit passive behind these smokes. You don't have to do anything crazy because you have Sound coming in on a flank. You have Shush who's going to be able to flank. You can get lucky. 1 kill through the smoke would be huge as that bomb gets planted.
Now it is all on this. Now Shush with a headshot on Flynn. Oh, Stamen hits the timing as well. Here's an HE. Gotta force him into the open. Hello. Stamen takes Buster. 2-man advantage for Heroic going into this retake. Kicker feeling the heat. Jane has found Shush in the meantime, and they are getting the kills. Heroic, it's still possible for them to make this retake happen. Maximum pressure on, though. And there's the smoke. Now are they wondering, is the bomb plant happening or not? Yeah, no, it takes so much time. They're so patient with it, Virtus.pro. Not overcommitting to the situation. They let Heroic show their hand.
Yeah, it's tough for those Deagles. I mean, great kills on the ramp, great kill on the flank from Shush as well, but those Deagles, man, it's tough to take over that part of the map with the AK-47s. Virtus.pro had a lot of safety, just got to chill. It hit some clean shots. Even could have spammed through the boards if they were really worried about what was going to be a 10-second defuse. So 10-7, VP get both pistols, they convert both second rounds. They got to be feeling good about this.
Yeah, it's just now it's making me wonder in the pistol rounds, can they actually convert past this? Heroic have been very good, but this should be another round. Hard eco coming up here. Stamen, it's so hard, he doesn't even have a pistol. He's going to knife him.
Well, Cadian caught 2 grenades. That's no fun.
1 for each hand. Look, Juan, no hands.
5 on, that's dark. 5 on 4 for VP. And they should know they're up against pretty weak pistols, unarmored pistols, so this MAC-10 can really sing, really build up some cash, but a good trade from Refresh to make sure that doesn't happen. Still, firmly in control of Virtus.pro, and they even have Buster, who has somehow walked all the way through and around the B bomb site.
Just opens that one up for business. Somehow now Stamen is just going to be kind of left over here, and yeah, there it is. He's got the Zeus. Hoping for somebody to close the distance and get a good tasing. Shush, if he could get some bonus money here with these SMGs, that would be pretty sweet, but it's not going to happen. And yeah, that pretty much snuffs this round as far as Heroic are concerned. Stamen right now just hoping he can close the distance. Doesn't even get the kill. 8 kills for Kickert.
Nobody saw that.
Yeah, that's that unfortunate one where the model, everything, it just all aligns to make it impossible for you to actually get the clutch. So, fans here in Stockholm ready to watch some CS, and well, of course, I think a lot of them are here to cheer for NIP in the next quarterfinal coming up later tonight. But we are in the thick of it here for Heroic because this is what they've been holding on for so far, rifles, and now they have the AWP, they have the grenades, and you can see how their protocol shapes up here in mid. Instant aggression immediately here from Refresh. When he knows that his teammate is here, and he loses the duel. Stamen, though, is going to be able to drop that HE. That saves the day. Without that, it would be even more difficult here for Heroic to fight back in the round.
Yeah, this is awkward. This round's going to slow down. It's about to hit a wall. We're going to get a lull in the action as Jamin Yekindar seemed like they wanted to fall back.
You don't say.
And have changed their mind. Yekindar is pushing up now. 3 defenders here for Heroic, a 4-round lead for Virtus.pro. This is a long time for Heroic to have to be patient.
especially given their inclination to push for information, to get out there and take a bit of that map. But Stavin, man, he is really waiting on this one. Is Ykinder going to get a hand, or is he just seriously going to sit here and wait? They're in this standoff as that smoke gets lined up. Stavin, he heard the pin get pulled, and yep, multiple nades. Going to spot him, but he just shrinks away, decides not to take the fight. And now Tessus is going to be here to hold the line. 3 players here for Heroic, and now it's action time. Virtus.pro pushing up onto the bomb site. Tessus trades 1-for-1. Shush, however, falls short. Kickered with a double to open up the bomb site, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, ooh, spam through. I think they even know, they knew Stown was here anyways, even before that spam came in. Now he's kind of got to fight just to survive. They can still go for this, 2-on-3. There is a kit in Stown's hands, and he's here, flashbang out. Kickert waiting just behind the smoke. And Stown has at least gotten his way out to the first pillar, but that's where it should end. Good kill. Jame now on the ramp. Cadian has a smoke. He can actually block them off entirely. This is going to get sketchy. If he can provide just enough cover, that'd be massive. Stown has the kit. Spray coming in, no connection. And Cadian stepping up to the plate. They need to get on the bomb. Cadian's got one, and there it is. The defuse is happening, and Heroic's got it. 8th on the board.
He gets the collateral with that as well. That's insane. But that's where the teamwork really comes in, where you've got a teammate to watch your back. That's why the bomb is seen as like a third player. It's a teammate, because you know that somebody has to commit to defusing that bomb. And so it's a 2 versus 2. It goes into a 2v1. Like this time, Cadian, it works wonderfully. He gets the job done. And yeah, James just not able to come through.
Tough call. I mean, that's great from Cadian too, because you could see he was even considering cave. He had no idea where both players were. You can assume at least one's on the ramp. Deep Molotov from Tessus, everything burning across the map.
Buster right now feeling like we do when the bomb goes off on this stage. Just fire and flames everywhere.
He can get a pop flash. That'd be huge. That'd be huge! He lines him up! Tessus, great shooting. And Cadian behind is able to pick off a 3rd. This is perfect from Heroic. Aggressive down the ramp, and you can't ask for anything better than that from Tessus.
This is the nightmare where you let that AK go, and yeah, maybe getting a bit ahead of himself there. Refresh did get flashed in, but the flash was completely ineffective, and Kickert on the hunt. Looking, yeah, not going to get out of there intact, and making very good use of the utility Virtus.pro. They're hunting down these Heroic players.
Man, Heroic's just thrown away such a huge advantage. The follow-up push from Refresh, not able to get out of cave, and ooh, James got scared by a dead body.
Yeah, it happens.
Everyone's a little jumpy up there.
Happens to all of us. But yeah, it's tense. You do not, with how fast these players are, instant hesitation will cost you. And so James kind of gives away the game, because with 35 seconds left, he made noise, and that is going to let Heroic know that VP are still around here. And you can see from the positioning now from Shush, this is it. Heroic know what is coming. Smokes are going to go down. And Virtus.pro, they need to crack open this bomb site.
What a wild situation to be in. A 2-on-2 after how this opened. A nice flank. It's a perfect timing for Shush. They have no idea. James going to turn the corner. Oh, and he's shut down. Great shot from Shush. And Kickert everything to do.
Impeccable. Yeah, Kickert now, he's got to play that bomb. He knows where Heroic have to go. They have to come to him. If he can hit this first shot, he's trying to play the angle. Going to spot the shoulder of Cadian. Sure enough, gives it away. And he knows where Shush is coming from. Sees the shadow on the floor. Doesn't get the kill, though. Shush shuts him down. Cadian and Shush making the retake happen for Heroic. And now Heroic, they're not quite online yet. They keep having so few players surviving these rounds that they don't have that much bank to work with. But they're getting rounds on the board, and that's what matters most. 2 in a row now for Heroic.
Yeah, this has been a tough comeback into this game for Heroic from that 4-round deficit. Both of those coming down to just 2 players surviving. Both of them plants over to Virtus.pro, which gives them plenty of money. And Virtus.pro playing it smart with their economy, dropping down to Tech 9s and a Mac 10 on 4 players. To allow them to buy in the next round as that losing bonus builds. Oh, here we go, B-Rush. Thing of beauty. They eat an 8. It's dropped at their feet. It's huge. Molotov as well, but they're not stopping. Tess is with 1. Tess is with 2, and he delivers again. He is spectacular at the B-bomb site for the moment. And now Stown is put into play, and that's easy mop-up. 11-10 now.
Talk about starting to develop some momentum here. The Danes are starting to take off. They've got 10 rounds on the board now. They've cracked into the double digits. And Virtus.pro, after going for that buy, no bomb plans, it's going to be a hairy next round coming up here.
Yeah, they really could have used the bomb plan in that round. Unfortunately, Tessus is here to shut him down again. What's that, 5 kills in the past 2 rounds of this side of the map? He's been great.
That's the crazy thing about this team, MOUZ. It's just like anybody can step up at any given moment and just get multi-kills to just lock down rounds for Heroic. They're all a threat. It's amazing. And sound, oh, beautiful pop flash though. That catches both of them. Buster with the double.
Oh, good recovery from Cadian, but still a man down. Still a really dicey situation. It's one thing to give Virtus.pro an advantage. It's one thing, oh my lord. He jumped into it. I was gonna say, it's one thing to just have 3 defenders on this map and be spread so thin. You can see Flit has made a huge advantage, and they're cognizant of the fact. They're aware. Cadian even checking behind him, at least for the moment. A lot of gaps, a lot of holes in this defense at the moment.
Hopefully we get a replay of that Cadian shot. His feet must have just touched the ground and instantly got that shot. That's insane. Kickert now going to catch Shush, peeking for information. The Deagle's still so dangerous up close. Double body shot will do the trick.
It's fine. Ooh, good kill from Refresh. Yeah, that's everything. That makes this a little bit easier for Heroic as they've stabilized, especially with this smoke down. Shush is more than happy to just stall them out and chill.
Look at this though. James is just running around, making noise, stomping, trying to draw the defense back over here, but Shush is not to be fooled with 2 players. Oh, Jane though, perfect peek catches. Cadian has no idea, however, or now he does with that flash going over the top. 27 seconds left, and if James can save this AWP, he's perfectly fine with this. I mean, it would be nice to get a bomb plant out of the situation, obviously, to get money for the rest of his teammates, but he literally just found the one gun on the whole map that he wants to save. Feels good to hear that again, Moses.
Yeah, saving to chance of Jame time, Yavici Arena. 11-11. Heroics made it all the way back. 4 straight, and now feeling a bit more comfortable, although they've been tested. This round was very sketchy. Good on Katie, and here we go. Just barely touches the ground.
That's so nutty.
Timeout called from Virtus.pro as well. They've been stumped again. Once the gun rounds come out in this second half, they've lost 4 in a row.
The second timeout called, and man, it feels like these guys really have to start feeling the heat before they're willing to try and slow it down.
23 kills on Jame and 10 deaths. 20 kills on Flit and 15 deaths. Phenomenal games being played on the Heroic side of things. Obviously some huge clutches in that first half, but it's a much more spread affair. 15 kills on Tessus as the top fragger.
Jame the Showman as well. So far also known as the Showman with that AWP. He does hit the flick. He does hit those shots. They're crazy. But he also just bails out of the show. So you never know what you're going to get with Jame. One thing is for certain, though, he's going to be trying to find this kill and trying to punish this aggression from Heroic. Heroic, once again, straight down mid, applying maximum pressure to Virtus.pro. They don't want to let Virtus.pro get comfortable at all. When you're coming out of a tactical timeout, if they can stop VP short, that would be brilliant for Heroic.
How long does Cadian stay here, though? Because it's going to be tough for him to feel comfortable evacuating. Actually, look how much pressure is being put on the A-bomb side. This kill, oh my god, Yekendar's on point. A-bomb side has been lost, but Virtus.pro have the bomb in Buster's hands, and it's so slow to follow up and get into the action. That's a long time for Jame and Flit to have to hold on to things.
It's so sick, though. Refresh with the off angle, looking over the smoke like that. They never expected it. VP Yekender, gets his head taken off by Tessus. That is a huge kill. Now you can't even get into the bomb site, although there is going to be a chance. They don't know that Buster's rotated back, and now Tessus has opened the door.
And this was an odd round for VP to have so much success towards the A bomb site, but never able to actually feel comfortable in holding on to it. The bomb being on the other side of the map entirely after that fast-paced opening, and Buster's just kind of chilling. Heroic's more than happy to let him have the site. And they'll all converge. He's going to have players coming from every different angle.
He gets some bomb plants out of that. That's a winning situation at least. Finds one headshot to kick things off. 1v3. There's the second refresh. Heroic just inching forward one at a time. That's exactly what Buster wants in this situation. Just a series of duels. This time, however, it looks like they're going to buddy up and they're going to just go for the big swing. Shush, not going to let him pull the trigger. Very nicely done there. In the end, they got the job done, Moses. But leading up to it, it was looking a little scary there.
Yeah, it was a little dicey. They gave him all the 1v1s he wanted, and fair play to Buster. He had to get aggressive. He had to go peek some angles. I was worried he was just going to kind of tuck himself into a corner, but 1 versus 4, you have to go alleviate some of the pressure by finding kills before the retake happens. He did just that, but not enough. 12-11. Heroic take the lead.
It's where it's dangerous, you know, for Heroic. They need to stay focused. Now, this will be the true test. Because some teams can get ahead on the map, and then they struggle to close the map out. It's a whole different beast when it's match point and you're trying to end it. You need to know, like Cardes was mentioning, right? Have that killer instinct. Just get the job done.
Well, at the moment, through the 2 maps that we've seen, I'm much more believing in the killer instinct of Heroic rather than Virtus.pro's ability to grind out these games the way they did in the previous stages of the major.
Whoa.
I don't think Virtus.pro's shown me that same kind of level, that same kind of fortitude. Really, really violent exchange. Down low. Yekindar just 3rd HP, 30 health.
Yeah, Buster getting tagged up as well. That was unpleasant. But now VP going to go for the rotate. Now that they've shown a little bit of presence around the map, they have kept it honest here, Virtus.pro. But they've elected to gather up, and it's looking like it's going to turn into the hit. They don't have that much utility to work with. Just a couple of smokes. 3 now. And a handful of flashes. And it's just straight out onto the side. Cadian with a nade in hand, going to get caught, and somehow he survives. 5-on-5 retake still possible here for Heroic. That would be tremendous.
Oh, that would be huge. Big kill. If they can actually take out Yekindar, they need it. Heroic, 2 players on the flank. Shush and refresh. Good kill from Cadian. He's got 1 more. He spams him down to the board. Oh, and great damage on the Buster as well. Cadian's making this doable, but Yekindar is still in play.
Yekindar on the flank can make all the difference here for Virtus.pro. He's hoping to catch somebody out on the rotate in mid. Not going to find anybody just yet. This is buying valuable time, though. It's keeping one of these Heroic players stuck here, having to watch for him. They knew he was out there, and now this is going to make it so difficult. But at some point, Heroic have to go. They're down half their time on this bomb, and Yekindar's rotating around. It's a 3-on-3. They need to get on it and start tapping this bomb. Out in the open, Kicker's going to take him, and it's a 1-for-1 trade. Flit is going to be the long con, though, with the bomb smoked. It is not enough. Excellent round coming up for Virtus.pro, tying it up 12-12.
Yeah, plant position makes that shot into the smoke very, very easy to line up. Good flank from Yekindar as well. You're right, that ate so much time off the clock for that retake to be come in and be really, truly dangerous. Wrapping all the way around as well. Plenty of time to do it, and a timeout is called by Heroic. You mentioned it.
Some shaky hands there.
Yeah, you mentioned a couple times throughout this win streak, like winning rounds is great, but 4 of the 5 rounds they've won on this streak have only had 2 players surviving, so Heroic has no cash flow built up of any kind.
Yeah.
They're going to invest everything they have here. They're right on the edge. Some utility is going to come out, no kits quite yet, and Shush is relegated to a P250.
Now, yeah, that's going to be just, you're really just going for the stretch, but Shush, always the team player. He's the guy who does take these hits for Heroic when they need it. Well, now Virtus.pro again back into the basics as we get the nade protocol from Heroic in mid, slowing things down. Virtus.pro going to have to wait for those to clear up before they can get in here and fight. And in the meantime, James boasted up, looking deep. Got to be careful, though. Flash over the top. James not going to commit. This is that standoff between the two. Stumping with the peek for info. Did not see anybody. It's a question of whether or not Heroic are going to try playing aggressive or not. Although, as I say, that Shush is rotating hard off the A-bomb side. They're leaving it to Cadian. 4 players fixing to be on this A side. Here's the gamble from Heroic because they don't have that much money. They have to go and make a play. And VP might run headlong into this.
Oh, they are. They're maybe not running headlong, but maybe walking right into it. Buster leading the way. Flitz behind him. Do they want to execute or do they want to have a contact play? Do they want to try and catch this defense off guard? There's a smoke. Oh, Refresh goes down. Tessis tucked himself into a corner. Sound's going to get a double from the other side. And that allows Tessis to push forward. A 3rd kill. And Heroic defense delivers again.
Sound delivers again. What a monster. Again, he shows up. Shush chiming in, only had the P250, does help out, and now there's going to be the quick rotation, but Cadian's already going to be in position to deal with this. 30 seconds, so Virtus.pro still have a little bit of time to work with. Yeah, Cadian, there's the flash over the top. It took a little bit of time, but he gets the kill. And it's all on Yekender now. Shush, oh, just lurking on the edge of the smoke, catches him out. 13-12, Heroic back in the lead.
So much of Virtus.pro's attack is heading towards this B bomb site, and they have not had success there. Like, Tezos has shut him down twice. Stown has now shut him down. Cadian's had good rounds on that side of the map as well. They're just not having access to this B bomb site, and I don't think they've done enough really to switch it up and throw some other looks. Attack A, you know, get some success over at A, take some control in mid, force Heroic to not be able to just have such a solid defense there. Have some success elsewhere and come back to the B bomb site later.
Right.
But you're running out of time for that.
That's the scary thing. Nice flash, and Refresh trying to go for the play. He's not quick enough though. Flit, once again, he's been so strong. 23 kills, both him and Jame right now, splitting the top of the pack. But there's the man advantage for Virtus.pro in an all-important round to keep them in this second map. Heroic's map pick. But Heroic had a strong first half. And well, if they keep making plays like that and having them go against them, it's going to get dangerous pretty quick here for Heroic.
They're shifting everyone over to A. They're just, you know.
Hard gamble.
Yeah. Well, and you also know Virtus.pro is going to slow play it, as their style is, especially in a 5-on-4. Flip picks one off in mid. Cadian's able to pick it right back up. Good shot from Tessis, back into a 3-on-3. And now we have Buster investigating over at the B bomb site. They found it's open, but they've got to deal with Jame. If they want to get back to this side of the map, they have got to deal with this lurk. Tessis is not going to check. Cadian is going to believe it's clear. He's going to go down. He pays for the lack of checking, and Tessis does eventually get it. Into a 2-on-2 we go.
And look at his teammate, Shush, so far away right now. Bomb gets planted, and he is still hot-footing it over here, trying to get into position to help his teammate out. And Tessa's changing it up. This is a must spin, and he does it. Shush coming through with the kill. 2v1. It's on Buster now. And Heroic are closing in. The bomb is about halfway ticked. They're starting to run a little low on time here, Heroic. They need to maneuver, and they're sticking with the buddy system. I love it. They're going to put themselves in a position to trade the kills. It's all about spacing now. Buster hearing the footsteps, knows which way they're coming from, and he's trying to play the angle. Gets the one kill, and he's going to get the second. Buster shuts him down. 13-13, tied up. We are not going away just yet, Moses.
Buster had that 1v4 earlier. That was a good performance, but boy, did Virtus.pro need someone on this team to win a clutch. Heroic's had a couple of big ones, a couple great retakes as well. Virtus.pro needed some life, and Buster's provided it. Great off angle, using the pillar perfectly to allow his aim to reset. That's textbook.
And he has the angle advantage at the end there. That is just beautiful. Tessis is wondering, why didn't he swing right instead of left? It's just all of these sorts of little micro decisions. And now the third tactical timeout getting called here by Heroic, who once again find themselves in a position to force buy.
This round is everything. This half has been so ugly for Virtus.pro, but despite all of that, they still have a chance. If they can win this round, break the money of Heroic, who are buying with everything they have, you got, I think, 3 M4s will likely be the end. A scout on Shush as well. Heroic putting everything into this, and that if Virtus.pro wins this round, they're up 14-13, and Heroic have no money. They're looking like they'd be able to take us to Inferno as a deciding map, which would be excellent.
Would it not? Exactly. Then we get Inferno as a decider. That's just the way it's supposed to be. It's just the way it's supposed to be, Moses. Inferno as a third. Here we go. Heroic. They're going to be hard pressed here. Virtus.pro wastes no time at all. Walk onto a B bomb site that's wide open.
This is dicey. Heroic, oh, that kill is huge. That might actually convince them to come over to this bomb site and retake it entirely to actually go for this round. All 5 players here. And Heroic's going to begin. Tessis delivering again a great dink onto Yekender.
Yekender getting headshot. Refresh trying to do some damage here. He's got that 5-7, putting some shots through that smoke. Tessis though ready for it. Flit's going to find one, and Jame as well. It's still tight here between both of these teams. It's a 3-on-3. Heroic trying to stick together. Maximum firepower, but they line up, and Jame sprays them. They line up in the end, Moses. They were too excited about taking the fight.
They had to get on the plan as well. There were no kits for Heroic. They had to get on that early. And I think that initial kill from Tessis pulls them into the bomb site and allows VP to wipe everything away. That is crazy. I thought there was a world in which Heroic just called a save because they had no money in the 5-on-5, and They threw everything at it. They saw an opportunity and it backfires. Virtus.pro with the chance to get to 15, and that'll give them 2 opportunities to close out Ancient.
Yep, and I guess exactly that. Are we going to go to overtime? Are Heroic showing that they are mortal after all, after that performance on Mirage? Buster got the nice angle. He's got his teammate there to support him as well. Heroic wasting no time at all with this setup. I like it a lot. Why faff about? Just get the eco round out of the way.
We've mentioned so many times, Jame and Flit, how much work they're putting in for Virtus.pro. Buster has climbed the scoreboard as well. 28 kills on Jame, 25 on Flit, 23 on Buster. On the Heroic side of things, it's Shush with 21 and Tess's with 20.
And that can be the, that can actually be the difference maker when everybody is solid, but who is that ultimate star that's coming in? Get those big rounds for you. Virtus.pro have had a couple now, and well, let's see. I mean, this is still just going to be Cadian kind of lurking around here, hoping that somebody's going to be unwittingly walking into his crosshairs. And as far as VP are concerned, they've found their way out. They're not going to take any risks. There's absolutely no reason to donate an AK to their opponents. One-shot headshot is the last thing that they want. A little bit of a toasty finish to that round. And let's get into it. Virtus.pro, map point, hoping to take this to a 3rd map on Inferno, and that would be the true test for both of these teams. Going the distance on LAN at the Major. Terrific. But here we go. Countdown is in, and we've got the nades, we've got the rifles. No AWP for Cadian. Didn't quite have the money to do it. No kits either is going to make this very tense. They can afford to make no mistakes now, Heroic. They have to get it done. They have to shut VP out. And there's the start. Tessus. How does he find Jame?
Well, look, there's a chance to trade it right back. Yekindar, he's so deadly. Cadian is going to fall back, but Refresh has no cover. He has no ability to get away inside the smoke. He somehow finds it. He will go down eventually, but he did everything he could. Tessus falls next. Buster finds him around the edge of the smoke.
What a hero. What a hero. Without that kill, now got the flank coming in. Stow going to catch Flint looking the wrong way. Thinking Flint's going to make all the difference there. Instead, it is going to be traded. Buster takes him out, and so it's back into a 2-on-2. It's tit for tat since the start of the round.
This has been so chaotic, and there's no way if you're Heroic that you can read what the end game is quite yet. You haven't figured anything out. Cadian has pushed on mid. I don't know if you can hear those footsteps.
If it is, it's on the limit, and you do see Shush starting to work his way back. He was heading towards B, and now he's going towards A.
The timing on this flank from Cadian can just seal this round. It's all up to that. Buster has no HP to get into this duel. Knife is out. Oh my god, they didn't see each other.
They didn't see each other?
They didn't see each other at all. Cadian's going to rotate all the way around, and he has no idea how perfect that flank might have been.
Unreal. Sometimes that's just the way it goes. And now Shush going to get caught out in the open. Kicker with the drop on him. Cadian, this is going to be so difficult. One bullet does the trick, though. 1v1 versus Buster versus Kicker for it all. Virtus.pro could force the 3rd map here, and it's all on Kicker's shoulders. Cadian with the spray, and he can't get it done. 16-13. We're going to map 3.
I cannot believe Virtus.pro recovered. That's incredible. They had to overcome some miraculous clutches in the first half. They had an ugly-looking T-side for most of that game, but as they've done throughout this event time and time again, they find a way to make it work. It's not pretty, it's grimy, it's scrappy, but they brought us to Inferno.
They brought us to Inferno, and, well, of course, Inferno has to be the decider for the first quarterfinal of the Major. Of course we have to go to that map. It's going to be so good between these two teams.
And this is cool, too, because you see the players delivering from the VP side of things. So many players. Yekindar was great, but you had Flit, you had Jame up there on the scoreboard. Buster finally with that clutch that really lit the fire under VP. That's a good way to end Ancient.
And Heroic showing that they do not quite have that killer instinct sharpened just yet. We have to go to a 3rd map, and we're going to find out.
Yeah.
Can they do it or not? Let's hear from our analysts.
Well, at this point, guys, I'm just going to go for the divine intervention angle, appropriately. A guy dressed as Jesus in the crowd. I'm not talking about Jame. Insane, guys. Virtus.pro, you set it up perfectly, Duncan. I've got to start with you. Just pulling it out of nowhere. And on a map they're not supposed to win, against opponents they're not supposed to beat. All of the stuff you said, it's happening.
Whoever told these teams that Ancient is a punish pick against Virtus.pro, it's finding out that there are no punish picks against Virtus.pro because the way they win is seemingly inexplicable. I even thought in this game, actually, like, with all the clutches that were going Heroic's way and all the hero players, it just felt like, Destiny's against you even today. It's just supposed to be a Heroic 2-0, but yet again, all the rounds, and we just end up with a VP win inexplicably.
I don't understand. I literally do not understand how they do it. Like, how many times have we on this desk said, this one's done, it's over, wrap it up, VP's going home, and then they just completely somehow bring it back from the dead. Maniac, come on.
It was a story of the Clutchers, and the Clutchers told the story of the momentum. That's easy as it is. You look at the very beginning of the map, it's Heroic winning the Clutchers, the 1v2s, the 1v3s, it feels like they're on it, they're in, they're zoned in, and then suddenly the victory is around the corner. They can see this, they can see the semi-final, and Buster wins a 1v2, and then James clutches as well, and you can just start the momentum shifting towards VP, and they make it towards the very end.
Well, I mean, I think the crazy thing is there was a period of time where Heroic basically were just winning all the clutches. It just looked like VP weren't going to get into the game. They set themselves up repeatedly. I mean, I'm thinking about that refresh clutch. Just one immediately stands out. Yeah, by the way, refresh, legit, having a great tournament.
Even the Stown 1v2 with the AWP, he whiffed a few times. Exactly in that moment, you think VP's not going to win these rounds. They're going to eventually break, aren't they? But as we've seen, they are just the Iron Men. They're unbreakable.
It's that 1v3, right? Like, he used 3 bullets. He made it look so easy. And at that point, anyone could be forgiven for thinking this one's done, right? VP must break. Credit where it's due. Flit, the new guy, delivered. James, we called him out. He delivered. And here's a cool stat. 15 opening duels for these two players, and they lost only 2. They won 13 out of 15 opening duels.
Oh, that is crazy.
Yeah, they were really huge. And to bounce on your point about Flit as well, I think he was the main reason why they were able to come back on the D side. You could see the risks he was taking, going through smokes towards middle, taking the duels, being the one guy. Think about it. He's the new guy in that roster, right? He was brought in for Senji, and I thought it's so great that at the major, during this quarterfinal, he is the one saying, okay, let's go. Follow me. Follow me. I'll cross that smoke. I'll find the opening kill. I'll give you the trade. And he was making the difference.
But this is exactly why they brought Flit in, right? I mean, look, the move to take Sanji out of this team, obviously that wasn't a very popular one with the fans. The players even said, listen, we're not even 100% on board with this. It was an organizational decision, but, you know, we're glad it's happened at a convenient time, I suppose. You know, there was a lot of weird interviews about it, but they've actually had some time now to bed him in, start talking about what roles he's going to do, and maybe this is why they don't mind leaving, you know, maps like Ancient there in the pool. You know, he's obviously capable on that map.
I will say, in this tournament, there's a reason why this new map, Ancient, is played by some teams, but it's often going to the third map. These are the few times, by the way, we've seen it as the direct punish, because I think, like, quite frankly, Heroic isn't even some amazing Ancient team. It's really hard to know you're going to win that map. As you see there, it's a very, very exciting map for fans. Tons of retakes on that one particular site. The problem with it is, they're all down to the wires. They're people spamming through smokes and through the spam spot of the wood. Like, basically, big balls players win you the game, but you can't rely on those.
Yeah, and usually James is not a guy that, you know, you wouldn't be able to sort of assess his testicular fortitude. But this game, he stepped up massively, and you know, they needed this. It's no coincidence, by the way, that it's taken this against an opponent like Heroic, because honestly, probably until this map, if we're being honest, James just been a pedestrian.
Oh, you're correct. You're absolutely right. He was a shadow of himself. He has been a shadow of himself in this tournament. But if he picks up now, if this is the James we're having moving towards the third map, potentially the playoff, then that is a difference maker for the likes of Virtus.pro. He had to do it. I mean, look, we have to call it as it is. It was not enough what he was doing before that. Absolutely not enough. Now, that was a hard carry mode. There's probably a mid-ground to be found, but at least he had the impact.
And here's a really cool thing about his team. Yakinder had his quietest game thus far for this team, but then again, he's doing his job, right? Going in for the entries, trying to find the information. Unfortunately, didn't quite pan out for him. But then we talk about, we've already spoken about Flit and James having MVP performances on that map. Let's talk about the other two players as well. Kickit and Buster, crucial clutches coming in, crucial impact frags. Not necessarily super flashy or anything, but the fact that everyone delivered on a map where everyone wrote them off, fantastic.
But I'm also going to say this, you know, this is why VP is such an enigma. You know, Bust made some horrible plays as well, like horrible individual plays, right, Duncan, where he literally either played too passive or didn't quite read the situation or made a silly peek. And honestly, Virtus.pro could have been out of sight if it wasn't for that.
Yes, but that's the thing you like about VP. Is like, especially late in games, they tried to do this on the previous map. Heroic was just too good, though. They will definitely make plays. They won't just sit back and say, give us the game. They understand they, to some degree, have to initiate whatever's going to happen.
In fact, I'm just going to point out one round. Round number 13-13. Heroic have gone for the force fight. VP, what did they do? The complete opposite of VP. Rushed B, like living up to the name. I mean, not living up to the name, rather. Just rushed B. They break Heroic, break their economy. 15, and then it's 15-13, 16-13 to close it out. Fantastic call from James.
Yeah, well, look, guys, we're going to take a quick break, but we're going to come back and obviously break down the final map. It's going to be Inferno. We're going to find out who's going to the semis. Make sure you join us. All right, welcome back to the PGL Major Stockholm. This is it now. We're going into the deciding map of the first quarterfinal between Heroic and Virtus.pro. Once again, Virtus.pro refusing to go away quietly. They're going to be up against it here, though, Duncan, right? Because Heroic have got the stats that say they should be able to take this 2-1 on Inferno.
Yes, but the interesting thing is this should actually be a fire map. Like, on the one hand, I think actually that Heroic was thinking maybe VP even picks this as their map pick, so I'm certain they were ready to play it. Inferno is a map that 7 of the last 8 times Heroic has won. Fantastic form to be in. But actually, VP's won 4 of their last 5, including one over Na'Vi, by the way. So the interesting thing for me is, hopefully, unlike the first 2 maps, we just get one where both teams are at their absolute peak. Everyone's warmed up. You've had a million clutches all over the map. The guy I want to point out, though, is actually going to be the guy who carried the last match, Jim. On this map, he dies 0.48 times per map over the last 3 months. That is an absurdly low number for a primary AWP player. This is a map usually AWPers hate. This guy just knows all the off angles, and they have this crazy dynamic they sometimes do on Banana. Watch out for it. Where what they'll do is, just like you saw a little bit on Mirage on B site, they'll make your Kinder play the spot one time in Banana, then the next time it's Jame. And so when you come in thinking it's your Kinder, you get ready for him to be in your face, the off angle from Jame gets you. When you come in thinking, right, it's Jame this time, rush him, that's when your Kinder's actually right around the corner and he's coming to kill 2 of you.
Also got to point out that, I mean, also, his debt is so low in this round because they hit the A bomb site. If it's at B, he's like, yep, I'm saving, I'm out of here, right? So there is that caveat. But yeah, I agree with you. I think the one player I personally would be keeping an eye on is the person you just mentioned right now. It's going to be a Kinder. His aggression on that B, on that banana area, right? It can make or break VP's game here. Either he can just completely shut it down, or if Heroic is smart enough, they can catch him off guard. That is something VP have to be wary of.
That stat line tells you a terrible story, though, doesn't it? Because look at the drop-off at the Major, and that's obviously including the big pop-off he's just had.
Yes.
So, I mean, look, I agree with you. I think James is sort of the talismanic player within this team. Obviously, the IGL. It can be hard to get rolling on Inferno, though, Mania.
He's going to be needed. Look, I'm going to keep my eye on the first few rounds because I want to see where the confidence is lying. I feel like up until the end of Ancient, we almost switched position. We had Heroic, which is, LAN not really proven yet, new to the scene, coming in as favorite. No shit at all. No jitters. They were playing good Counter-Strike. They were solid. VP, Dark Horse, they have the experience. They played on stage. They were shaking a little bit. They were giving away rounds. This was basically a parallel universe we were having. So now I'm keeping my eye on this beginning of Inferno. We had the comeback from VP. Can they do it again?
I also want to say as well, this is where, for Heroic, I also can see why they love this map. Because think about the two different teams. With VP, you want very specific players alive in a post-plant, in a clutch scenario. With Heroic, you can have anyone on the team alive in that post-plant, alive in the clutch scenario. And that's because they have such an even distribution of fragging. And I tell you what, on this map, you are going to get your post-plant scenarios.
Speaking of even distribution of fragging, the kill spread between the top fragger and the lowest fragger right now for the side of Heroic is 3 kills.
It's ridiculous.
The highest fragger 37, lowest 34. That's how much of a team effort it is.
Yeah, but I mean, that's just a Heroic hallmark. I mean, the reality is, when you consider for so long Cadian was popping off and fragging out, he's not doing that so much now, but I mean, he still contributes a lot as a primary AWPer. He's still very good. He's still unafraid to take those fights. But the reality is you've just got players. I mean, we didn't even talk about Tezes there. Like, I mean, it's so crazy when you look at Tezes' stat line and we're not talking about it. That's like an unbelievably solid performance from a player that maybe isn't always in the spotlight, right?
I would even say, think of the Cadian scenario where obviously he was on the site, he had to get the 2 kills on the T's coming back in to actually allow them to get the defuse. Everyone had their hero players. No, one of the things I also love about the side of Heroic is people almost think because they got to #1 in the world last year, it's just the same team. Like, that was a very different team with Borup and Nico. They were much more reliant on Cadian. This is actually one of the most well-constructed, well-rounded teams in all of World Counter-Strike, and that's why they're never out of a map. Every opponent they match up well against, seemingly. Like, let's be real, if actually VP can pull this out and win this will be another surprise, despite how many times we've seen it. Because Heroic is supposed to win.
They have one of the most well-distributed talent you can have in a team. Because any one of these players on any given day can take the round away from you. They can clutch it from you. They can multi-kill you. Everyone can do it. We mentioned Style, obviously we mentioned Tezes, Refresh can do it, not even mentioning Cadian. That is such a luxury for a team. Because it almost guarantees you, like, statistically, someone is going to pop off. Someone is going to give you that round. And not a lot of teams at the top level have this 5-man distribution of actual playmakers.
Yeah, and look, I think we've also got to talk about a little bit how, VP are they've got players that are playing for legacy themselves, right? It's easy to forget that core was basically, in that final all that time ago. It feels like ancient history, right? Well, they want to prove, actually, no, that's a legit thing. People said that was a fluke. People said they crawled through. People said they just got lucky with the matchups that they've had. I mean, we've been saying that all this tournament about this Virtus.pro team as well, but if you keep winning, there's something there.
Here's the thing, is when they did make that final, I did think it was the biggest fluke in the history of the majors, because ENCE made it, but then right after that, they beat Astralis, they won Blast, they were on that run, they were top three in the world. If you look at the Vanguard team, it was very briefly, they won that small Blast. Right after that, they fell off a cliff, they were winning nothing, they basically disappeared from World Counter-Strike, so this is a chance, to show that with a better squad, we're a real elite team in the world.
Well, we're about to find out if they are, because it's time for Inferno. It's time for Moses and Semler. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Richard, and thank you to the wonderful analysts on our desk who are bringing us all the information between the matches. But this is going to be the big question mark now. Third map, Inferno, the hallmark, perfect map to finish a best-of-3 on because it always brings the hype.
Yes.
And these two teams are looking to prove themselves.
Yeah, and great teams have to be able to win third map Infernos. As you said, we see it all the time. It is the best third map we've got. And here we go, Stockholm live into the pistol round, third and final map deciding series. Who's going to make it to the semifinals? Heroic starting on the CT side, Virtus.pro attacking into them.
Oh, and Virtus.pro, just a little peek for information there. They have set a trap elsewhere. Yeah, close quarters, CZ75. This is nasty. See if Cadian is going to be able to pull this off or not. If VP walk into this, it will be brutal. So it's just a hard setup here from Heroic, and VP, they obviously sense that something is amiss. You're not getting any info anywhere. They're going to be very careful about how they approach these corners.
The problem is, too, like, Cadian can get, we see that position played frequently, and we see that player in that position just get absolutely wrecked before he can even respond at times. So this setup can be tough to pull off, but they're going to back away from it.
The smoke hit him.
Yeah, they didn't like the feeling. They didn't like the, especially, after it hits him and it gives away the game. Shush. Only one, isolated. James gets 2 kills right up mid. That's aggression. And Tessus was a hero on Ancient in a loss. He's got so much to do! That's incredible! Even more for Tessus is possible. And wrapping around the bomb site, Tessus still not in, put it into play. He's hiding, he's waiting, and Buster swings out, and now he's out of ammunition, reloading quickly. Buster trying to find this kill, one-on-one. Tessus spamming it, pushing forward, and he's got it! It was long and it was labored, but pistol goes to Heroic.
I can't believe it, Tessus. I was about to say the pistol god for Heroic. This guy's always showing up. It feels like he comes through in the clutch so many times in pistol rounds for Heroic. But there you go. Heroic, they finally end it. VP have been winning the pistols. Heroic say enough of that. Tessus steps up, puts a halt to it. And we will not get a force buy from Virtus.pro. They just go for the hero AK. Interesting. So just the hero AK. Seeing what Flit can do with it.
Yeah, just to do some damage. Keep the economy in check, keep them honest. There's that deep smoke and aggression behind it. Virtus.pro's not going to take any damage.
What a round to kick off the map. We're leading into it, Moses. You know, like, okay, this is going to be pretty good, right? This is going to be pretty good. Yeah. Turns out, pretty good start. Pretty good start to the map.
And those shots, again, just something spectacular from Tessus.
Just note that last duel, right? Both of those players just losing their minds at that point. Nobody wants to cave. And yet, there we go. Heroic with the pistol. Spot for info here. Refresh going for the jiggle peek. Just getting that information. Flit realizes it. Puts that AK into play. Not going to find a kill, though. And a minute on the clock still for Virtus.pro. A single flash grenade is all they have to help them get onto a bomb site and get a bomb plant with. It's going to be a tall order. But if they group up and throw enough bodies at one point.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about this AK-47. How well can they bait around this corner? They do have one flashbang on Buster, and that could be huge. But, man, if they tunnel vision, good boost up. Now he's going to clear to the right, not all the way. He wants the kill, gets a bit greedy. Cadian finds two. AK hits the deck, and that's now in the hands of Yekindar. But he's got no armor.
25 seconds on the clock. They have no time, Virtus.pro. And Virtus.pro, you need to get the bomb plant or lose the round and die somewhere. Backing off to save it. I mean, you can save that AK, fine. Yekindar can hold on to that. But the other two need to just run up here and either get a bomb plant or die trying. Stom's going to find one, and Stom gets the second. So, lots of money in the bank there for Heroic with those two SMG kills. They got a couple on Cadian as well, so he'll be feeling good about that. Rubbing his hands together, going to be able to just barely miss out on the AWP. So we'll see if a teammate can drop one for him. But that is VP, while getting punched in the face for the second round.
Yeah, but I mean, they're okay with it. Obviously, a round that they kind of expect to lose. Didn't feel like they had an advantage, but man,
they didn't get no bell, Moses.
Yeah, 4 AK-47s picked up by the VP side, especially with that saved one on Yekindar, is pretty huge. Flit, the new guy, is going to go through a bit of a hazing ritual. He's stuck on a deagle.
Yeah, that's the life, isn't it? Just going to be stuck there. I mean, you are kind of the new guy in, but he still showed that even on Ancient with these buys, where it wasn't ideal for Virtus.pro, he was still able to get kills. So you give this guy a dig, and he might still be able to come up with the magic for you. The rest of Heroic now slowly developing towards the rest of the map, getting a bit of a presence going towards apartments. Now we should start to see them. Yeah, I like that. Multi-nade to top banana. At that timing, that's nasty from Heroic. It's going to put Virtus.pro on notice. Now we should be able to get that start here towards the banana take. Although, as I say that, Heroic were waiting for it. Smoke over the top, and that's just going to keep VP locked out of here for now.
Yeah, a little bit of trade of utility that denies access to VP. They're going to have to be sure to re-clear everything moving forward. A couple Molotovs left for the VP side. 2 smokes as well. Plenty of flashbangs for any kind of a B hit. And it's just this one lurk from the Deagle. Stown and Tessus over at B, one boosted up. And Stown still has a smoke. He'll drop that just now into the choke point, I believe, or pretty soon at least. And that's going to take this clock very, very low. Virtus.pro is going to have to come through this smoke. If they're committed to the B bomb site, you must go through that. They've just spent all their utility.
Dude, Stalin. That is bold. Just going for the spray, taking advantage of that silencer. No tracers here. Tessus gets blinded and falls off the side of it as well. Don't tell me Virtus.pro have found a way onto the bomb site. Smoke is just about to clear though, and it's all on Stalin, and he's gonna miss. Tessus as well goes down, and that's Virtus.pro. Double entry onto the, well, really onto the A bomb site. Okay, regardless, they get the bomb planted.
We got source bomb sites right now, Sumler. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, that's really messing with my brain right now.
Oh, yeah. Yekindar is going to back off. Good kills from Virtus.pro on the entrance. That's so sick. Actually, I mean, even with 2 players there, that felt like a pretty weak defense. A lot of it was onto the spam. A lot of it was on the boost, and unfortunately, Tessis gets blinded and just pushed away. It could have been a bit stronger, but Heroic going to survive with 3 guns in the hands. They can drop weapons over in the next round. It's going to be another buy, another gun run, another chance for Heroic to fight back, but VP's gotten on the board early.
Oh, feeling the toasty flames at our backs as the bomb goes off. 1 round on the board now for VP, and this is really actually just turning into the trend between both of these teams. You're allowed to win a pistol round and the follow-up round, and then your opponents have to come right back into the fight and not let you run away with more than that. There is no early momentum generated for either of these teams all series long. It is truly a brawl right from the start.
Well, let's see what Heroic can do with this. SMG on Cadian and Shush.
So far, it's just the Molotovs to the top of Banana, generating a bit of the usual kind of exchange here as the teams are going to try and figure each other out. Not that much have these 2 teams haven't run into each other that often, so it's really just going to be demo, review, what can you do to figure out what they may be trying to change up going into the series, but you don't really have much experience going head-to-head with these players, and so it is going to be figuring it out on the fly.
Yeah, last match of what, like something like 6 months ago. It's something crazy. It's been a while. And I think if you're Heroic, the conversation you have to have is, with the utility being so important on Inferno, how do you want to spend it? How do you want to play it philosophically against a team that is just so slow with these drawn-out rounds? The timing of your final smoke and Molotov can be everything. You can see the Heroic players holding on to it. They don't feel any pressure yet, so more than happy at the moment to take heads-up duel if anyone turns the corner, but at about 50 seconds, you can start putting it down.
45 seconds left. This is usually it. And this is also usually when the CT side would make a play for information. Tessis has to be careful here. Danson trying to stay alive, doing the best he can, and that's good enough. Stammen, that bought him time to take Kickard out. Refresh removes Buster as well. 2-man advantage now for Heroic. They had 3 alive on the B site. Flit doing something about that, but it's not going to be enough. 2-1, and it's looking like it's going to be 3-1 for Heroic. The hard lockdown on the B-bomb site. Done, dusted. And that was very solid, and it is in fact the B-bomb site now. I don't need to, like, you know where you're trying to force reality? Your eyes are just trying to will it into existence? Your eyes are not lying to you.
Not deceiving you anymore.
It is good. Once again, the world makes sense. And just what a perfectly timed flash coming in there from Refresh to just grind that push to a halt.
That was so dicey though. Like the initial defense test is like has a nade out just jiggle peeking the pillar and when they're turning the corner. Like that could have gone real south real quick.
Yeah.
Fortunately for Heroic, it did not. All up in the hands of Cadian. That's going to be at the B-bomb site early on, waiting for Molotovs to expire. And flashed off the angle as well. So the standard dump of utility in Banana early on here in round number 5. And Virtus.pro is just now going to start clearing towards A halls.
No targets yet for them, but now they've managed to get that. So you could set up for an abs pop. Heroic have to keep that in mind on the CT side. Make sure that they do not get caught off guard if VP elect to go for that. But wow, deep smoke on Banana. Kickard has already made his way past it. Now it's a question of whether or not they're going to try and push for info here, Heroic.
Oh, good kill from Kickard. Right in front of the smoke as well. Caught a little bit by the flashbang, moving his position. Utility picked up off the dead body, and Cadian's going to stick around. And actually, with the AWP, he's just saying, you can just leave me, Tessis. Go back to A. I can handle this on my own.
Yakinder's going to be molding off of that one. That is so brutal. Tessis gets traded, though. After clearing apartments, Heroic, again, they don't stay put. They're always pushing for information on the CT side. That is their style. Shame going to catch Refresh in a peek as Refresh tries to figure out what's going on over here on that side of the map. Instead, now it's all going to be on Cadian. There's the draw, and the shot. Cadian not connecting, but gets the flank on him, but not before Cadian takes Kickard out.
Heroic's defense just got picked apart in this round. That one kill that happens at Banana and on Rap side just opened everything up. Cadian never had any idea that Flit actually pushed into CT spawn and was flanking from behind because there was no one on his team to tell him it was wide open or to do anything about it. He just had to take the risk. It's going to be 3-2 when the bomb goes off. As Shush just, all he can do is save this AK-47.
This is wise as well. Just backing off, controlling the weapons, making sure there's no chance here for Shush to get in. I mean, the AK is solid for Shush. Obviously, we'd love to save that AWP for Cadian. That's going to be the end of that. And you're just not allowed to chain rounds together here. Virtus.pro going to get a second one. And we're just going tit for tat back and forth between these two teams right now. As it ever was.
As it ever was.
As it ever was. It's always going on. But man, the pressure as we progress through this map is going to just get monstrous on these players. And this is going to be the true testing ground here on land in front of the fans. Finally, for both of these teams. Who steps up? Refresh kind of lagging behind right now. A little bit of a quiet start for him on this map.
He had a quiet start on Ancient though as well, and he came back in a big way, especially when that clutch got him going. Oh, good shot from Cadian. Haircut for Buster. Man advantage over to the defense, and Cadian's going to swap positions. Shows the AWP in mid at the A bomb site. Now transitions over towards the B bomb site. Even scopes it early.
That's sick. He's going to be ready for it. Oh, and he just spots Jame. Outrageous.
I don't even know if Jame realized how overexposed he was at that angle, but quickly a 5-on-3 for Heroic, and surely they don't let this one slip away. This is actually perfect. If Yekindar was to challenge on Rap side, Tessa's only has a deagle. That might be like the weakest point of this defense at the moment, and obviously there's no way Virtus.pro can know it, but just by blind luck, he might be able to have that battle. Shush.
Exactly. Shush, Flit. Take a nap. Get out of here. Shush is not having any of it. What a nasty angle for him, and he was just about to open that up. Had Flit gone a couple steps more, he would have been able to spot Tessus, and that could have opened up the options for Yakinder. Instead, now he is in a position where, he wants to kind of save. I think that they're both going to be backing off to save these guns.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing they can do in this round anymore. Everyone, all their friends, all their teammates are gone.
Man, it's saving with 35 seconds left. 2v5, fair enough. Heroic have to realize what's going on as well, though, now that they haven't really seen much.
I mean, this is kind of the task that Heroic has in front of them at this point, is how many rounds can they string together? Because if you remember on Ancient, that CT side, they were always plagued with money issues. They were always plagued with a weird economy, money in an odd place, constantly at a breaking point. You'd obviously like to get out to a hot start here on Inferno so you can avoid those issues and avoid having that pressure in the back of your mind.
So backing off, saving, and just avoiding pressure is going to be the name of the game here, because I really feel like it's just going to keep ratcheting it up each round that goes by here. We're going to start seeing the cracks appear. So anything you can do to delay that.
We gotta. I'm really curious. Cadian, I would like to see him have a really good CT half here. Early, like we just saw in the previous round, how mobile he can be. The different positions you can take that up to. He gets 2 all-important kills in the round. The opening 2 kills. Like, if he's doing that throughout the half, if he can maintain having an AWP as much as humanly possible and just be that mobile and be that deadly, what a nuisance to have to go up against if you're Virtus.pro, to call against an effective opera of this style. Here we go again. Almost had a chance. Saw the jump, but didn't see enough of the body.
Such a close run thing. And I think you can tell just how comfortable Heroic are on this map. It's one of the strongest maps that they have in the pool. It is definitely not a good time here for VP to be running into it. And once again, Cadian keeping him guessing. A third spot that he takes a shot from. Yakinder gone. Man advantage now for Heroic going into this hold. And Cadian just repositioning each and every time. It's so difficult to get a lock on this guy.
Although Jame knows about the possibility. He's holding from Boiler. Flashbang is out. Jame completely blinded and taken off the angle. And Heroic now have an idea of where at least the op was for the Virtus.pro attack, but still no commitment. We're just past the 1-minute mark in round number 7. Heroic is nursing a 2-round lead. And Virtus.pro looking to apply some pressure, take banana control. They are throwing a bit of a fake towards banana, showing presence as kickers.
Whoa, through the smoke. You always wonder, but it's the last bullet that gets the job done. Flit is gone.
Even this round just feels like it's just going to fade out of distance from Virtus.pro. 3-on-5, and you have to come into this. Not a whole lot of utility to speak of, no flashbang, so you can't break up any of these crossfires. And just again, this is the only option Virtus.pro have, is to save. There's no way you're making it into this bomb site.
Dude, this is going to feel just terrific for Heroic right now. Back-to-back rounds where Virtus.pro are saving and you're just sitting pretty, building up your bank, building up your money. You have more and more of a cushion to fall back on.
Well, here's what else it's going to do. Look at the 3 players who are saving. They have $50 on Jame and Kickert, $0 on Buster. So whatever utility they would hope to buy up around this is just not available to them. They get no bonus money for staying alive after the round ends. So now you have another round for VP. Don't have a whole lot of toys to play with in terms of flashbangs, in terms of smokes. The other two guys can drop as much as they want, but yeah, you got to call a timeout. This is actually a pretty tricky round for VP. And yeah, Heroic's probably loving it. The conversation, Cadian's probably telling them, we're in their head. We have them beat already. They don't know what to do. We're destroying them. Keep it up.
Yep.
But at the same time, you're still playing against guns in these rounds where they're saving. That's the other side of the coin. You got to remember, Virtus.pro, by virtue of saving the weapons, doesn't have to drop down to just pistols.
You just can't get complacent. That's going to be the main thing here. Heroic need to stay sharp, and you can't get complacent because, as you say, they still have AKs. You can't just go charging them and bullying them the way you would when it's a bunch of eco rounds where it's just pistols right on the other side of things. So it's something to keep in mind here, but I really want to see Cadian come through as an in-game leader right now and just lead, right? Show his team, this is how you're going to get it done. This is how we're going to lock it down. They're not going to get another round past this. This is what he needs to be telling his teammates right now, that this is the hard stop for Virtus.pro. So VP, they are going to go for the force buy here, obviously. The guys who can afford to get nades are going to do that. And they even spread them out a little bit as well, taking advantage of that ability to drop grenades now that was recently implemented before the major. The guys who have money, just buy that extra nade. Just chuck it over to a teammate. So, hey, you can have a flash too.
Oh, scary. Good shot from Yekindar. Those are a quick pair of shots. Second one hits the face. Cadian, does he really want to get aggressive? Does he really want to try and find an equalizer in Boiler with the AWP?
That would be so sick.
He's got the time limit. He's got to have his mind on when that smoke is going to fade in mid, because once it starts going away, he's got to back off and even pulls the trigger on the retreat a little bit early.
Yep, the science, that's enough. That would have been an insane risk. But again, I mean, the thing is, how much does it weigh in on your decisions when you know that Virtus.pro are just a team that takes so much time to do anything? Do you play a little bit more ballsy? Do you play a little bit more risky? I mean, Sound right now, this is quite the angle.
Yeah, but they have flashbangs for it. If Yekindar backs up just a little bit or passes a flashbang over to Jame and has him do it. In fact, both flashbangs pass over. What does Sound do afterwards? Traded immediately. Refresh is here, and he's got a full kit of utility. He's not even using it yet. Holding his nerve in a crossfire inside the bomb site.
Oh, he's just going to go charging through. They're setting it up. Oh, it's a disaster! Nikinder! He gets the one, but they get completely gutted. Virtus.pro. That is Refresh just holding it until the moment they push and then pounces.
Absolutely perfect, especially considering the first player that goes down. Virtus.pro probably thinks they've eliminated one of two defenders, and that's exactly what Heroic wanted him to think.
You're just watching it. It's like a car crash in slow motion. You can't look away. You see what's happening.
I was wondering why Refresh wasn't using any of his Molotovs or his smoke, and then it's like, oh, he actually wants them to come forward. He wants them to attack into that crossfire. Beautiful stuff. Cadian again giving a different look. Gotta be careful. Deagle can do that work. Yeah. He's lucky he didn't take more damage from that.
1 HE, 1 HE. Do they have an HE? Just 1 HE right now. Oh, what a shot! And that was just a split second before the Molotov would have forced him out of that angle. Timing.
Back-to-back rounds, Yekindar delivers a Deagle headshot to give a 5-on-4 over to VP. They just don't have anything to take advantage of it.
Oh, Tessus. That was spicy. And then you're just going to go back into it. This is not a round that you want to give up here, Heroic. Not after the last one. Cadian doing the best he can to buy some time. He's going to predict. Yeah, sees them coming over the top, but Flit on the flank is going to gut them. No, he fluffs it. That does buy time, though. That does buy time. That delays the retake.
But they don't care about him anymore. It's now a 2-on-2. This is going to be fast. They're pulling the trigger right now, and they're getting in. Opposite coffins. Buster, he's got to do something. Finally, Flit has got all the way around to CT spawn. And he's got clear vision, no smoke at all. Nade is out. That would love to be a kill, but it's not enough damage. He's brought so low. Buster with the up. Starting to open up a little bit wide. Their teammate inside the site has gone down. Still not enough shots connecting. VP, this round is so important if they can snatch it away. Perfect flash, but Flit is hiding. Shush. So much time left in the bomb. The up finally lands, and that's going to be it from Buster.
What a round. Yakinder's face says it all. Yakinder's face says it all, looking over at Buster like, thank you. Thank you for getting that done. That was way too close. Virtus.pro, talk about coming up with the big rounds when they need it.
Man, it did not look like he wanted to be taking those peaks, but the fact that he at least stayed alive throughout all the misses meant everything in the world. And Buster's the one, by the way, who delivered that incredible clutch, that 1v2 on Ancient, to allow them to come back in that map, to really start that and really establish that VP was going to have the momentum leading into the end of it.
I mean, that end of the table right now is doing so much work for Virtus.pro. Yakinder's opening up the round, and then Buster sitting right next to him is closing it. So yeah, that's not the first time that they managed to pull that off. So sick stuff here from Virtus.pro, keeping themselves in this fight, not letting Heroic just run away with it. But we are going to take a look at Cadian's stats now, the marksman. 5 op kills. Doing good work out of 9. So really just get this guy the AWP and he's going to do work for you.
The first gun round of this game, remember, VP got the opening pick and then just absolutely demolished Heroic's defense. That's 2 rounds now back-to-back we've just seen where they've gotten the opening pick as well. Heroic really have to limit how much they're giving those kills over to him. It might not be worth that kind of aggression to try and find the opening kill for Heroic at the moment. Cadian's delivering with the op when he goes to find a peek. Let him be the aggressor, because he's got the hot hand.
Yes, I like this setup, though. Refresh playing anti-flash, turned away, trusting Cadian to watch his back. Just waiting for Virtus.pro to try and clear top mid. That is very cool. Love this setup. But for now, we're not going to see anything just yet.
No, this doesn't look like Virtus.pro wants to do anything with mid at the moment. Again, just more than happy to sit and wait for about 30 seconds until all the utility disappears, till they don't have to worry about nades, stacks, or Molotovs. And they've gotten banana control pretty much for free.
And now they can rotate back around. I mean, initial investment was heavy from VP with all the mollies and HEs to top banana. They really put everything into it, and then Flint checks it. That's not every day that you actually check that spot, and yet he gets the kill on refresh. Cadian, you can see, having to back up, and he stays scoped in so that there's no sound signal, no audio cue. Dude, get out of here, Cadian. Had he got a second kill there, that would have been insane.
Yeah, fair play, but oh, good job from Kickert lurking on banana. Heroic losing a little bit of focus, not remembering about the lurks of VP, and a good shot from Yekindar. And again, what do you do if you're Heroic? You just get absolutely demolished. This is going to be all the money they have as well. It's down inside the smoke. There's 10 seconds on the clock, but James has got it with the P250.
James not cutting any corners there, making sure that he's running with the pistol out. Had the time, and they make the play, and now this is Heroic. I mean, back-to-back monster rounds for Virtus.pro. Yeah, Flit, this is a sick wall bang. Just assuming that Refresh is there of all times. Like the first time he goes for that wall bang, are they aware of the setup? That's a crazy play.
Yeah, I mean, you probably shoot some bullets into that regardless every couple times when you take it. Don't ever forget, it's the Deagles and the clutch from Buster that have delivered Virtus.pro back into this game, 6-4. Heroic was poised to run away with it, and VP does just enough to stop him. Stack for the Heroic defense in middle. 1 flashbang on Shush.
Hasn't that just been the story? No team has been allowed to just completely run away with it. It's always 3-4 rounds, and then, oh, put a stop to it. That's enough of that. And while here we're getting the big gamble, this is a hard eco coming in here from Heroic, and so stacking the site, little bit of firing squad waiting there for Flit.
He was so casually turning that corner, he didn't ever expect anyone to be there and got just double dinked immediately.
Brutal.
All right, Tessus has an AK-47, but he's going to keep it at the A bomb site. Meanwhile, Virtus.pro is just going to march up banana and attack B, and there is nothing to stop them. There's nobody really to fight back. Refresh and Cadian are here, but how lucky would you have to get with 2 USPs spamming through the smoke? Actually, a decent dink onto Yekindar. It's not bad, all things considered. Now you have the AK, and Buster almost goes down.
Kicker getting tagged. This is crazy. Heroic doing so much damage through this smoke. Bomb's only just getting planted now.
There's no way for them to confirm the damage they've done, though. If they know that Yekindar's low, if they know that Buster's low, they might actually try and go for this, but they have no idea the situation they're in, and instead going to back away and prioritize the weaponry, prioritize the economy, and they're going to go towards the base of banana where they want to find some exit kills. They just showed so much presence behind the CT choke point smoke that they're guessing that Virtus.pro is not going to want to retreat through CT spawn, and they are correct.
Buster, though, does he walk into this? Do they manage to pull this AWP off of him? That would be terrific. He's so low on health. There's a chance if they come around the corner fast enough, all 3 of them together. Right into the crossfire. Cadian with the parting shot. Okay, fair enough. He gets 1 kill.
That's well worth it. They didn't really lose anything for that. TeSeS still has the AK-47. A really cool little play. Warms my nerdy Counter-Strike's tactical heart.
There you go. You got there.
I got there eventually. 1 round lead for Heroic now, 6-5.
And I mean, I know that Inferno is much more of an even map now between halves, but this is still the case where I think Heroic are going to be feeling a little bit frustrated with themselves if they don't, they don't finish stronger than this. They need to pull ahead in these rounds. Virtus.pro are now showing some fight, and Virtus.pro could be very capable on the CT side. So Heroic right now, decent use of the utility here, trying to create some room. Stan, dude, getting tagged by that Molly. That's so frustrating. He was already so low on health. Has to back off and play it a bit more safe now.
Double stacking Halls. Cadian with the op looking left, M4 looking right. It's Yekindar to go down. Cadian has to back away. That's way too dangerous, and that positioning from Shush also gives away the second player Cadian's position, so he wants nothing to do with it.
Geek is up. Did he get that spot? James thinking about it. Smoke's going to go down, blocking off Banana, and now man advantage for Virtus.pro with ample time by their standards on the clock left to get something rolling in this round. 50 seconds left.
We've seen some risky rotations from Heroic throughout this series when they haven't had a whole lot of information. This one's tough to do. You're putting a lot of faith in TeSeS, who's got no utility at the B bomb site. 37 seconds. Again, VP leaving a lurk way back towards T-spawn to catch anyone pushing down Banana. It's all on this. Sound, turn from the flash, anti-flash, comes back into him and no health. And Foot knew exactly where he was. Cadian steps in. He's got a kill. Spinning, looking for the next, and it's Yekindar. Smoke's gonna start. Oh, what a recovery! He wanted to look away. And now TeSeS is put into action, and he's boosted up. They have no idea. He can hold the trigger. He can just chill. He's gonna get both kills for free, and they think the bomb site is clear. TeSeS has them all fooled, and there it is.
That was a LAN play. That was a LAN caliber play. And the fans, you guys, that was perfect. Well done. What a round from TeSeS, and to hold it together the way the Cadian kept it together, the way that the fans kept it together, not giving it up here for TeSeS. That was sick. Perfect stuff, and that could really set Heroic off here on a comeback. They could definitely turn this around now. 7-5. They're in the lead just enough to get the rifles online. Virtus.pro have tapped their bank buying into this round, and they're taking a lot of damage to Banana. Thought perhaps we'd see a change of pace here from Virtus.pro. They were thinking about it, but I think that had just a moment's hesitation, and now we're going to get a second crack in a moment here. Minute 30 on the clock, and now Cadian deciding to get aggressive, and they're ready and waiting, and once again, his teammate gets picked, and he misses the shot, pulls the trigger too early. Oh, no. Oh, this is going to be so difficult. I think you got to back out and save if you're Heroic at this point.
Yeah, this is not worth fighting anymore. You lost 2 players way too quick, and the op is no longer in play. And you know Virtus.pro with this kind of an advantage is going to leave players across the map just to be obstacles to rotate over. So call it early. Make sure you can get into position to defend because Virtus.pro is hunting.
We're on the hunt for you. Yep, they want. I mean, they can afford to give up a couple guns. If they can take those guns off of you, this would be terrific for Virtus.pro. So they're out there nice and early. Plenty of time left on this bomb. And that, I'm wondering, that's the second time in a row now where we've seen Heroic. They go for an aggressive setup like that, and they aren't able to capitalize on it.
Yo, VP's done a great job of not only handling Heroic's aggression, but coming out as the winners in it. Outside of like Cadian being able to get those deep peaks with the AWP, there hasn't been a whole lot of aggressive success from Heroic. In fact, it backfired on him a couple times when Virtus.pro ends up winning one of the Deagle rounds. They got to be very careful, and that one's painful too.
6th round, but with 3 surviving, they may still be able to get a decent buy here if they really wanted to risk it Heroic. This would be them swinging for the fences and saying, we're going to establish it right here. We're going to get the remaining 2 rounds in this half. It's going to finish 9-6, and we'll hit the ground running going into the second half, and that's exactly what they're doing. Full buy, or as best they can here from Heroic. And as far as Virtus.pro are concerned, they're fully equipped. They've got everything they need. 3 to top Banana here for Heroic at the start, so you can see just the ocean of flames and Banana. Nobody's getting through that attack, and yeah, VP don't even want to have anything to do with it. Whoa, hard rotate. What is this?
Why not? Let's go for it. Halls pop. It's coming in.
Let's go. This is it. All or nothing. Yakinder charge it in. Refresh guns him down. There's a quick trade. Shush is here, though. Man advantage going into it for Heroic. And Virtus.pro could still back out, but they decide to take the fight. Bring it back to a 3-on-3. That was Kickered on short. Cadian goes for the peek for info. Gets gunned down. And now with the man advantage, Virtus.pro have control of the situation.
Oh, no. This is a disaster. Everything was going so well for Heroic. And look at VP now.
That looked so good.
The typical VP pause. They just sit and wait for the follow-up play. And same with Heroic. They know exactly what's happening on the map right now. This is what all the prep is for. Bomb rotating back around through halls. Buster not spotting anything. Both players from Heroic inside the bomb site. This is all of Heroic's money. This could be a 2-for-1 if Virtus.pro can pull it off.
With 30 seconds left, there's still the time here on to be considered. Heroic can still play this very well. Virtus.pro are gambling that Heroic have rotated towards the B bomb site. With 24 seconds left, dude, this can all fall apart for Virtus.pro. They could have played this all so well, and yet it could still go back the way of Heroic. If the bomb gets stuck at any point as it tries to make its way onto the bomb site, this is it. Tessus kicks us off. First kill from him. They still have no idea that the second man is on the site, though. Stop it. He could ruin it all if he gets the pounce. 8 seconds left, and there it is! Has to stay alive. 5 seconds on the clock. James has to get this kill to keep his team in it. 2 seconds, 1 second, it's done! Stalin, the hero!
Oh, and he gets it at the end.
The injury.
The cherry on top, 8-6. Good play from Heroic. The follow-up bait in the back of the bomb site. Absolutely brutal.
Oh, that's so unreal. It could not have gone better for Heroic. What a back and forth round.
That round was so close considering Heroic had the call. They had 5 players at that bomb site during the exec. It should have never even been that close, but miraculous, they're able to pull it out. Still, tough scenario. They are going to take a lead into the second half, regardless of what happens here in round 15. But the buy from VP just feels stronger than Heroic's defense at the moment. Still 2 SMGs on the board, 2 FAMAS as well. And VP is knocking on the door of the B bomb site.
Ready to head in as well. There's the flash. Molotov goes down. Tessus trades 1-for-1, and importantly, stays alive. Another Molly on top. Virtus.pro realizing this is just too hot to handle. We need to pump the brakes for a second and slow it down.
Oh my dear lord, I cannot believe he's gotten into this position. Heroic has no idea. Flit, you can turn this around on its head right now. VP needs you to deliver, but Cadian's got it. That, I think, is the last thing that VP had that could really allow them to win this round. There's no nades. They used everything they have. They dumped it all at the B bomb site. Now just 1 flashbang, and it's so difficult.
Still a chance down. Yep, peeks. Nearly guns down James. That was so close. Through the smoke. And in the 15th round, it's looking highly likely that Heroic are going to get that lockdown and end it 9-6, barring a miracle here from Buster and Kickert. 2v5, no utility, completely locked out of the bomb sites. Heroic showing off now. Hey, you want a Molotov here? Take one. And what's Kickert gonna do but die? Oh, nice headshot on Acadian though. Showing some fight, 20 seconds.
There's no way. This is one of the rounds Heroic could probably take their hands off the keyboard and mouse and still win it. This is an impossible round for Kickert to win, especially considering the utility dump. Great half from Heroic. Nice job from VP clawing themselves in it. There's a nice little stretch there for the Virtus.pro attack. 4 to 5 rounds at one stage from like the 9th to the 13th. They've done enough to be competitive for sure. 14 kills on Cadian to end the half. 13 kills on Tessus. On the VP side of things, it's Flit and Kickert with 9 kills apiece to lead the way for Virtus.pro. Little bit of a halftime breather.
Yeah.
This half is everything to both of these teams. One of them is eliminated. One of them is a semi-finalist here in Stockholm at the PGL Major.
First major, first LAN in 2 years. This one means a lot. Popping off in the corner, let's go. Got the cheering section. Oh man, this is it. Now Heroic, can they win this pistol round and start strong in the second half, or are Virtus.pro going to show some fight here? VP cannot allow Heroic to run away with this, and well, they've got no players towards B. This is brutal. It will be a slaughter. They're running right into the trap, Heroic, and they have no idea. Flit's gonna be there to take the shot. Turns it into a 1v1, gets stinked though, has to play careful. Buster trying to help him out. The kills are going both ways, but it's Virtus.pro with the man advantage. And now it's all on Simon, and he is gone. Shush catches the flank, though, turns it into a 1v2. And it is still possible. This happened so early. He's got a lot of time to work with, but he's walking into a crossfire. Once that smoke and CT clears, it's going to be so difficult for him to get the job done. Kickert's at his back. He's going to try and play this angle. Virtus.pro trying to peek him together. If one takes the fight, the other's going to peek. And yep, sure enough, Shush knows it. Sees the one in CT. Now he's got bomb as well. This is going to change a lot. Can he get his way out of here? Oh, no way!
That's beautiful. What a brilliant move from Shush. VP had no idea. He slipped the net. He's got the bomb. He's at least going to get a plant. And anything that happens after that is gravy. The plant is everything Heroic won at this moment. And Shush has a chance.
Dude, how much are their hands trembling right now going into this retake for Virtus.pro? This is it. Buster and Kickert. Buster's been good for a few clutches so far this series. Let's see if he's good for another one here. He's got a teammate to help him out, but Shush has been rock solid. Instant headshot, instant death on Kickert. 1v1, and he saw him too. He knows where Buster's coming from, and Shush looking to execute him, looking for that headshot. 50 health left on Buster, and Buster's got to turn him, and Buster drops him. Plenty of time for the defuse. And VP pick up the pistol round. It had to happen, Moses.
He had his chance. He missed some shots on that clutch in that 1v1. Ooh, he had everything he could have wanted. Man, does it feel like Shush deserved that. Deserved to win that round. What a good play in a 1v2, in a tough 1v2, and just can't convert the kills.
That's amazing.
Brutal to have it ripped away from you like that. 9-7, but look, as much as that loss hurts, he got a plant in an extremely difficult situation. That's going to allow Heroic to have 3 AK-47s on the board, enough utility as well. And this is a very dangerous round for VP. James got the op already.
That's crazy. No hesitation on the side of James, straight into it. Has the AWP, but we've got 3 rifles on the other side for Heroic. They've elected to go for the raid boss strategy, trying to maximize that firepower off the bomb plant, and now they are just hoping to put a halt to it. So I'll have a couple of nades to work with here.
I don't know if Heroic's going to expect the ult.
That can completely catch them off guard, you're right. And James is in this position. It's a bit of an off angle as well. They might not be expecting this at all. And, oh no, what? James misses the shot. He loses his teammate too. This is all falling apart for VP. Smoke blocks him off. He's still got a chance, but Heroic have threaded the needle. They're on the bomb site.
Oh, you feel shockingly horrible if you're James. This is, you really want to vomit right now if you're that. Oof. All right, round is won by Heroic off the back of a missed shot. Seen a couple of weird misses throughout this series. Probably none with bigger consequences than that one.
Especially for James.
Dude, this is ripping everything away from Virtus.pro. That's actually incredible. That one miss has decided so much, and if they can take that op away from him here at the end, that'd be massive. Flashbang's going to come in to buy him time. James has to give up the angle. Thankfully, Heroic is not dedicated to the hunt. They'll let him have it. So 10-7, yeah.
Fair enough, James. You keep that off. If you're going to miss shots like that, just let
it go. Yeah. Do it again, please.
Do it again. We'll hold on to our AKs and M4s.
Holy hell.
That is so brutal. He had him dead to rights, turned away from him. And that is a very painful round for Virtus.pro to lose.
It's one thing to miss a shot and just be able to kind of get another chance later on in the round. It's another thing to miss a shot and then watch your team get deleted like right after it by the player you're supposed to kill.
Yeah. Oh, no. And that is Heroic just coming right back into it. They didn't even give Virtus.pro another round.
Timeout, VP.
Yeah. And if you're James at this point, man, you just got to shake that off. This is where you're going to get to truly show what you're capable of here. If you can have something go away against you in that fashion, and still rally during the timeout, come back out swinging. That's what VP need to show right now. They got to show that that did not faze them. And, well, they are going to spend some money this round. So it's not the hard eco coming in here for Virtus.pro, but it doesn't look like it's going to be a force buy either. They're kind of going halfway here.
Well, you're buying so that everyone can have like a strong position in their respective spots on the map, but I mean, really what you're doing here is you're just saying, James, like, we know you just missed that shot, shake it off, because you have complete freedom. Your op needs to deliver us something in this round. Gonna peek deep down mid and see nothing. Oh, there's a chance here at the end, just jumping over the crosshair. I don't know if they know James is peeking down, and he's gonna give it up. 4 players at the A bomb site for VP's defense. And Heroic, they might just march right into Flit, who's the lone defender. The smoke is eventually going to fade, but he's hiding in it. Turns, missed shots again. And it's going to be a save again for the rest of Virtus.pro. They're not going to budge from the A bomb site. Goal now for Virtus.pro is keep the AWP alive for round 19.
Yes, defend it at all costs. And the MP9 from Buster. He might throw that away. We'll see. But as far as these rounds are concerned here for Virtus.pro, they're starting to miss shots that they otherwise wouldn't. This is where you can start to see the nerves start to set in because, again, this is the final map of this best of 3. You face elimination now. Either of these teams. You lose this map, you're going home. The winner's going into the semifinals. And it's all on the line, and you've waited a long time. You've put in an enormous amount of work to get this far and to be here on the main stage of the major.
And you've both had good years. Whoever loses this, like no matter how good your year was, it's going to feel like hell.
It is. It's going to hurt. Well, fans are chanting, and now this is it.
Winner between these two teams will play the winner of G2 NIP that's coming up right after this.
That'll be a sick series as well. NIP really did get the fortunate draw of that one.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Nothing's easy at this stage. 4-round lead for Heroic. Jame again going to try and create something, and Jame again is going to have nothing presented to him.
It's like they know it's coming too. There's like, yeah, here's a flash. Have fun. Oh, close angle though. This is scary. Free fire and that was slick. TSS ready for it.
That was fast. No chance for a rebuttal from Flit.
So that's Apartments. Not quite control though. Yeah, Kicker kind of hanging around here with the Season 75, crossing his fingers, just hoping somebody's going to walk around that corner.
They're paused. They're happy to wait and just hold on to Hull's control. They're going to let these 3 players in Banana play next. It's their turn to try and gain map control and forcing away the player inside the choke point as well. So Heroic taking real estate, taking Banana. Back to the A bomb site we go, and if they continue this attack, if this is where they end up, they'll finally have a chance to take that AWP away from Jame. He's kept it for so long since round number 2.
Oh, here they come. Nope, smoke. Surprise, surprise, and he still gets a kill. No way. All right, Refresh is going to feel a little salty after that one. But you are narrowing in on Jame with that AWP. If you can get out here onto this A-bomb side, this is going to be big, and it's going to be hard for Jame to hold you off. He's only got the AWP. He can only shoot once at a time.
Oh, my lord.
Does he get out of here? No way. Oh, did they line up? There it is. Point blank. And oh, Shush with the pre-fire. Shush with the pre-fire. That was perfect.
And they needed that. They actually had a player in Halls going back to Boiler I thought would be able to flank him out, but called that one off. So there was really no one to come from behind and eliminate that position. So finally the AWP is taken away from Virtus.pro. I believe Jame is going to be buying it the next round regardless. But at least you get a freebie if you want it for Cadian.
Truth.
And all that Heroic have to do now is protect the AWP. Don't let anyone from Virtus.pro recover it. Bomb planted in a position where you can safely survive inside of pit as well. CZ doing some damage. And Stound's going to find the kill.
They're keeping their cool here, Heroic. And it feels like everybody's starting to chime in.
Would be a great time for a Doja nade.
Oh, now that you mention it. It's not going to happen, though. And Yakinda hoping against Hope. He upgrades to an M4A1. He'll take that. Fair enough. Obviously wanted the AWP, but take what you can get in this situation.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
12-7.
Virtus.pro is getting to that same point like they were on Mirage, where it's starting to slip out of control. They need something. They need some kind of magic here. Round number 20 coming in.
And the hype is real. Going in here for Heroic. All-important round. Shush setting it up for the team. They've got the firing squad just waiting to see what was going to present itself there, Heroic. They were ready for some aggression, for some early peaks coming in from VP. Nothing here, though, for VP, although Yakinder is trying his darndest. He's really trying to look around these smokes, hoping to catch somebody looking the wrong way. This is crazy. The aggression. This is what needed to happen, though. Virtus.pro count on him making these kinds of plays, and now Yakinder's putting it all on the line for his team.
Oh, that smoke is way too shallow. That actually gives Heroic some cover if they want to hard clear Yekindar. That's pretty dangerous. Two more players behind this, though, and boosted up. There's a lot of presence here from Virtus.pro. 3 players in Banana, and Heroic is bypassing it all. Buster needs to hustle, and he's praying that Heroic delay this hit just long enough for him to get here.
We're going to look at his teammate's screen as well, just trying to get a read on the positioning here from his teammates. How is this going to go down? He could peek at the perfect time here. Shush turns back just in the nick of it, and Shush is ready. Instant headshot. Buster, no chance. Kicker on the site now. His life is going to get hard. He gets a nice volley kill, slows down Stout. There's the drop, though, from Refresh. Opens it up. Yekindar, though, the hero, comes in on short, takes 2. Shush and Refresh now the last 2 alive in a 2-on-2, 25 seconds. And Jame on the high ground. They have no idea. This guy can ruin it all.
They need to get the bomb. Bomb's down in front of Yekindar, blocked off by a molly. Oh, this is going to be so tough. How do you do this if you're Heroic? It has to be right now. 12 seconds, good kill, perfect flash. Jame, he could ruin everything, and now they know his position. Oh, another miss. Another miss. And another lost round.
Away, Moses.
Oh, it's
I look
brutal.
away from my monitor here. I'm looking at the players there. That's so painful for Jame.
Oh, at the most important match of the event for Virtus.pro. And those are 2 heartbreaking misses for Jame. Yekindar does a great job. A fast flank due to his position at the base of Banana. And again, Heroic find the answer. They find the way out. 13-7.
How many rounds can Virtus.pro absorb like this? How many beatings do you keep taking?
I mean, we're about to find out if Virtus.pro is maxed out on comebacks in this event. I don't know if they have another one in them. It doesn't look like it in the moment.
Oh no, you're stuck here, Jame. You better hope it doesn't spread onto you. Molly was pretty close. But this is the golden opportunity here for Heroic to put an end to Virtus.pro's run. 13-7 on the T side. And Heroic taking their time. Flash over the top, the usual one, just over half wall. And here we go. Jame is on his own, gets the first shot.
He's back.
Yeah, that's the thing. They're backing off and they're trying to rotate around. This could turn into an apps pop onto that A bomb site, but the rotations come through. Buster's here to help out now. And before long, James is going to be in position as well.
Yeah, I think Heroic knows they need to do this right now. There's the smoke. Refresh, going to take a risk and walk out without the flashbangs, doubled up inside the bomb site. Heroic has no idea yet. Refresh is surely going to get the information, though. They know once boosted, they've spotted him. They need to clear the lower corner, and they do. Refresh is massive in this round. And there he is again. Glock out and saves his teammate's life. And Jame, it's time, my friend.
You got to make the play. You got to try something.
You got to back off. There's no way into this bomb site. They don't have a kit. They don't have a kit. They've got one smoke. They've got no flashbangs, and Virtus.pro again have no option but to save.
How many kills is that for Refresh? I think that's like 6 kills in the last 2 rounds for Refresh. He was at 5 kills just a couple rounds ago.
Yeah.
The dude has just popped off at the end.
Why not?
Once again.
Look at the difference. He's popping off at the end. Jame, when he's needed most, has missed a couple huge sitters.
Oh, man, Jane is not going to sleep well tonight. If it goes against him here, Virtus.pro. If he saves it, still could work out. But let's see here, because Jame hoping to hold on to this AWP. He's got the angle. Heroic. Oh, the bait. Takes the shot. Gets, well, revenge for his fallen teammates. At least Refresh out of the picture. But they will save that AWP. 14-7. And Heroic, I mean, they were the favorites coming into this map in particular. It's one of the best maps they have in the pool. If it went the distance, Heroic were going to be feeling pretty good about themselves. They're showing us why. They look very confident on Inferno right now.
They've been growing throughout this whole event. Remember, they almost got eliminated way back in the Challenger stage. There's a world in which they didn't even make it to the Legend stage, much less here and much less to the semifinals.
And
this team is finding its form and its confidence at the perfect moment.
And just shaping all of the storylines as well. Coming into it, everybody's thinking, okay, are they onliners? Are they capable of playing on LAN? Will they be able to withstand the pressure and actually get in? Because they've been a contender online and all these online leagues and all these online tournaments. But when they come to LAN, where they're going to show us what they're capable of. And it turns out Heroic are living up to it. Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. This is still a bye round for VP, and this is still a match of CS. It's not over until there's 16 rounds on the board for one of these teams.
They are pounding this Halls pop so much these last few rounds. They are really feeling like they have a lot of success to be found here. Not this time. James nails it. Split follows up so well.
And Shush doesn't even have a bomb. So with a minute on the clock, he doesn't have a whole lot going on for him, although does find a very crisp headshot on Yakinder. That was nice.
Yeah, that was perfect.
Oh. No, he doesn't get it. So close. Shush. Man, he's just a split second late on all of these.
What is... No one from VP wants this fight at all. Everyone's shying away from it. Shush is going to get lured deeper into the bomb site, and fair play. Virtus.pro trying to keep guns in their hand. But Shush has a chance to take a few more away over the smoke he's found.
There it is.
Nicely done from VP. And they needed to keep 4 players alive. If you're ever going to have a comeback in this scenario as Virtus.pro, that's like the best way to get it started. You shut down a hit, you don't lose anyone until garbage time in the round, until he's deciding to save. You get some money behind you. You have a cushion, a little bit of a buffer. And you have a couple nice shots this round from James.
Yep. Coming up with the goods. Keeping the team alive and in it. Heroic had mountains of cash, so they don't care. They're going to be able to full buy, get fully kitted out for this one. So now it's on VP and to show us what they're made of here. The true test of their mettle. Because now Virtus.pro, again, this is a match of CS. If VP can run it back, it's not over yet. This is all on mindset, and this is all just on grind. You're just saying 1 round at a time. You're not even looking at the scoreboard right now if you're Virtus.pro. You're just saying 1 round at a time. Don't even think about it. Just play the game. And we've seen teams come back from further behind this before. So let's see now from Heroic, though. They're thinking about getting over here towards Banana in a moment. Cadian setting it up. Nades over the top. Yakinder, man, bold as brass out here.
Heroic has a ton of money, and they have elected to drop down to 3 MAC-10s. I have to imagine this is going to end up being an execute on the B bomb site from this deep into Banana. They want the mobility, they want to be fast, oh my god, and they want to take Yakindar's head off before they even begin. That's huge. Screw the set piece, let's go. Get the MAC-10s in there. And I don't know if Buster can do this. He's got so many problems coming his way. First kill is his. Oh, great precision, but cannot get the second kill.
Dude, Shush, what a hero. Buster was so close to getting a second kill there. And now if you're Virtus.pro, you're down a man. James is nowhere near you. He's over on the A bomb site right now. Is Kicker going to do this all alone? He's got Flit there to help him from CT. But the bomb is a quarter done already.
Yeah, this is weird. You can't save here either. You're going to send Kicker forward to see what he can get you, but you have to go for this if you're VP.
All right, let's see. What are they capable of here? They're capable of dying, Moses. That's what's happening here. Tessus just ripping their heads off. Kicker and James are out of it. Flit's the only one. Holding the line, finds one, but there's Tessus with the triple.
This is over.
And that's it.
VP didn't even look like they wanted to be in that retake.
Match point. And this is the difference between a team that's playing to win and a team that's playing not to lose. Knowing when you have to get in there and just go for the fights. Yeah, you got to know when you got to be able to take those fights.
Yeah, that felt like a little bit of like a dying gasp, a bit of a whimper right at the end of their run. It's been a good tournament for Virtus.pro.
That was a beautiful boost, though. Really glad that the observers were able to pick up on that. We were able to see from that perspective, because that shows us, that Yakinder with that off angle actually gets punished hard when he's just that far out in the open. And now, 7 rounds is what Virtus.pro need in a row to force overtime. Not even win, just to force overtime and stay alive in this quarterfinal. Heroic, with everything on the line, just 1 more round is all they need. We got a bit of presence in mid, getting set up, Ollie over the top. In the meantime, VP, they do have 3 on A. They've rotated an extra man over here, at least the usual. And VP right now, I mean, they're fixing to be turned into a rug unless they can put up a fight.
I don't know if they've got any left. Double op setup switched into. Heroic happy to wait patiently. Kickert's a little bit nervous of that B bomb site. He's shifting over. And Buster has a pretty deep angle with the AWP now, so he's going to call Kickert off. An interesting rotation. This is a lot of time for mostly just 2 defenders. Kicker could get locked out of this hit very easily. James better deliver if they want to stay alive.
Time to hit the shots. 23 seconds, though. He's got plenty of time. And Gator with the flank! What a hero! Double kill for him, buying even more time for his team. 17 seconds, and the push has to start. They have to get onto this bomb site. Flit still in the pit. James is on the bomb site, and this is falling apart for Heroic.
Yeah, time. They don't have the time. It was sloppy because they had to rush things as well. That flank from Kicker was perfect. Heroic missing a small detail there. No one watching for that push once the smoke disappears. No one looking towards Rap side.
That was just perfectly timed.
Yeah, but you're not going to get a whole lot of gifts like that if you're Virtus.pro. That might be like you can't rely on that. That might be like one time. That was the one that they get. I feel like Zisk can't hold back a smile. He's like, ooh, semifinals, baby.
He's overjoyed right now. You can't tell, but he is. He is. But now it's about just not getting complacent over and over again. You have to repeat it to yourself. You have to just stay focused if you're Heroic. You still need that one round. Virtus.pro perfectly capable of running it back, and now we've got a double AWP setup for Virtus.pro as well, changing it up. We have yet to see this kind of strategy. They're gonna put some damage through. Sick. Stavin is out. Just like that, Heroic are down a man. Cadian, that would have been so sick. The molly behind it, though, fends him off. Pop flash through. Yakinder holds his own. Triple kill for him in the round, and there's Buster. He shows he has the AWP, but he wins the round, and that's what matters.
Uh-oh.
15-10.
They still got some fight in them.
5 rounds away. Again, this is what we've been wondering all along. Can Heroic end the series? You can get up to match point, but do you have what it takes to finish it? To finish the job? 15-10.
And they'll have had 7 chances to close this out. Like this, they have 5 left, 5 remaining to book themselves a semifinal ticket. Timeout called by Heroic, talking things over. You could see Exist being vocal. Plenty of money still for Heroic, so Cadian's gotten off 4 AK-47s as well.
Very quiet over there. They're feeling, they got to take a break every now and again. There we go. There we go. And this side? Very quiet over here. All right, well, we'll give you some time to warm up. All right, let's get into it. We're live. And it is another buy round on both sides. Heroic, fortunately for them, they had so much money in the bank. Yep. They have yet to eco, with VP still winning rounds like this. Heroic still able to full buy. And we're seeing just that development now between these two teams. Banana, who's backing off? How are they holding it? Aggression last round. This time around, very passive. And VP may try and go for timing to retake it later. We'll see, because now James is rotated over. You'll have that AWP to back it up. It'll just be the long wait. The thing is here, I mean, Heroic, now that they've got their apps pop shut down, maybe VP are just banking on them hitting the B site. You're going to shift back over here now because we've shut you down on A. And so initially VP kind of putting a little bit more attention over there just to see.
I'm curious how Heroic is going to approach this. 3 smokes, 2 flashes to use. It might just be a standard hit, but they don't have any Molotovs to clear anyone out of position.
It's going to be it's going to be dirty. You have to hit just headshots from here on out. Yakinder's got the angle on you. A little bit of an off angle as well, so that's weird. But here's the flash over the top. Yakinder blind, still gets the kill. He had the lineup. And over the top, he will go down. That's Refresh bringing it back, but Buster in the back of the corner. How are they going to deal with this guy? They have to run in here and hope that they can find the shots the old-fashioned way. Stavin gets dropped. It's all on Buster, and he is buying so much time. 20 seconds left, and Cadian got to get this bomb down. No way does he go over the top. As the smoke clears, Kicker right there, hits the shot. Cadian not gonna miss. James, though, thinking about it, and Cadian going back again. 5 seconds left on the clock. There's no time for the bomb plant. Testis has to get out of dodge. Virtus.pro, another round on the board.
That worries me. That's a worrying sign. Obviously a great kill to get as the smoke clears at Coffin, but then the follow-up tap and peek towards CT spawn, you gotta trust your teammate there. And Cadian went for a play. Cadian went to win the match, win the series, and he was denied. And we'll see what the consequences for that are.
He wanted to end it.
But you have to put the faith in your team, your life in your teammate's hand and just trust it. 4 rounds away now, Virtus.pro, from taking us to overtime. Inferno's not done yet.
These are such close rounds. It's amazing. Both of these teams, the battle right now. Heroic. All right, this time around, they get that early banana control. And a quick shot here, quick peek. Yakinder's got to be careful. He's going to get a kill. And a second, and a third. No. Okay, then.
Good shooting.
Cool hand, Yakinder. Doesn't miss. Oh, and he gets robbed. Kicker, what are you doing? Your boy could have had an ace on the stage of the major. Sure, it was a Nico, but you know,
they all count.
They all count. Oh man, the VP chant is kicking off now as well.
It's been a long time coming, and this is probably the first time on this map that anyone's felt good enough to start one. VP looks like they're warming up into this. It's just taken them 23 rounds to do it. 4 rounds straight for Virtus.pro. 5 of the last 6. And they're within striking distance of overtime. Deep Molotov out is going to hold the VP defense at bay down banana. 3 players here initially for Virtus.pro.
It's within their grasp, Moses. They just have to reach out and take it now. VP, man, amazing. And so Heroic, they've elected to change it up once again. It's been a lot of B, and now we've got a presence towards A. They've really gone to the other side of the map. Virtus.pro, this time we're reading into it. 4 players ready on A early in case Heroic are going to try some shenanigans over here. And that bomb is not committed either way. So they clear out apartments now.
You can see how much more passive things get when there's so much on the line.
Yeah.
Nobody taking risks, nobody wanting early engagements. Everyone is content to just kind of chill and have an early stalemate in these rounds and play it out in the late game execute. And here's Heroic again. They're going back to this Hulls pop. They saw something in prep that they thought they could exploit.
It's going to be perfect, though. Look at this. Oh, trying to get back in time. Yakinder, is he going to be able to make it? He needs to be able to help his teammate out. Watching on Arch, smoke on Library. He is effectively cut out of this bomb site. Shush is there to watch for him as well. Tez is getting one. This is big. Let's do the best he can, but it's not good enough. Yakinder is gone as well, trying to push the smoke. And it's all on Kicker with the spray through. He takes down Shush. Still a man advantage for Heroic and just getting the bomb planted this time. Heroic, they have that much going. Now the clock is on Virtus.pro. Tournament lives on the line. They've been on this comeback. They need another clutch. And Heroic stand in their way. Perfect post plants here for Heroic. This is going to be so hard for VP. And Heroic not showing anything. Absolutely no reason to. They're going to play the bomb. VP, they know where VP need to go. Refresh takes out Kicker, and it's all on Buster. 1v3. Smoke over the top, and Buster's just chilling, hoping for a target, and it's not going to happen. Cadian gets the final kill of the series, and that is it. Heroic make the semifinals. Unreal performance. They do get it done in the end. It was looking, they had to make it entertaining for us, Moses.
It was looking grim, but it's nice to see, like they had to have had something prepared with that Hulls pop, and it's good to see them. They went away from it when it stopped working for a couple rounds, came back, and that's the knockout punch. And give your props to this man, leading a very young team, an inexperienced team all year online, and got them to a point where they could deliver on the biggest stage of all. Heroic are in the semifinals.
Heroic have done it. Trials and tribulations, but this team has made it top 4 at the first major in a couple years. And Virtus.pro, this is the end of the line, the end of the story. Heroic made it through in a bit more decisive fashion through the legendary stage, making it here to the top 8. Virtus.pro had to claw their way onto this stage. And so VP can be proud of that. They didn't go down without a fight.
As if this team is poised to potentially be in the grand finals of the major. I don't think anyone would have thought about that at any point during this year, that it was going to be a possibility. Tough road for VP, eliminated, but Heroic's knocking on the door now. They got to await who they're going to play next.
This is terrific. Now they've shaken off the land
yeah.
Jitters. That's it. They know what it feels like to play under the pressure in the quarterfinals. Semifinals is only going to get better. But now let's go ahead and hear from our analysts. Take it away, Richard.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Great cast. Loving it. And especially if you're a Heroic fan. But I think the angle of attack we're going to go from here is actually that Virtus.pro. Maybe they just sort of wilted a little bit in the spotlight. There was a couple of rounds where they could have been a bit more aggressive, made some ballsier plays, and who knows what we're talking about. I mean, that seems to be the general temperature check with you guys, right?
Yeah, I guess that CT side from VP is what a hater from VP would tell you is wrong with them. That's exactly that. They would look at this side and say, listen, they gave away way too many rounds, didn't even try most of these attempts. Jame was saving most of the time. That was the bad stereotype of what VP can do, unfortunately for them.
Yeah, Duncan.
I mean, I thought there was an outrageous example of it. It was on the 21st round. It was where Jim and Yakinda lost that like 2vx situation over at the A site. Then Jim loses his AWP. The only player with money is Yakinda. He has 7k. By the way, Yakinda top fragged this game. Yeah. He instead buys an AWP for Jim, and the rest just get like pistols around him. And Jim does nothing around with it whatsoever. He doesn't even make he doesn't go to like banana and take 2 or 3 peeks. He doesn't like take some crazy A attack and try and get it. So basically, he takes all the resources from his team. Instead of giving me, like, you could give away 2 M4A1S at that point in time, 2 players like Yakinda, like Buster, who are having crazy impact in the game, and he basically just says, put it all on my back, but then actually, I don't like the look of it.
That's a problem, right? Like, if you look at, I don't usually like picking on individual players, but Jame, you need to play at a baseline level. Like, he was the star of this team before Yakinda came in. And even after Yakinda came in, he was top fragging. And as you pointed out, that I think is a perfect example of how Jame is in this team. He's the IGL. He calls everything around himself. At least make it work, guys.
Yes.
Like, just get a kill at least. Maybe a little bit impactful. That second half was just atrocious.
Well, it's a crazy contrast considering what he just did on Ancient. You're like,
sure.
okay, he's finally arrived at the major.
Yes.
And we're going to see the Jame that we've seen online for all this period of time. Unfortunately, I think, he's going to have a period of reflection after this whole tournament because it's about stepping up under these conditions and proving that you're an elite player. The online era is all but over, guys, and it's going to be a footnote.
And think about that graphic we showed before this map. Past 3 months online, 1.41 rating. By the way, that's like beyond what Simple might even have had in that time period. Then you come to the LAN now, and you are like hovering just above a 1.0, and obviously this can't have been a great one. That's including the performance on Ancient. So unfortunately, those 2 players, Yakinda and Jim, totally contrasting playing styles, but they are both vital for this squad. I actually thought kind of the man who, despite a few weird players in terms of timing and economics, Buster actually showed again. Yeah. When you get to LAN and Majors, he is like the sleeper OP in this team, and he's a guy that I'm so glad they kept him in the squad.
Yeah, Maniac, anything to add to that about VP?
I'm going to take the other way. I'm going to talk about Heroic just a little bit, because otherwise we're going to spend this whole segment.
We've got time.
There's a lot to talk about.
On Jame. Look, 2 great starts on both halves. To me, that has to be the one point we have to hammer home. It starts 6-2 on the CT side, 5-1 on the T side. We know how Counter-Strike works. They have the economy for them. On the CT side, the reads and the gambles. I don't know how they do it. They have this ability to have the right gamble. How many times did VP attack into a triple stack on the B side? Or 4 players on the A side? I don't know if it's information-based or it's gut-based, but that was a big
hold on to those thoughts, gentlemen. We might be able to get some insight about how Heroic were able to do that. James Banks is now going to win his interview with Refresh from Heroic.
Thank you very much, Richard. Now, Refresh, this is the biggest event of your career and the biggest stage you've been on. How did it feel?
I mean, it was a great game to play. It was really tough. VP is like definitely a top team, so we knew like before heading into the match that it would be a close game. But I think, we played like really well, and the mood was high. I mean, we were like enjoying this amazing crowd, and it was so fun to play. I mean, it's the biggest experience for me ever, and I'm happy to do it here.
And for the team, right, being in this situation, being on this stage, and especially with VP giving you a bit of a hard time, was there some nerves creeping in different to your normal games?
I don't really think so. I think we played like really well fundamentally, but we messed up some rounds on Asian, and we ended up losing that one. But we knew in weapon rounds that we could outplay them. We had a really good read on them, and yeah, we showed it on Inferno.
Now, when we're talking about the Ancient, though, right, it's obviously a punish pick. We saw FaZe try it against them. They've certainly made some adjustments. Was it different to the research you guys have done on them?
No, I think we had a good idea of how they played, but I just think we showed that they are good on the CT side. We fucked up, the many rounds were like in 2v2s and 2v3s. I think if we closed 1 or 2 of those rounds, our money would be like much better, and I think we would win the game more convincingly on Asian. But they played like really well. They played well in the stressful rounds, especially on LAN, and respect to them for playing their calm on their after plans and such. And yeah.
Now, you had one of these rounds, right, where you pulled out the deagle and you absolutely dominated them, all these one bullets pulling off. When you get a round like that and you've got a stage like this and you hear the crowd, what did it feel like? Did it add some extra oomph to it all?
I mean, I think after the first kill, the crowd went a bit crazy, and it just gave me more confidence in the next shot, and it just kept going. And I just ran off of that energy, and I mean, it felt amazing. It was a good round, but I'm a bit sad that we lost Asian, of course. But I mean, we showed good clutches. Damon also had the AWP on A side. I think it was really a sick clutch as well.
Now, you've taken down Virtus.pro, but I've got to ask, right, they're a very difficult team to play against. What is it like to play against them compared to other teams because of their style? You know, they're paid by the round, I heard.
Yeah, I mean, we all know that, I mean, James is always going to have an AWP, and they somehow they find the money for the AWP. I'm not sure how, but I mean, it's really hard to play against a team where you don't know what kind of buy they have. So many of the rounds we wanted to play slow and find out what's going on. And it's of course hard to play against James, who's rotating, having AWP all the time, and then Yakinda, who's making these amazing pushes. So I think they are a well-rounded team, and they play great.
Well, you've done it. You've made it through the first hurdle. Stockholm, make some noise for Refresh and Heroic. We're going to go back to the desk. Richard, over to you.
Thanks a lot for that, James. Super happy to see Refresh getting some plaudits there. I've been saying it for years. I think he was one of those guys that was coming through in the Danish scene at a time when there was a lot of talent there. Maybe didn't always get his shine, but back when he was playing for Fragsters, he was one of the standout players there. He, as I said, had the nightmare of playing in that broken up Cloud9 project where he was sort of playing with, you know, old school players that had maybe lost their way a little bit. And, you know, to see him on stage there, giving mature answers after a mature performance, really playing well, and Heroic doing so well, it's actually great. I mean, that's everything good about Heroic sort of encapsulated there, right?
Even though, I always say, there's no such role as the clutch role. That's some stupid things people on forums say. He just has some uncanny ability to just pull the most impossible ones out of nowhere. And this guy on our screen, by the way, I was quite disturbed by what I heard in that interview. Because I heard Refresh refer to that player as Starvin, right?
Yeah.
Now, everyone, I'm pretty sure it was Anders and Potter, that's right, I'm calling people out. They told me it was Stown, and that's like, shit like that.
No, you have to say it like that. I've heard both from Heroic players, though. I don't even know.
I mean, I've heard all sorts of things from Heroic players, too. I don't know what to believe either, Richard.
You know what?
They have won the game, though, to be fair. Congratulations.
They have won the game at LAN in an arena, Duncan. So take your cynicism elsewhere. Maniac, I'll come back to you. You were making some points about Heroic before we went to that interview.
Yeah, you mentioned it. You just said it's a mature performance, and I agree with you, and this is what I want to harp on, right? The fact that we have Refresh on stage, and he's talking about how the crowd reacting to his kills, it got him all excited. We see a lot of players do the mistakes of over-peaking, going for the second kill, the third kill when they do. I thought that here were quite composed, and this is great. We call them rookies. They're not used to that stage, but it doesn't get the best of them. They stay true to their principles, and they don't over-peak, and I appreciate that.
There are two types of people when they go in front of a stage, in front of a big crowd. Either they crumble, not just because of the pressure, because of the nerves and whatnot, or some of them just thrive in it. And Heroic, here's a great news for any Heroic fan. They just figured out right now, we love the crowd. Yes. We love the energy they're feeding off. And as you pointed out, Refresh said in an interview, that 1 versus 3 with the Deagle. Yep. Just a sheer ball to the guy to take out a Deagle. Yes. 1 3 of them, right? And of course, sure, the map didn't really go their way. But it's Inferno. The calling was spectacular. The nerves from Tessus in that 1 versus 2 on the B bomb side to have the trigger discipline. The balls to go for a 3 Mac 10 buy when you have $10,000 on each and every one of your plays against a full buy-in to break VP. Just some incredible calls coming out.
And I'll even say as well, by the way, even though they lost stage, I love the way they played the map. They always thought they were in it still. Really they were taking chances. Like, listen, VP pulled out some epic stuff. People like Flip, people like Buster, people like Jame, obviously. But I actually thought, that unlike the Heroic I saw in some of the best of 3s previously in this tournament, they did play to win this time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I'm looking at the scoreboard as well. Like, Tessus has to be the MVP of this particular match, really stepping up.
I love the way he played that 1v2 as well.
Yeah, the trigger discipline was outrageous. But this is the thing. There's another word that we've not really talked about with Heroic that was lacking from VP. I think, first of all, obviously, aggression. We've touched upon that. It's synergy. Some of these Heroic CT setups, their crossfires, they're absolutely insane. It's so hard to beat because what you're effectively running into is you're not running into one guy that's like baiting or holding a nade out for the other. They're both great aimers. Like, so, you know, they're going to get their kills, and then you've got the second guy to deal with once you've eventually traded that guy out. It was a nightmare on Inferno.
This was
the
the point you were making, mate. Remember the round? I think it was Stown was in the double stack back in the A site.
Yes.
There's a great example of it, right?
Absolutely, and I just want to add to that as well. To play that CT style, it requires a lot of synergy and precision in what you're doing, right? Because you're not just playing 3-2 and everyone is just handling their business. It's quiet. No, you have a lot of movements between the players, which means potentially a lot of holes that can be filled by T's lurking in. You have to keep updating the information. You have to know what your teammate is doing. You have to trust them as well. It's a very demanding playstyle.
And I think that's the biggest difference between Cadian and the side of Jame, right? Like if you look at both of them primary operas, both of them IGLs at respective teams, you look at a CD side for Heroic on any map, one of the most exciting CD sides, might not necessarily be the best, but the way they're dynamic, like you pointed out, moving around, and look at the way Jame calls on his side, right? So very distinctly different styles, and clearly it was Heroic style, which was the better one.
So look, we've got the bracket updated, so Heroic fans, check this out. You are that first semi-finalist. The question really becomes, do we reassess what we think about Heroic? Could they go have a crazy run, go to the final? Because obviously they're going to play the winner of G2 and NIP.
Listen, in my pick 'em, I have them going to the final. I think they're going to do it. Like the key thing for me was this first match.
Yes,
I thought
absolutely.
this was the one that could be the banana peel for them. This is the one where VP's notoriously hard to beat. Maybe you start that third map slow. We've all seen it happen. You start to question people like Jim become emboldened. After you get past that one, I've seen both of these other teams in the last few months have some real out-of-nowhere bad performances, and they don't exactly have all the veteran players in their team either. The Heroic that played today can go to the final.
Yeah, absolutely. And you have to remember, right? We've just left a 2-year period of online-only Counter-Strike. A few teams out there have made tremendous progress. Have won trophies, made deep runs, we've seen new players rise up. All these people coming to the major have everything to prove. Everyone is waiting for them to fail, to give us an excuse to say, ha, that was online, I told you, you couldn't do it. They're in the semi-final of the major, on land, on the stage. At this point in time, we're running out of excuse, right? They're just earning whatever they have.
They're going to have to get the respect they deserve.
Yeah,
absolutely.
For sure.
And you got to understand something like Duncan pointed out as well. A lot of these teams don't really have much experience. You look at the bottom half of the bracket, VP with a team who actually have the most amount of experience in a major stage, right?
Course, yeah.
G2, fine, you got Nico, you got Hunter to a certain degree, or Nexa for that matter. And Heroic, it's only Cadian. And the fact that they delivered in front of a crowd when it was going to the final decided, they lost their mapping of Ancient. They're only going to get better the more games they play. So I wouldn't be too surprised if they actually do make it to the major, like you said.
Well, we will see if they do make it to the final. We're gonna take a quick break. We're gonna have a few minutes, and then we're gonna come back with an interview with Nico, who's G2's gonna be playing in the evening game. He sits down with James Banks, so make sure you stick around for that. We'll see you soon.
Time for another lunch with Banks, and I've got G2's Nico with me, and you've had a pretty good start to the major, mate.
Yeah, we did. I'm happy that it went off like this.
Definitely, especially after recent results. Let's grab some food, right? We'll have a deeper chat about it all.
Let's get it. The sausages are surprisingly good at this event. I don't know how, but every time I ate it, it was really good.
Right, I might throw some sausages on there as well. I'll take your recommendation.
So we're heading over there, yeah?
Oh yes, let's see. Right, so food secure.
It is. It's my breakfast, but it's the lunchtime.
Now let's talk about this major coming into it. Did you guys feel, and maybe especially you feel like extra pressure because you've been performing, but still the results haven't quite been there for the team, right? There have been these struggles.
I think it's normal to feel the pressure, but we didn't really think about the results that we had previously, all the struggle that we had, because it's the major in the end. Like, it's the most important event of the whole CS time, you know. We never had bigger prize pool, we didn't have major for 2 years. The pressure is there, but we are just here to fight, and whatever happens, happens, but I just want to see my team fighting and giving everything for each other, and so far it's been going good.
Why do you think though that people like point out that, like, especially like on the FaZe situation, that it's you? Because, but in general, how I understand teams is a group decision, right? People come together and say that.
Yeah, of course, it was all the time, it was a group decision. The only decision that I kind of pushed for, because I really believed, was Coldzera.
Okay.
That's the only decision that I really
But you guys had a good relationship before you joined FaZe,
exactly,
right?
yeah. We had a good relationship, and obviously he was one of the best players in the world. Janko worked with him as well, so we exchanged a lot of thoughts and see how we should move on. And the only move that I pushed for was call, and it was still not like we do this, or if it doesn't happen, I'm gonna leave. It was never like that, you know. I explained myself and I they also understood why I want to bring Cold. You know, he was still very good at that time.
Now let's talk about the good stuff though, right? That you're putting you and Hunter together finally, waiting for it to happen. Did you ever think it was going to be actually possible?
No, for sure we knew it was possible. As soon as I actually saw that he really has a good potential. Maybe I regret not taking, for example, him and ENCE into FaZe, because they were a good duo and ENCE was IGL. Maybe I regret that, but after that point I knew that we will play together.
Cool.
It was just a matter of time, and I always thought personally that I would bring him to FaZe, and then after everything happened, I decided to leave FaZe, and then we just saw what options we have. Basically I just got here because they had already set team, they had already decent results, spots secured, everything was ready. I just come in and we play all the best tournaments, which was a big plus at the time, and so that's how it all went down.
And what's G2 like as an organisation for you compared to other organisations? Because I'd say that in at least esports terms, I know FaZe as a brand is bigger, but in esports terms, G2 seems to be right at the very top.
They are very well organised, and I think it should be that way, that management staff and coaching staff, they are the ones who, decide a lot of things, and they decide the direction you want to take.
Yeah.
It should not be the players, so they always have manager with us, coach talking to manager, so it's a lot different in G2 than it was in FaZe, for example.
Now, I also want to go into a bit of just how your role in the team is working right now. Because what I hear from Malik is you help out a bit more on the CT side. Obviously, Nexa is IGL. But how are you guys building this relationship up to make sure everyone has a voice and that you guys can perform to the level you want?
So basically, not from the start when I joined, because it was still very early, but my positions on CT side requires me to move the most, while Nexa is an anchor, so he's not the one who sees what's happening on all over the map, and I'm the one who is moving a lot, so I'm the one who, I'm not IGL or CT side, but I'm just giving directions and saying if he should do push or not, and trying to read the game a bit more, because I see more. Now I've settled in already and I know the role, and I know what my job is in the team, and I just focus on myself, and I don't think the reason why he calls something, for example, I try to understand why he's calling, but now I'm just he calls it and I try to kill, and that's it.
And so far, at least here at the Major, right, it's going good. But when you guys have reviewed the games you've had so far, what do you make of it? You're still seeing some of these mistakes that need to be cleared up?
You learn the most from the losses, but what's also very important, you learn from the games that you win as well. If you want to, push yourself all the time, which Astralis was really good at, and Navi is good at, even when they're winning a lot, they still find a way for improvement. And that's how it should be, and that's what we are trying to do as well. What you do before the event, that's your preparation. Here, you are just to do what you practiced and maybe switch some small things, and that's it. The most important thing for us was just the mentality, and mistakes are always going to be there. It's just about how you deal with them in the intense games, and we have seen a lot of intense games so far at this major, so that's very important.
When you're looking at NIP, how confident do you feel going up against them? Because they still seem to have quite a lot of holes in it. Even Rez right now, he doesn't seem to be able to find his form at all. It's kind of devices in there. Linus could definitely clutch, but he's very inexperienced. So do you feel like you've got a really good shot?
I think we have a good shot. I don't think they're playing the CS they played at IEM-Fall, for example. I think they're playing a little bit, not worse, but maybe more shaky. I think 3 of their players are almost in bottom 10, 15. So that's a good sign for us, for sure, especially going into the crowd. Pressure is on them. They are the ones who have to perform and do a good job and not disappoint the crowd, And with the individuals that they had there, they don't have also much experience except Device. Device is the only one who is going to perform at the stage. There's no doubting about that. But we can beat them. We can beat them for sure, and we feel confident.
And finally, in terms of this major, obviously, like you said, it's the first one we've had in 2 years. We've been waiting for it. You are a man that performs at LAN, and G2 certainly would love for you to bring it home. But how much would it mean to you? Because you've been around this many times without being able to lift that trophy.
Not many times. It was only once. I'm aware of it. I'm not a guy who missed out on many chances. I did miss on a very close one. That's true. But as I said, for this one, I really don't put much pressure on myself that I have to win this one. There are going to be more majors, and I know I'm going to be more ready individually and more experienced, and my team will be a better peak because we know we are not at the best peak, so that's why we are not like we have to win, you know.
And Nico, thank you very much. And in that note, G2, they're looking to try and get the trophy. It's not all pressure on needing to get it done. They may not be ready, but if they did, it would be a dream scenario for how the year has been from so far. Let's see how it goes.
Coming up next, G2 versus NIP.
And everything I do it to be the best at it. Work hard, don't complain. Take it in and give it all out.
I'm to play the card flippy game because I don't know the name on how you say it. Electronics very biased already, but you're going to have to go against each other no matter what. It's going to be the first of 2 points and best of 3 of how it all goes down. These guys know how to play it, but who gets to start? You've got to do rock, paper, scissors, all right?
All right, let's go.
That's a handshake, boys, not rock, paper, scissors, but... Let's see what you got, Bit. Oh, a little bit of a miss, you know. First one. Oof, but you didn't flip it, so still no point. Oh, doesn't count as a point because it flipped back onto the set. It has to flip once over. That's how it is in the game.
Слышишь, Таня? Вот они не попали еще просто с такого.
We've been letting people go close because they've been so shit at it. Boy! All right, so 1 point perfecto. Nice. Okay, 1-1. Oof. You hit it, didn't move. Not strong enough. Oh, nearly.
Валера. Я говорил, блядь.
All right, perfecto, you're eliminated. Who's in next? Oof. Oi! we go.
Я не хочу против него.
Oh, there we go. 1-1. Oh, it's a bit on point.
Нет, братан, это
Bit, you played this before? Oi! What? Alright, can you do a straight elimination? What? Bit might be the best at this we've had so far. Oh, no point, double flip.
Так он выиграл.
Just attack the teammate.
What like you move?
Oh yeah, well how many, so Bit's eliminated everyone so far, he gets to slap technically everyone. Oi! So Bit's looking to slap all the teammates. Hey! There we go. It needs the anger. Oh! Oi! All right, so Bit, you Bit, you get to slap everyone. Simple gets to slap you. He looks so scared. You can do it. Go on, Bit.
Okay.
Sasha. Oh, he was so nice at the end as well. It's time for me to grab some more food with some of the players, and this time I've got Furia's Art with me, the captain, the in-game leader, the madman from Brazil. How you doing, man? You good?
I do fine. I teach you.
Boom. There we go. So you're teaching me slowly.
Yeah.
All right, let's go get some food and sit down and have a chat, all right?
Is it like real lunch for us?
Yeah, man.
Yes. Thank God, I'm hungry.
I love how you said, like, is this going to be real eating time?
Yes, I'm starving, so...
Rather than looking if we're going to fake
I went easy, because if I got more, I'm not talking. I'm just nodding.
So what I'm expecting, right, is then after we finish filming, you're going to get some more.
Exactly. That's actually true.
You're going to stock up. I like it. So let's start with a little bit about the whole Furia lineup, right? Because you guys at the moment are kind of, you have the 4 core members, and then you've got new player coming in and out, trying to decide who you wanted. Honda was there before, now it's Drop. What are we feeling like? Do you feel like Drop's the final piece, or is it still a learning curve?
It's hard to say. I think Drop has a real good shot to be the final piece, but it's going to be depending on how he performs the next months. He's very young, so he has a lot of talent. But we're still trying to figure pieces out, and actually, to be honest, we don't really know how we're gonna perform in tournaments yet.
Yeah.
Drop only played like 1 tournament. It was like the qualifier for the major, so we really need to see how it's going to be.
I'm gonna come to where we thought about Furia, while MIBR was still the #1 Brazilian team, and I remember an interview that we did a long time ago. But you kind of said that like it was your goal to be the best Brazilian team, but you did respect the MIBR guys, right? Because of the legends and what they've done. And now you are the best Brazilian team by quite a way. How did it feel?
That's a long time, yeah. It's been a like very long road. I don't really feel anything different actually, because I think when we are like playing and living the day-to-day, like the routine, you don't really have the feeling like of difference between that time from now, that period of time. But if I think on retrospect and I think about how I felt back then, it's very different for sure. Back then I was truthful when I said we were not the best Brazilian team, or even the biggest. But today I can say that with confidence that we are, and that's something that we really need to put the pressure up. Like we need to face the pressure of being the best Brazilian team, because we need to keep that up. So if you are not playing well, someone is gonna get better than us, and you're gonna interview another player saying that they are the best Brazilian team. So that's gonna happen if you struggle. So we are always focusing on being the best we can.
And in terms of you like developing as an in-game leader, when we first came in, we spoke about this like crazy Brazilian style, the art style, the rushing everyone down, you know, being up in everyone's face, surprising people. You're very much a leader that leads by example, leads the charge going forward. How would you say your style has evolved? How would you explain what the art style is now as you've grown up as a player?
It actually depends on the moment we are living. Every time we change players, I need to change a lot of my role to adapt for the team. I think when we're playing with Henny, I felt more comfortable playing the way I play, like more the art style, because I knew that Henny was Alpine and his play style is staying supporting the players and staying behind, so he can play for clutches, and he's very good at it. So at that time, I played a little different. I could play more aggressive. I could play more loose because I knew that we could pick up the rounds easier after that. But after we changed Henny, I need to go back to playing more safe to adapt. So I can, like, the new players need to feel more comfortable playing and don't put so much pressure on them.
All right, so next up, let's talk about Gary and your relationship with him, because Gary has always been this voice you can hear when we're at the LAN events, super loud, super positive. But how does it work? Like, what input does he have on the game compared to your ideas in it? Do you have very similar views on the game? Is it different? Talk to me.
When I first joined FURIA, it was 2018. So in Brazil, mostly, it was very common to play more strat-based, so you don't play a lot of defaults or aggressive defaults. You kind of just play defaults, safe, take space, and Isaac, or do fakes. So that was like more of a standard. And the way I played was more like FURIA-wise. You play with like defaults with aggression, you take space, you fight for space, you control map space, so you can just go for end duels close to the site. You play numbers. So I think I saw the game that way before I joined FURIA. And when I joined, he was playing like as the IGL. And when I joined, I went to his place and he was coach. So it was instantly like a clash of ideas.
Yeah.
Like he was more like of the old players. He was playing 1.6 or CSGO as the standard way or the old ways. Sometimes it's common to play like the old days, but it was more of that than more of my way back then. That was like for the start of the first months. It was a little harder to make the guys on my team trust my ideas. So when I say that Yuri has to play like this or trade me and go to the smoke or take space fast or take end duels, or you need to fight for space instantly, it's a little harder for them to believe you or to completely believe you, because when you're running through a smoke and you don't have confidence on that, it's very hard to do that, you know. So they have to be confident doing that, and it's very hard to put some players to do that. So in the start was more like this. Then the months went on, and it was very nice to hear his perspective of the game based on mine. So whenever I did something or I was playing in certain ways with the team, I could see his ideas put on that. So this clash of ideas was very nice. I don't play art style all the time in my head, so I do something that's art style, and others I know that I learned from him, or just we talk about and share ideas, and we enter like a consensus. You know, we are both in the same page.
So talk to me about Tacitus, because obviously, sadly, Gary cannot be here with you guys at the major, so Tacitus has come in. I remember him from his Triumph days. I had no idea that he spoke Portuguese, so this is something beneficial, right? And you've also got someone else who can speak English and Portuguese at the same time. But what was it about him that was good for you guys? When you first saw him, what was like, okay, this is the reason he can work with FURIA?
It was actually when we talked with Junior. We knew Tacitus and we knew he was Brazilian, and we talked with Junior, and he had like a very nice feedback of him, and he works very well. And FURIA never had like an analyst. We tried two analysts before, like in the years prior to this, but we never fit with anybody. Like we didn't have like Brazilian analysts as well. So when we talked to Tacitus, it was a very nice talk, and we can see that he understands the game pretty deep, and he understands how to play CS like on a deep level.
Well, it's been fantastic talking to you, man. Thank you for your insight. You're a humble dude. We're going to do this thing properly this time, yeah?
Yeah.
Boom. I'm learning. I'm doing it.
Very nice to have you here, man.
Welcome back to the PGL Major Stockholm. If you've been enjoying those segments with James Banks, they are going to be on the PGL YouTube channel in a much extended format. For example, that Nico interview we did, 30 minutes long, lots of illuminating things in there. Now,
a lot of people don't know is that actually Banks had to film all of those in one day. He had to eat out 10 plates of chips.
Yeah, I know. But fortunately for him, it was a cheat day.
There you go.
Anyway, right. You can see we've changed it up on the desk. Blair's going to have a well-earned rest, and we have brought in former coach of FaZe and MIBR, Janko, one of the top analysts in the game. He's joining Thorin and Maniac. So it's NIP versus G2, gentlemen. So much to talk about here. We sort of watched NIP limp through the earlier stages, not very convincingly. By contrast, G2, a 3-0 team. That means they look good, but we didn't see a lot of them, and they did have a lot of problems coming into the major. I'll start with you, Janko, since you've just joined us. Obviously, you know a lot about G2. Had the pleasure to play with Nico at one point in your career. Good personal friends. Can you give us some insight into this team?
I think for them, these two teams are probably the biggest question marks coming into the playoffs, right? Because of a couple of reasons. The main one being the opponents that they played, right? Because as you said it, you know, G2 beating Copenhagen Flames and FaZe in best of ones, and then beating Entropiq in a best of three, you know, not really, they played well, but that's not going to raise too many eyebrows. So they've definitely played much better than they have in recent times, and I think the main reason for that is just the individuals are doing better. You know, we look at some of the past games, even that they played against NIP, right? Like, it's only Nico. It's like the MOUZ Sports days of old, where he's just trying to get the team over the finish line. That can't be the case in today's CS, so it has to be a team effort, and we'll see if they can repeat the group stage performance.
By the way, the point I thought you were going to add on there is if you go to NIP, it looks terrible. You barely got through against Copenhagen Flames. You had to go all the way to 3-2. Two of the series you played, by the way, were against maybe the two best teams of the year, Na'Vi and Gambit. So I even feel like maybe that makes them look worse than they are overall. Like, there's definitely lots we can criticise, but that's a murderer's row of teams to play in the best of three.
Yeah, the problem about these games, I agree with you, it might be on paper a bit harsh on NIP. The problem was that in these games, if we're trying to assess the chances they have to lifting the trophy, they looked to be in a different league. And that is the one thing that scared me a little bit. Also because at the time, we didn't know if they were going to make it to play in front of their own crowd. And when they faced Gambit and Na'Vi, they were one league below. But now we have the crowd, and it's obviously a different day.
And I'll tell you this, Richard, as well. You know, for me, the NIP story goes one of two ways, really. So it could either be the case, because they weren't playing great in the first phase, right? Like, regardless of the opposition, those games weren't really close. Against Na'Vi 69 both times. Against Gambit, first map was close, second not so much. They got blown out on their own map pick. So it's either the case where the pressure of making it to this stage, and, you know, Swedish team, Swedish org, major in Sweden, obviously, right? The pressure to make it and get to this stage. So now they're either going to be relieved of it. That was what was like kind of holding them down, and now they can play more loose, like enjoy themselves, or that wasn't really the case, and they just weren't playing.
My gut feeling was they would get better in the arena with the crowd, you know, backing them. And if you didn't see the opening ceremony, when the NIP logo was unveiled, there was a big pop. It's not sold out today. It is for the next 2 days. If NIP get there, they're going to have even more support. But this is a partisan crowd. Make no mistake about it. Now, you're talking about pressure. I'm going to jump across to Maniac, and then Duncan, you can follow up. You know, we saw in that interview with Nico, he was talking a lot about the roster changes he'd made and how he sort of took it a little bit personal, about how he felt people were putting it all on him. And it's like, I'm not the guy to do that. I carry this reputation. It's not true. And I think they're under a lot of pressure too, because this is an expensive team. This is a high-profile team. This is one of the best players in the world. Nico's not won a major either. We're saying, oh, it would be tragedy if Simple went his whole career without one. That's got to apply to Nico too. So I think they come here under a lot of pressure as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And for me, the question for G2 is how much damage that horrible period they had after the break has done to that team. That is the one question. Because if you go back to before the break, we have a final IM Cologne. Although they lose 3-0 to Na'Vi, they do make it very competitive at the time. We're thinking, oh my God, it's clicking. It's clicking. Something is happening. They're playing good Counter-Strike. Come back from the break. Absolute catastrophe, a tragedy on all accounts. So I'm wondering, obviously this is a better G2 we have seen making it to the playoffs, but how much of that has really lingered in them? Is the confidence a little bit shaky? How are they going to react when they're pushed? That's going to be my question.
Yeah, and Duncan, I think some of these G2 players are literally playing for their lives here, in the sense that, you know, I don't think they'll have a spot on the team if G2 don't win, at the very least, the quarterfinal match.
Yeah, I know the owner, and obviously I cover League of Legends as well. I can tell you, in both games, Carlos is very competitive.
Yeah.
He doesn't even like the idea, by the way, of just coming third and go like, you're in the semis. He wants to win tournaments. He wants to either go big, spend big, and win. Otherwise, why not just get a budget roster? So, quite frankly, unless they make, I think, minimum the final of this tournament, I would be surprised if there are more than 3 players from this lineup in the team. Now, which of those 3, as you say, maybe this is the audition. Maybe this is where Amanek suddenly pulls out a bunch of clutches and sort of does his job. Maybe he stays in the squad. Maybe Nexa has an amazing performance and his aim pops off and you find him in the next team. So I don't know, and quite frankly, I get the vibe when you see Nico talk. I don't know if he thinks they can really win the major, but you know, you can still do some damage. And by the way, you've got a great bracket to potentially do something and cause some upsets. So I actually think Nico himself, I hope he wants a better roster than this, because you were talking there about how he hasn't won a major, obviously came very close in the Cloud9 one. It's worse than that. This is only the 4th time he's even been in the top 8 of a major.
Crazy.
This is a player who you expect over their career. You want to have like 10 cracks at it. So,
Languished in
you know, you can win a
for
couple.
so long.
Exactly. So if I'm him, I agree with him, by the way. In this particular team, G2, I have no qualms whatsoever about saying I don't think any of it's Nico's fault. Beyond the period where he briefly said he was going to flirt with being the AWPer, he's been fantastic. The last few months, he has hard carried this team, quite frankly, where they could have dropped out of the top 10 if he wasn't performing like he was.
Yeah, and by contrast, the star player, who even by his own admission says he's got to give us more. You know, you can see this fantastic play from Nico on your screens here. Nico's been turning up in a big way. Device, on the other hand, over at NIP, not so much. After they qualified in that narrow win over Copenhagen Flames, Device was very emotional, like nearly in tears. It obviously means a lot to him, but he was saying, you know, I know I've got to step up. I know I've got to be the star player. I'm going to do that. I've been on stadiums before. This is where I'm going to show my best. But with everything else that's been going on around him, you know, he got that win over Astralis. It feels like a fairy tale. You've made your point, but it's all for nothing if you don't come up big now, because his teammates need him like never before.
Yeah, and what you've seen after that Copenhagen Flames game is relief, you know, because it would have been an absolute, you know, embarrassment really for them not to win that game and not to make it in front of the arena, and especially looking at their results ever since Device joined. Outside of that Flashpoint tournament, not too much going on.
Yeah, he's really in a particular context, honestly. It's hard for me to fathom the kind of pressure he might have, because from his own volition, he left the team that was the most successful team of all time to go to NIP. Admittedly, he even said it, I want to write my own story, what my own legacy, prove that I'm more than the system, I can be the superstar carrying it. First few months, not exactly a proof of concept. We had a lot of doubts. You move into, obviously, a major in Sweden, in NIP. There could not be more pressure on Device to perform. That is the moment he vindicates, or he gives reason to all the players and all the people who were downing him. So he's in a very, very specific position.
A question for you then, Duncan, as someone who's followed his career for a long, long time and has sort of identified some of the issues he's had. You know, is he getting back to that Device who does go missing in big games now? You know, is that something that can be leveled at him? It was a problem he had for a long period in his career, and he seemed to overcome it. I think he did some sports psychology, you know, tried to become an improved player in those pressure situations. But now, I said, he's not set the major on fire yet.
The concern for me was the team that he was doing that in, the TSM squad. That was a fantastically well-rounded squad. Think of like Heroic now if they were even more experienced. Like tons of really skilled players. So back then, I could almost buy the excuse for like, well, I'm not the superstar. Don't put it all on me. I'm just a player. If I have a good game, if I have a bad game, so what if it's in the semis, etc. In this team, this is where you will really find out if Device is a superstar. Because in the other squad, you had an amazing system, great players in Astralis. In this particular scenario, you are the superstar. They bought you to be the superstar. The others are all inexperienced. They're supposed supposed to look down the team line, see you and go, right, even if I'm having a bad game, he's going to carry me, or he'll get me to the point where I'll get back online in the game. I don't get that vibe from him in NIP at all. He's kind of just chilling. He's having okay games. He's getting a few AWP kills. He isn't dominating, and quite frankly, I don't get that sort of captain's vibe from him at the moment.
One name that I've got to point out, been the biggest disappointment of the major probably overall for me, Rez. His stats don't bear any resemblance to how he's performing prior to the major, and he was instrumental in getting them here. He was instrumental in winning the RMR. Where's he been?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. I wish I could give you an answer, Richard, and it is true. He is missing. He is missing, and it is so concerning because his rise and his improvement ever since Device joined was steady. Like, it was very visible. With Device, the synergy they had together, the positions they were playing, he's just performance and stats and numbers, everything was going up and up and up, and now he completely disappeared. He's been a shadow of himself in this tournament, whether it's the pressure mounting, you know, because we are kind of building him up to be the second superstar now. I don't exactly know, but for NIP, that win condition is missing right now.
Yeah, instead the second star of the team is also the in-game leader, Hampus. He's their highest rated player so far in the tournament after Copenhagen Flames series.
Not a great sign.
From what we just saw in the VP game, he reminds me a little bit of Buster in that sense that, you know, he's the guy who, when the pressure is on, he's still playing his own game. He's sort of the X factor. We talk about his lurking and whatnot, but he's a guy who's not going to be scared to go and make a play when the game is close.
Right, I've got to ask you this, though, very briefly, right? If you're the IGL and you're the top fragger impact player, you're getting all these CT rounds, where's the T side? That's the most missing part of this team. Make him just a player. Do what they're doing with Blame F now. I've questioned him as an IGL. I want to see the T side.
T side, 29% win rate on T side.
Yeah,
Keep that
not
number
good
in mind.
enough. We're going to go to Freya on the stage now, see the players get situated. When we come back, we'll talk about the map pool.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And what a way to be kicking off our second quarterfinal matchup here in Stockholm. A team who looks lights out during the Legend stage, not dropping a single map, a single series against their opponents. And now it is time to welcome to the stage G2.
Welcome on stage, G2.
G2 looking to continue that stellar run of form that they showed throughout the Legend stage and prove they have firmly shaken off the rust coming off of the player break. But it's not going to be an easy first opponent for them. We have NIP, the home crowd behind them, and a multi-time major winner in the driving seat. So let's welcome them to the stage.
Welcome on stage, NIP.
Both teams going toe-to-toe, fighting tooth and nail in this matchup. We can hear just how much it means to the crowd in attendance as well. Of course, we've got to get a couple of representatives up from each side of the equation. Next up, I want to welcome you on up here, and Device as well, the honorary Swede coming over from the side of NIP. Next, first of all, I want to talk about that Legend stage run from G2. We've seen you being a little bit shaky with that online play, coming on land for that Legend stage. Absolutely flawless from you guys. Can you tell me why that was?
I mean, we've always had a good track record on LAN. Our online results are all over the place, as you could see. I mean, we made it to the grand finals last 2 LAN events we played, apart for the EO RMR that NIP won. But we are just a different beast on LAN, and we are proving it over and over again. And people can say that we got maybe a good draw, some weaker opponents in the Legend stage, but honestly, there were no weak opponents. Like, anyone could beat anyone right there. So.
It was definitely a huge, tough competition. Device for you, an honorary Swede, I think the crowd would agree, coming up here. It's absolutely incredible to see. I want to ask you about being on the side of this NIP lineup where we're seeing 3 out of the 5 players, they have never played at a major playoffs before. What is that like for you coming onto a team like that?
I think it's fun. Everyone enjoys to be here, and of course it's a special moment. Like, the crowd is amazing. One thing I want to say though, I hope that you don't boo G2 too much. You gotta love both teams, but we appreciate the sport.
And for you as well, I read in a recent interview you were talking about the emotions that you feel when you come on stage. A player of your caliber, you know, you played on so many LAN stages as well. So how are you feeling coming out here playing in front of this crowd?
I'm so hyped, man. It's amazing. I don't know, it's been 2 years, and seeing all of these people, it warms my heart, and I'm just great to be back at LAN.
And just looking at the competition between you two guys as teams, it's almost split down the middle for this year. You played each other 5 times, 3 wins going in the favor of you. So why do you feel like, you know, NIP can be such an evenly matched team for G2?
I think we know each other pretty well. Like, we played each other a lot of times. I think it's going to come down to who plays with less pressure and who has their individuals step up in the tense moments. And there are going to be a lot of tense moments in this game for sure.
There's so much riding on this very game. Device, I do want to give it to you just because the crowd are going absolutely mental for you guys right now. Any final words you want to give them?
Nu fucking kör vi!
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Fist bumps all around. I'm so excited to be getting this game underway, but I want to hear the thoughts of the analyst desk before we jump into it.
Yeah, thanks a lot for that, Freya. Looking forward to this game. Ty, all askew. Duncan, you had something to say, didn't you?
Yeah, listen, I love hearing the crowd cheering against G2, but as Janko can attest, Nico can handle booze. You are not going to face him anytime soon.
No, it wasn't even worth setting up. But good try. Anyway, we are going to
get the device just going, oh, please don't boo our opponents or make any sort of noise in the crowd.
He's assimilated. He's got into the Swedish polite culture. Right, look, let's bring up the map Veto, and we're going to just react to this, and then we're going to talk about Maniac's point about T-side. So, listen, carried on over from the other stages, Nip picking Inferno, that's the first talking point, because we don't know how legit it is. They've had big wins and losses, and it's all over the place.
Well, I mean, their CT side has been hella legit. There's nothing we can say against that. The only issue is you pick Inferno, you're going to start on the T side. They have been lackluster at time. It doesn't always pay off for NIP, which makes me a little bit uneasy. I would have preferred Inferno to be a 3rd map if I'm on the side of the Swedes. Mirage for G2, that makes sense, what they picked last time as well. At the end, it's the same map pool as when they played at the Blastfall groups.
What if I told you this list of names? Sinners, OG, Complexity, Virtus.pro, all teams that have beaten G2 on Mirage in recent memory. Basically, yes, they destroyed FaZe. That game was great. FaZe looked terrible. I think the idea this is a map pick. Look, this was the one they were forcing in NIP early on.
But I like it. You know why I like it? Because it's a map where your best player, Nico, it's his like home map. And also the other guys, you know, we've seen Hunter lurking B-apps when they go for execute A, then they run the bomb all the way back. So this is where they're the most familiar. And I like this from G2, you know, like just stick to what is the strength of your players. No surprise in the map. I think Nex actually gave very good analysis for this matchup. Both teams very familiar with each other. It's going to come down to, in the close moments, who's going to step up. And Rich, I think here, talking about experience and pressure, G2 has the oldest lineup at this major, right? I think here this will be a benefit from them, even though, you know, Hunter and Nexa, they didn't play in front of a like massive crowd in an arena, right? Deceptive. But they're just older guys, right? As you just get older, you're more mature. It's not going to affect you as much as potentially someone like LNZ or Plopsky.
Yeah, I get that. You know, I will just say here, back to the Mirage point, I am worried because people might have forgotten this. When Device first joined, the map they wanted to make their home map was Mirage. Played it all the time. They had to put in loads of work. They were even talking about it in interviews, talking about all the work they were putting on. Because obviously Device never played that map, right? So there was a lot of work for him personally. It's one of the reasons why he got off to a rough start. The idea that NIP are like going to be like lost in a forest, like on this map, is crazy to me. I think it's a dangerous pick from G2.
Yeah, the matter of fact is that G2 have no way to punish and or throw a curveball at NIP. That is a video that's quite set. There is shared maps, shared appreciation for the maps you want to play. So as Yanko said, it's going to be about details.
And by the way, before we overlook the decider, which is Ancient, you'll have seen in this tournament, and you obviously saw they got past Copenhagen Flames to get here, oh, Ancient is a map that NIP loves, they're playing it loads. Well, the guys from G2 have won 3 of the last 4 and 4 of the last 5 overall, 3 of the last 4 in the last 4 months. So this is a map they absolutely can play if pushed to.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a pretty even game. And, you know, talking about Mirage and the map pool and so on for G2, it's like, if you saw some of the highlights from Nico on this map with the Deagle and so on, if you have good aimers, strong players, put them on maps where like it's easy to put them in a post-plan situation, then they can do the work. If you're in a 2v3, 3v4 post-plan, you know, a player like Nico and Hunter can win you a 2v4, right, because of how skilled they are. If you're a team that's struggling with individuals, then you have to play the verticals, the overpasses, like the maps where you have to take risks, where you can, with team play, kind of make up for some of the inefficiencies of your players.
I mean, I guess actually we talked a lot about Mirage. The real talking point is going to be this Inferno game, surely.
It's the topic we said before the player walkout. Where is the T side from NIP?
Yeah.
They're loving this map. They're getting a lot of CT rounds. It's looking great. Everyone gets their kills. But this is a map you're going to have to get your T rounds on.
Let's compare the two teams about the T side for just a second here. I'll give you 2 numbers that are going to absolutely baffle you. G2, best T side of the event so far. 69% of round 1 on the T side. NIP, 29%. 29% of round 1 on the T side for NIP. That is really, really, really catastrophic.
And that's also with G2 having like poor starts of T sides, right? Like being down 3-1, 4-2, something like that, and then managing to win 6-7 rounds in a row, really. And that's where I think, you know, really the difference is for this team on the T side, how they managed to overcome adversity, losing some frustrating rounds to pistol, this and that. You know, it became a meme really for G2. It's better to lose the pistol round than to win it and lose the second round, because your economy is in even worse condition.
And I will say as well, whenever you look across the map win rates for G2, you're going to see a lot of bad losses, because in that time period, they just lost to a lot of lower ranked teams. So it's going to make all their map pool look terrible. I want to know if it's like Nexus said there, if G2 on LAN is just a different beast.
Right, well, we're about to find out, guys. We're ready to go. So let's do it. NIP in front of a home crowd taking on Nico's G2, casted by Anders and Semler.
Well, thank you so much to the desk. What a game this is going to be. What a map selection as well. Semler, how are you feeling?
Perfect, dude. Perfect maps. None of that slow stuff here on LAN. We're going to have nothing but action here out the gates, Anders. It's exactly what I want between these two teams.
Yeah. I can't wait for it. I just want this game to get on the way. That last game already was amazing. This one, NIP in front of the home crowd, I think it's going to be wild. So it's been a long time coming. I've been waiting for this. Let's test it out.
This is it, man. And we saw the home team. We saw the home team.
Yeah. Oh, man, the crowd was already behind them. Stockholm, are you with us? Then let's get it underway. Nico, oh, wow, what a beginning. A knockout punch down the middle with a double kill, and the round is done in less than 10 seconds. Wow, that's what you get for booing. That's what comes back.
G2 thought they were cheering for them. Oh, yeah, awesome. They're cheering for us. Let's go, guys.
Oh, what a start this is.
But this is exactly what I wanted out of both of these teams. What a terrific start. Straight up fight in mid. No hesitation. Both teams going for dominance. Both teams trying to have that strong start where they're just like, let's fight. Why are we going to wait around? Let's just go and fight. Let's go.
And I think this is like a psychological thing as well. When the crowd boos you, you want nothing more than to show them that they're wrong and fight back. And that's dangerous, especially with a team like G2. Certainly had their own stumbles, certainly had their own problems, but off to a pretty hot start. Second round is coming up, though. Seeing a buy out of NIP. They could be dangerous on this map. The Eagles see set 75 on Plopsky as well. And they're expecting a push out of G2. They've sent Device out. Said, Device, you do your thing. This is a major. Go find a kill.
Device, go kill.
It's like, a good strategy.
Yeah, it is a good strategy. It works pretty well in the past, although the desk have brought up a couple of points that we need to keep in mind, i.e. he needs to show up and start playing that star role for NIP, right? Because it's kind of been a little bit middling. And so he's still trying to find his footing, it feels like, on this team where he can really take control and just start getting those MVP medals again. So curious to see how Device shapes up here. And then the rest of NIP right now, well, it's just a core moving forward, death ball approach. G2 are getting wind of this, though. They have rotated Nico back over. It's not going to be just one player on that B bomb site. Now there's two, soon to be three. The longer Nip wait, the more brutal this is going to get.
Yeah, they have a pretty good read on what's happening at the moment. They're not feeling any pressure in Apps or even at Arch at the moment. Device is kind of going to be showing up that he has a smoke that he's just put out. That's a classic smoke for an A apartments pop. So he's trying to sell them this idea, oh, maybe it could still be coming the A bomb side, but really, we can tell they're all going to be showing up. They've actually pulled Jax back, so that's a little bit of worrying. Nico, good kill, but he is very low on health. He re-peeks for more. Might want to leave some of this to Nexa. He's going to go down. Nico will follow next. Big entries this time for NIP, and they're going to be at least in a 3-on-3 here. The bomb is being planted, and it's not in the default position, so the spray fails. Oh, he nearly walked into it.
One bullet would have done the trick there. He would have been out of the fight. And now that bomb gets planted. This is already a huge success for NIP. They're in a position to win it.
Look at Hampus. He's made a giant trek around. What a mad play. This is a 1 in a 1,000. If this works, he could end up winning the round, just shooting him in the back. And they're really slowed down. Here comes Hampus. One missed opportunity. They do spin back for him, but in a lot of trouble out there. Jax will win the fight against Device. And now it's a 2-on-3. That bomb is so far ticked. They know where Hampus is, and he can't land the shot. It's going to be G2 straight onto the bomb. They do not have a kit, though. That's dangerous. Did they leave it too late? Jax, he's right on it. Oh, that is a last-second defuse. And G2 will only barely make it out of that round.
No way. That is so close in that second round. Hampus just bought barely enough time. That's all he needed to do. Getting the kills regardless. If it was just buying enough time to keep them off of that defuse, they could have won the round, NIP. That could have been it. What a close call. But also, that quick rotation from G2, that speaks some nerves, Anders. They were so fast to rotate on that smoke. As soon as they saw that smoke, already they're peeling defense off the B site. Nip hit that timing impeccably. They caught them out of position.
I think you're right, because that's not a lot of a sell, right? We don't normally think of one smoke on a bomb site as a big indication that you should be rotating. So yeah, maybe a little bit too aggressive on that one. I've got to say, though, you're right. I mean, if Hampus hits that shot coming up behind, that's probably, at least, it should be the round. Could at least get a little bit closer, but unfortunate moment. They bought an AK on Rez and then Deagles on everyone else. That's obviously based on the bomb plant. So an interesting way to optimize this kind of a round. They're saying, if we lose this round, all right, Linus will be lacking some in the next round, but everyone else can buy. So I am kind of okay with this.
Linus getting the short end of the stick on this deal. And
Yeah,
I don't think that they managed to spot out the fact they saw one on high. I don't think they saw Hunter up there. So that was a cool setup from G2. It's not every day that you see overlapping layers of defense on short like this. So that is really neat. I don't think that Nip spotted it, though. But Nip, now that they've shown some presence top mid, they're like, okay, fair enough. We can rotate over towards B. We can start taking over Banana, and we can just try and crash into this bomb site and see if we can crack it open. A little bit worried about that bomb lingering behind. Just one shot, and that's it. Your whole round could be ruined. But now Nip are gathered up, and things are about to be spicy.
Oh, that is a peak and a half from Nico. He was already low on health, but they nearly lined up. He actually gets that Dinko device through the coffins as well. And that will leave it at 27 seconds with not much of a chance here for NIP to really do anything. They needed that clean entry on the B bomb side. They needed to wreck Nico in that position, and instead, comes up for his team once again. Walks in for one more kill. The spray is there. Nexa, oh, knives are out. He's hunting him down. Well then.
Little bit of a chuckle. You can see they're not taking it that too seriously. But Nico showing up right out the gates already.
I'll take that as a sign of dedication for how much he wants to win this quarterfinal.
And also humiliate them.
Yeah.
If he can humiliate, if you can get in Nip's head right now, Nip are by no means stable going into this best of 3. There's a lot of questions around this roster and what they can do, and especially whether or not they're going to be able to stand up under the pressure. So a lot going against Nip here, and it's all going to be about them getting the ball rolling early. And so if you can get in their heads early and just start smashing them and bullying them right out the gates, it's only going to make life harder for NIP.
Ooh, they got another bomb plant, so they're able to continue the buy here. They've, I mean, for losing 3 rounds in a row, NIP have been, at least on the economic front, fairly competitive in the early first part of the half here. So that's kind of good news. Now we just need to see them build some rounds behind it. Heavy bombardment of Banana from G2's point of view. And then some spray to follow it up there. Oh, the device just at the end, sending out a last volley to take down Nexa. Good start.
There we go. The crowd comes alive with that one. Nice little dance from Nico, jumping up, changing the angle. See if this works. He has that AK saved, and he is looking for it. Not quite going to find the shot, though, but he does get some information. And Amanek posted up with the AWP. There's the shot. Beautiful work. Takes Rez out of the picture. 4-on-4 take now. Nip wrapping on the A site.
Yeah, good rotation this time. And look at Nico, he's walking up behind them, flanking them. Oh, the taps are in! What a triple kill! Taking down Device, Flopsky and Hampus at the top of mid, and they'll find Linus as well. Not only did they go for the 3-man stack at A in a 4-on-5, but Nico flanking them and tapping them away. This is an amazing way to begin. And like you said, just try it as much as you can to cripple NIP right at the start. Make sure they feel as bad as they possibly can in front of the home crowd. That's got to be the way to go here. 4-0 in their favor.
And those, only Nico. You could certain players you can just watch and you're like, that's Nico.
Yeah.
You know their aim. You know what like their style is.
True.
And that's just so clean. And if Nico, he's just been like, I've been waiting 2 years for this. You know, I'm here. Brings out the bat, starts going to town. I mean, those were some sick headshots from Nico. What a flank. He's not showing any fear at all. He wants to take the fight to NIP and establish dominance right out the gates. Ah, sick.
That is such a bold move. Normally, you would just rotate 3 to A. You would leave the guy at top banana to just take a peek and look at what's happening. That kind of move takes all of the initiative away from NIP. Suddenly, they're not the ones attacking, but they're just getting shot in the back. It's absolutely wild to see. Now we've got a Tech9, a Galil, and a couple of Eagles in play. Jack's already pushing to take down Hampus, and the bomb is quite far back, so this is a round where NIP really just want to try and see if they can get any kind of map control, and then they'll make up their minds later on. I don't think they have a set plan from here.
I love it. I love this so much because there you go. I mean, they're bullying them. Going
really
aggro
are.
banana like that, it's just bullying. It's just like, you know what? We know you have pistols. We're not going to show you any respect. In fact, this is our server. Get out of here. That is sick from G2. 4-0 now. They have a Galil still on Flopsky, so we can see, I mean, a rifle could do a little bit of damage, but this is an eco round after all here from NIP. They're really trying to gear up for the following round, where I feel like they should have a set piece or something that they can just kind of get in motion and start executing against G2.
Yeah, and this Galil and the AK in the previous round, they're like little tickets that NIP are trying to buy themselves to maybe get into. It's like, maybe if we get the Galil, the 1 AK, we could do something. I think it's a cool idea. I mean, it says something about their mentality at the beginning of this game, sort of, even if we're a little bit down, let's try and optimize every single position. Every time if there's a chance, maybe we could do something. They're just getting shut down so hard that you're not really feeling the effect of it right now, but you understand the logic. There's a lot of problems that are building against NIP right now. He's actually ready for the boost. Nico, he just sees everything. Absolutely outrageous. That was 11 kill to 2 deaths.
And 4 rounds into the game. And what are you going to do against that? He is so far ahead of you right now. And Linus just trying to put some shots through that smoke, hoping to get lucky. With 15 seconds left, he needs to go around the corner and die at this point. You need to make sure that you die in this round. And there we go. Sure enough, he was hoping for the lucky headshot. Next, it takes him out of the fight. There are some G2 fans in the audience after all.
Brave.
And we have a 5-0 lead now for G2 on the CT side of Inferno. This is the beginning. This is still very much the beginning. And now NIP, this is what they've been saving for. Device has the AWP. They have full nades. Now let's see what they can bring to the table.
So far, NIP as a whole have 4 kills between all of the players, and we're just now starting in the 6th round. So I'm assuming that that is going to change. That's going to have to be different, right? Just the raw output on that front will have to be upgraded quite a bit. Now let's see what they could do. Aminek is sneaking down the middle. This is a cool position, but Jax has gone down. Hunter is still pushing. Nico will find a kill, even while flashed in. Oh, caught with a nade in hand. He's going to live for another second. Device will take him down. And it is still a 3-on-3. Device is sneaking out. He's got to be careful here. Nico, he could have a one-way looking over that smoke, but Device, he sees it coming. It's not enough. Nico will still take him down. And now it's a 3 versus 2. The bomb is really far back. This is such a struggle for NIP.
G2 are just not playing. This is a completely different G2. Keep in mind, G2, it's their T sides that have been doing the majority of the work for them so far this tournament. That's where they excel. The CT sides, it's a little bit of a struggle. Here we are. They're fixing to get 6 rounds on the board unless something magical can happen here from NIP. Aminek, this is it. Nice jiggle peek from Rez. Baits the shot, gets the info. They haven't committed just yet. There's still time on the clock, so that was nice. Wow.
Yeah.
NIP are still in the doldrums here trying to find their way out.
They really are. They're going to be up against Nico. He's already got a double. Are they going to feed him any more kills? No. Linus with the return. And that is a huge opening. They're going to go and get that smoke on the cross flash just to be absolutely sure. But we can tell Aminek and Nexa are going to be running down the middle instead. So the rotation is going to be really far. They do have a smoke on Aminek, but here's the problem. There is a Molotov on Linus as well. If they use that smoke incorrectly, that is not going to work out well. Linus pushing up, he turns for the flashbang, straight headshot to take down Nexa. And such a good beginning here. Amanek now on his own. He's Molotoved out, flashed out, and finally killed Linus with a triple in the round, bringing back the young kid on the team, and he gives them the first round for NIP.
And that is, I mean, the sixth man for NIP here. Every time something goes right for NIP, the roof is going to get blown off of this place by all the fans. Just getting hype in here.
Yeah.
All the NIP fans. That is sick, and NIP can rely on that. So you have these rounds where NIP are going to come through, and the whole place is going up, and this is where it's going to be a true test of G2's mentality. Can they withstand that pressure?
I mean, they're going to be thinking right now, we have a huge opportunity right here to mentally reset them immediately. Nothing worse, even with this economy, to win a round and then go straight back to losing. You want to build on that if you're on the NIP side, and it starts out well. Wallbang up in the hallways, res from the bridge to take down Hunter. Wow. That is unlikely.
That is so rare. That is so rare that actually works. All right, NIP starting to get a couple of breaks their way here. That's shaping up nicely, and now Device, he's got the angle looking top, and misses the shot. Nico, he's too quick. A nice HE to ring Amanek's bell. He's got the AWP as well here to back Nico up. This 1-2 combination, we've been seeing it more and more from these teams. It's so good.
Oh.
And there's the timing from Amanek.
That is such a perfect flashbang, but Amanek is just ignoring it. It's like, I'll eat that and just get the timing right anyway. Now, Rez is in an interesting position, but it's being covered as well. Amanek is everywhere. That is such a good kill. If he had made his way past, it would have been a nightmare for that 8 defense, but now instead, they have a pretty good setup. Linus and Hampers, 2 versus 4, and they're about to get flanked. Jack's walking up behind them just as they're setting up. There's 1 kill in the follow-up. They only take down Hunter in the round. And G2 are going to be up 6-1 in their favor. Absolutely stunning beginning. Nico has 14 kills. It's outrageous.
That is so crazy. Considering going into this, he was already rocking a 1.38 rating. Across 4 maps, to be fair, small sample size. You know,
sure.
G2 did just plow through the Legend stage. Just super solid play from them, so we don't get to see too much off of it. But I mean, Nico was already popping off there. I think Nico, really, it is his time. He's just trying to make a statement here saying, you know, everybody's talking about everybody else here, but I am still very much a threat. You need to take me into account. And right now, NIP don't have an answer.
He is making an incredible case for himself right now. And just G2 in general, I mean, Amanek, we've had some questions around him and his consistency, but this ability right here, 1 shot while flashed, another one rotating back to catch the player at Arch, those are really, really important kills. And now NIP back to pistols. They've got some nades to work with, but it's questionable whether or not they could do anything in this round. What a brutal start. You're in front of the home. You saw the reception that they had. All the pressure's on you. And obviously it's a best of 3, so that is the good news. And it's only the first half still, but you want to see them try and turn this around as quick as possible. Nico playing a bit of an off angle. Amanek here to catch all the attention. And that is a 1-2 punch that works really well, especially when they don't have a lot of nades to throw at you.
Exactly right. When they're light on the utility, no flash to get around that corner with 45 seconds left and NIP are bumping into each other. They don't know what they want to do. If it's backing off towards A or committing to B, there's a triangle of doom set up now on this B bomb site for G2. They've got 3 players with crossfires just ready. NIP are going to walk into the blender here in a second. Molly over the top. There's the flash that they managed to find, but they need to find some kills.
Ooh, it's so unlikely. 25 seconds. Good shot down here. Nexa, excellent shots. And Nico will find another one. 7-1. Might be time soon for some kind of a tactical timeout here for NIP to take a deep breath, because obviously they've come incredibly well prepared for this game. It's not like they don't have any idea what they want to do. But we need to see some results here, because this first half is not going their way.
They are one of those teams that has all the printed out notes. You know that Threat is going to be thorough in his preparation. He's going to have it all lined out for the team, just being like, here is what we know on these guys, this is what they're doing, tendencies, etc. And so you know that NIP have a game plan. And this is their T side of Inferno. And it's a point that Thorin brought up on the desk going into this, is that this is the weak side for NIP. They have been struggling to close things out on the T side of Inferno lately. So it's about as hard a start as you can get for the Ninjas. So right now they need to show some grit and some determination to hang in this, because it's going against them, but they can still stick together on this.
Oh, look at the setup here at top mid.
They haven't shown it yet. NIP haven't seen this yet, so you can just rinse, repeat.
And it's very hard to break. I think that this can definitely be done if you show the right Molotov over the building and then the right flashes from middle. That 3-man setup at a quad could really be broken up. Yes, one of the Molotovs actually. Rez trying to do it, trying to push it out. It's going to put some pressure on. Flashes himself into it, but the problem is there's so many people here. He's going to get traded all day. Nico on the other side. Still a 3-on-3, but yeah, you could see how effectively that can trade there for G2. Could have probably even done even better. Next are on the other side of the smoke. Some shots are coming through, but they're not quite connecting. The bomb has been picked up now, all the way in second middle. 40 seconds left. What are they going to do here in IP? They need to make up their minds.
Nico's rotated back to the B-bomb site now. And we've seen this before. Single smoke across. Yep. Are they, same reaction from Nico. He's already rotating.
Oh, yeah, they're a little bit quick. Nexa, though, at the back of the bomb site. He's going to be on his own. That smoke is up. And Nico, do you want to risk it and walk through? 20 seconds on the clock. You have to help your teammate somehow. 18 seconds now. They're trying to find Nexa. Oh, and he shoots at his teammate. Nico, though. Oh, the clicks are in. What a double kill. Now it's 10 seconds. He has to find the bomb here. And Amanek is rushing towards him. He can't fake it. Amanek knows it as well. Just running closer. He's almost got him locked in. And Plopsky, this one kill, you desperately need it. Amanek just holding the corner on the other side with that AWP. He wants him to peek him. Now he has got a Molotov, but Plopsky, he's allowed to walk back. He's trying to play this as deep as he can. He peeks in, but Amanek will take him down. Another successful kill for the French sniper. And it will be an 8th round for G2.
And Nexa just has to make our lives interesting, doesn't he? Headshot Nico as Nico pushes through the smoke. Doing everything he can to help Nip.
Nico's like, it doesn't even matter if you're shooting at me as well. I'm still going to get mine every round.
And he still gets those clicks, man. His headshots are so clean and crispy.
He's 19-4 in 9 rounds of game. That is so disgusting.
This might be the performance of the major so far. I don't know if anybody's topped this kind of performance. That's
now,
insane.
This is obviously a huge throwback, but there definitely was a point in time when Nico and Simple was the sort of conversation for who was going to be top in the world, and it wasn't exactly clear at that point. So it's been a long while, and obviously Nico's had an interesting career going through many different teams where he's been sort of the lead performer, right? But this kind of performance, I've got to be honest, I was not expecting. It's crazy to see this. This is the throwback major in many ways.
That's a very good way to put it, Anders. We're seeing him just kind of, to steal Hank's line, roll back the years.
Yes.
Because that is a star-level performance coming out of Nico. Utterly dominant. It's exactly what G2 need from him. Jax looking to get frisky in second mid, though. And what is this? Hunter. Flake out of nowhere. Catches 2.
He was so out in the open. That looked like an unwinnable position. He's going to keep pushing. That is very greedy. Now the question is, can they win this 3-on-3? They've had this position many times in IP. It's not like they've just always been shut down, but they have to convert it into something big here. Nice shot from Amanek. Again, they're trying to hunt him down, but he has been on point every single time, and they can't chase him down. A double kill again, leaving Device on his own. With over a minute, he's going to be found by Nico, of course, and it will be another round for G2. 9-1 in their favor.
They do have a little cheering section right in front of them there at G2. I'm noticing quite a bit of noise coming from over there. So I see the French flag. There's a couple French flags in the mix.
There's 7 people fighting the rest of them. I mean,
enemy territory, but that doesn't scare him. 9-1, Anders. Utterly dominant CT side so far from G2. They're just knocking, well, they're knocking Nip out. They're throwing haymakers. These ones are connecting. Nico's got 20 kills now.
Yep. Their knees are weak at the moment. You could tell this is hurting. Dualies, Tech-9, C-Set, and a Deagle. Anything you could get at this point. If this is what it takes to win a random round, go for an explosion, pop, flash out the middle, and just try and see if you can get anything on the board because you need it desperately. It's a good start. Hampus with the headshot. Jax, he's actually getting dinked up as well. They could maybe run him down. He's trying to stay out of the line of fire and waiting for his teammates. He does make it into the pit. It's a strong position here, but they're all coming for him, running him down. Jax will stay alive for a while longer. But that grenade from Device did do the job, and another headshot from Hampus. It is looking good. Nexa is on his own. 1 versus 2. The bomb is planted finally as well. He's running onto the site, but running out of bullets at the same time. He sprays and takes down Device. Has a chance for a reload. He's read it. He's got it! What a clutch from Nexa. A 1 versus 2 that he ends up winning for a triple kill overall. And it is 10-1 in favor of G2. Wow.
kind of at a loss of what to say right now. They cannot seem to get anything to go their way right now, NIP. If it can go wrong, it is going wrong. Their hidden shots, that A take was nice, was clean. Just not able to connect with Nexa in the end.
So well done. Yeah, he had such a good read on that one. And the fact that he had time to reload is,
and the level change.
Yeah.
That's the thing, jumping up on that scooter, it's brutal. It just that level change is enough to throw off Rez's aim. It's all in the details. And a nice little late cheat down to Dustplopsky up and Banana. Device has got the AWP once more.
There really aren't many silver linings at the moment either. Just look at the cash that's on G2. We're not even in a situation where you say, oh, but one round, and then they could roll it into something. It's not really happening at the moment.
Exactly.
What a devastating beginning.
This is about as rough as it can get here for NIP. The only way it would get rougher is if it was 11-0. But it's 10-1. And this is still just shaping up. We're going to get Hampus trying to clear. Now they're worried about that boost, so they're going to have to try and commit to checking that to make sure that G2 haven't set that trap again.
Yeah, and they used Molotovs and everything else. The only really cool thing right now for G2 would be if they actually went and checked if they're still top mid. Maybe not right away, but in the next 20 seconds. If they could do that, if NIP decide to fall back to B, it would be such a next-level call. So let's just see if they're going to be able to do it. They do have a bunch of people over at the pit, so sometimes you can flash away around the corner, go see who's actually there. It looks like NIP getting a bit of love from the crowd now as well. That's probably what they need.
There we go.
But look at the clock, look at the timer. 30 seconds on it, setting up for a full-on execute. They're going to be running into a three-way crossfire. This could be an absolute slaughter as they come around. They're going to have to be some god-tier flashbangs to make this work. Or a good entry for Device with the AWP to take down Jax. It's a beginning. 15 seconds on the clock. They're going to get Nexa as well inside of the bomb site. Oh, it's Nico on the cross and Hunter inside of it. Great headshot to bring it through. And now 7 seconds on the clock. They're going to have to go for the bomb plant. They can't delay it any further. And Nico out in the open. He's going to be found by Plopsky. Amanek. He's not got any nades. Otherwise, he could probably get the kill on one of them. And he's stolen a couple of rounds from them already. If he does it again, it's almost too much. That shot misses, and he's going to get sprayed. It's a second one for NIP. This time, Plopsky with the triple. And NIP, better late than never.
NIP, the whole name of the game here is weathering the storm. Because their CT side on Inferno is solid. We've seen them get dominant CT halves. They just need to focus on getting the remaining rounds in this first half. Get 5 rounds on that T side in this first half, and then you can do something with that in the second half if you're NIP, because they do have a solid CT side to fall back on this map. You just have to deal with Nico, who seems to only be able to hit headshots. Apart from that, you're good. Amanek and Hunter, though, getting frisky in mid.
Love this. Taking it back. Hunter spraying them down. The grenade probably would have killed one of them anyway. It's a big double kill. And he just escapes. He's just running up Banana instead of running back. He's like, I'm out.
It's amazing that they call that kind of power play. Immediately after Nip win around, and G2 are thinking, well, Nip are thinking, great, we can start to get the ball rolling. G2 are like, nah, not about that. We're actually just going to bully you again.
Yeah, I mean, they know where they have them right now. G2 themselves have been on the other side of this equation many, many times before, so they know what it feels like when you're not giving any space to breathe, right? Anything you're trying, you have to always think about, well, while we're setting this up, are they going to be crazy? Are they going to be rushing down Banana or even down middle this time? And the answer is yes. They're going to keep the pressure on every single round. Hampus is low on health. Hunter is a little bit tagged up as well. They're going to try and take the fight. Oh, look at this. They're going to go check. This is so smart. They're going to know everything turning this corner, and a really good information play. You see the rotation. Unlike earlier when they rotated a little bit blind G2 to a single smoke, this time they know everything. They've got this on lockdown. It's going to be a 3-man setup at the B bomb site. Molotovs are raining in. There is no way that NIP should win this round right here. Amanek is smoked off. That's a bit annoying, but all the way at the back of the site is Nico. Only the one kill this time, but Amanek sees an opportunity, and he's going to get it with Hunter closing out the round. And that is the power of that 3-man setup. 11-2.
Just trading. So long as one of those CTs is getting a kill, you just keep whittling down that offense. They're going to run out of bodies before you do. And so that is just textbook stuff from G2. The power play, that's the thing we can't forget. They start that off with a mid push and Hunter gutting 2 of them. That's how that round starts. And then you still have to deal with Nico. You still have to deal with Amanek. You still have to deal with the rest of G2, who are still waiting on that bomb site. So NIP now, 2 rounds on the board. Looking for a third. Nico definitely just Cheer now.
Yeah. I mean, if you play like this, you have every right.
To be fair, you guys should be cheering right now. If you're NIP fans, you should be cheering right now. They need your energy.
They do. They desperately do.
They really need your energy right about now. Because this is it. NIP, they've got 2 rounds on this T side. Backs to the wall in this first half. There it is, the NIP chant. Let's go.
Oh, that nearly was a headshot, or maybe it even was on Amanek. That did a lot of damage with the MAC-10. Are they going to try and speed it up? Hampus is in Arch. He's in so deep. Jax is going to go down. That's a big start. Hunter inside of the bomb side. He's flashed. He can't see anything, and he gets swapped. Rests with the kill, and they've got this on lockdown. G2 are walking away. It is going to be a 3rd round for NIP. Man, did they need it.
Oh, Nico with an AK is bad news bears, but
yeah,
I guess you'll
don't
just
give
have
it
to
to
accept that. I guess you'll just have to accept that in favor of picking up a round. NIP, you want to keep your guns alive. You recognize that G2 are going to get a buy round in the next. They'll have enough to drop around a couple of guns here.
Did Jax not have any head armor?
It looked, he looked like he got gooched.
He looked like he died real quick. If that's true, maybe it's not the biggest thing, but it is a detail that's worth pointing out. We'll have to go back and check. I feel like he died so quickly that he probably did not have that. But yeah, turns out the solution to the trouble for NIP are just MAC-10s. Who would have thought?
Explosive. Change the pace. If you're going too slow with the AKs, we saw this earlier as well, where you can just go 3 MAC-10s for heroic, right? Just be like, all right, now we're just going to accelerate immediately onto a bomb site and just try and swarm the defense as fast as possible. It is a thing, and well, NIP, for them, it worked wonders. G2, because they keep 3 alive, they have rifles, they have nades, they should have everything they need in this round to be a real threat.
It's so interesting because one of the common ways in which you get really shut down on the T side of Inferno is that you can't win the fight for Banana. But I feel like NIP have actually done that a fair bit. It's very often in 3-on-3, but it's just that when Nico has this kind of an output, he can relax in the bomb. So it's like, yeah, you can have Banana, but every time you show up at B, I'll get a double kill.
Yeah.
And half the time, otherwise, they run into Amanek's AWP, and then it's not a 3-on-3 anymore. So yeah, they keep having Banana, but it's not enough. Nico now hiding on the other side. Popsky. He must have seen something or heard something there. He definitely knew. All right, but that's 3 people that are committed to the B defense right now. If NIP could somehow figure this out, or even if they just went for it at the A bomb side, it would be a very good call.
They started to make a little bit of noise towards mid. Exactly, Hampus has cleared that out. Have to help Rez with him. Amanek getting forced off the angle. Nico's on his own, looking for a fight. They have no nades. They have no nades to help take this.
Yeah, that's a big problem.
They have one flash, and Nico's a dead man.
And they're even a little bit scared of him, perhaps. Like, you know what? It's not worth it. Now, what NIP did have, even through all of that, was a lot of time on the clock, which they still technically do. 45 seconds, they're set up, 1 good flash into the pit, and they win this round. This is really hard to deal with. Jax, he's already flashed. Amanek, follow-up. The nades are so good, but no one's pushing behind because the Molotov is down in front. They couldn't capitalize on it. They had all of the right flashbangs and none of the kills. 30 seconds now. Popsky's waiting as they're coming up behind. He reads it really well, but Jax on a triple kill, hiding inside of the smoke for the reload. Hunter's down there, and it's going to be 12-3 in favor of G2 in that first half. The pit position held strong. They had all the nades they needed. They just could not push.
And playing not next to Broken Wall, but behind Cart as well. Both of them stacked up. So difficult for NIP to read that situation, knowing that if somebody is there or not. NIP were even ready for the flank. NIP were even ready for the flank, but it wasn't enough. And so now, NIP have the true test ahead of them here. How good, just how good, is their CT side on Inferno? We've seen it do tremendous things in the past here in this tournament. We know that they're sharp on it, but they've got a long journey ahead of them here. The fans are all here cheering for them as well. And it is their moment to shine. It's their time to step up. Nico's even calmed down, Anders. He's only got 23 kills.
It's outrageous, absolutely outrageous. What a performance from Nico. Opening game of him here at the quarterfinals, and he is 23-8 going into the second half. Pistol round is coming up, and a chance for NIP to try and redeem themselves. Like you said, they're gonna have to come up with something spectacular here on the second half. It can be done, and it has been done before. But man, what a lockdown we're talking about. Rez is playing on his own. They've gone for a gamble. This is not a sign of desperation. Actually, a fairly common pistol round on Inferno, so I wouldn't read anything into this. But he's on his own with no nades. He's all in here. If they pop around the corner with a flashbang, he's going to have to fight everyone, probably while flashed at the same time. Rez, just show us what you've got. USP in hand, shoulder peek. That's a good start. Headshot. We're going to need about 2 or 3 more of those. He's trying for it, but not going to get it. They'll find a way to take him down. Jax with the return. And they've called Hampus over on this side, but they don't really want to escape that A-bomb side.
They've only showed one. They've only showed one. That's the thing. And I don't know if that's intentional or not because the spacing was weird, but Jax is the only one who took that fight. And so they don't have the info right now, Nip. They don't know if this is still going to be an A hit.
Oh,
That's a sick nade!
Real good. That will do some damage. And they're going to commit to it here. Hampus, he's setting up a flash. He's a madman running right through, but they're coming in through the smoke on the other side. They're solo and helping Hampus. What a brilliant play. Knife is out. No, surely not. Yeah, it's going to be Device to take down Hunter. Well played on Hampus.
There you go.
The nade and the double kill, that held strong. And I think he might have been onto something. That is a good point, right? They didn't show almost anyone at top banana.
It was just Jax, and I was like, why are they so staggered? Right? They're just putting faith in Jax to win that duel, because if he gets that kill, they don't have any information, and there's a golden way onto that site. So NIP, they've taken the first step in this second half. They've won the pistol round. Now they need to convert that into the second round here. It's a good chance that they do so, because G2, without a bomb plant, they're going for the hard eco. They're trying to save as much money as possible for the next round. So good on G2 and, well, good on Nip, really. They have a golden opportunity for them to start bullying G2.
Yeah, careful now, Device.
Yeah, don't get bullied in turn.
Yeah, but you're right. This is a good beginning, especially like you said. No bomb plant, time to take a deep breath. It's not that easy to shake off a 12-3 first half. It's going to take a while before you get back into it.
Yes.
So right now, it's just a classic mantra. We saw Natu backstage earlier. He came up with it 1 round at a time. That's the mentality, right? Don't think about the future. Don't think about the scoreboard. Just think about the next round and try and get there.
That's exactly it. I mean, they what, 14-1 to Astralis when they played Astralis on Inferno. So I mean, they can definitely, and that's not the only one off the top of my head, but like, that's not the only time that NIP have just gotten the lockdown on CT side Inferno. So they have a good feel for this map. It's just about, just 1 round at a time. That's all they need to think.
Strong crossfire here, at least it should be. Yeah, everyone showing up. They lock it down. They didn't lose a single player. The Device with a triple. Small, slow steps in the right direction here. Now, I will say something. Unlike the first 6 or 7 rounds where NIP hardly had any kills, at the end of the half, they actually caught up pretty well in terms of kills. They were starting to have more of an output. So that's kind of one block in the building here that could be put in. At least that part is working. Now, we'll have to see. AK's on the side of G2. They know as much as anyone. They just need 4 more rounds, and they will put that first map on the board. So let's see if they can find a way to do that as well. They're pushing up Banana initially.
The nice thing for G2 is that they have yet to play Inferno on the Legend stage. They have not. So they're going into this. There's no fresh tape for NIP to go off of going into this that could help them figure out what G2 have in store for them on the T side. So G2, there's the element of surprise here that NIP have to consider, where NIP will have been figured out because they've played Inferno a couple times now and there's some info to go off of. NIP are flying blind right now.
Plobsky, that's a deep push. What a jump! Oh, and a flashbang to follow it up. Big double kill for Plobsky. You could tell Nico, he knew, he wasn't sure about the timing. And the flying MP9 comes through. That is probably one of the most frustrating ways to die in a game of Counter-Strike.
And Nexus, that's the worst part as well, where it's like you're trying to help your mates out, so you throw a flash in, and it's like, oh, I'm going to help you, and then you end up blinding them. It's just the worst case scenario there for everybody, basically, on the side of G2.
And even worse, they upgrade for an AK, right? So they get the money and then even more. This is a tough round for G2, 3 versus 5. They're starting to see if they can wrap around. I mean, this is a great way if they can do it. If they can sneak Amanek in here, the Device is covering that crossfire, goes for it. Nice shot from Amanek. That'll take Device out of the picture. 28 seconds, Plobsky on a flank. That means at least they know for sure this is going to be an A hit, and it shouldn't be successful, but maybe it will be. Rez goes down next. Hampus! What a flick from Hunter! Takes him right down. And now they have the pit, they have the bomb site. Plobsky and Linus, 2 versus 3 to try and go for the retake, but Plobsky's down to 1 health. They're going to have to call it off. It's 13 rounds for G2. What a shock.
What a round. What a round from these 3 players. They each got a kill, and it just makes all the difference.
And I don't even know if I want to really criticize NIP for it, but that is the downside of playing that far back, right? Yes. They end up taking 3 individual fights. There's no chance for any refrags or anything, and NIP are just kind of waiting. But then again, they're in a 5 versus 3, so they're not expected to be the ones to go aggressive and look for really anything. What a shocking turnaround for G2. That is very, very hard to do. They made it look easy, but that is a hard round to win.
Looking a little pensive on the side of NIP right now.
Yeah, well, who can blame them? what a start.
Do what you can to save. Do what you can to save the weapons and get the gear for the next round. And this is a replay here. Flopsky's perspective. I mean, it's perfect start to the round with that shutdown on Banana. But Hunter is ridiculous.
Yeah, that flick was something.
All right, well, this is going to be it now for NIP. If they lose this round, their economy is going to be in tatters, and G2 are in a position to win this first map of the best of 3. Nice, HE over the top. Nico already getting tagged. Oh, this is sick.
That's a deep boost. Flashbang actually lands on top of the half wall. That's pretty cool. Some nades being exchanged. Plopsky will take a bit of damage behind that one. But yeah, just the standard Inferno Banana stuff going on.
Just the games within games. Where are you just trying to predict where they are? Nico, gotta be careful.
The problem for NIP though is that's a lot of their needs. They have got no Molotovs. They've got 3 smokes. One of them just went down to the bottom of Banana. But they need to find a way. Maybe they could rotate Hampus over, or he can sort of run over and throw down a smoke for them so they can keep that smoked off, because otherwise they're not going to have enough. There's still a minute on the clock here. NIP. I love the fact that Hampus is playing this corner. This is one of the things that they were missing in the earlier round. He's just looking. He just wants to know now. He's going to get smoked off, but still, just having that little bit of information is worth a lot. They are pretending like they're clearing top mid, which currently they're not yet doing. Oh, that's a nice spray. Jax nearly out of the round. They're going to start to fall back. Plopsky's playing it on his own over here, though.
He's got the early spot, but Linus has rotated back over towards A, or at least he was thinking about it. He's in CT spawn right now, so there is a gap. There's a window here for G2 to exploit. Flash over the top as well, so they're about to start this push, G2.
Ooh. Oh, he gets caught. The timing on the jump, it's so ridiculous. If he's timed better like that, he's going to spot them way at the bottom, and they can't catch him, but that is just a coin flip, and he happens to be behind the wall when they make a one for it. Linus comes in, that's a strong headshot. He actually spins around to take down Jax. 8 seconds on the clock. They need that bomb plant right now. Could someone stop it? They need the kill. There's Hampus. He might save them in this round, and he will. Kill on Nico. Amanek on his own, miles away. A desperate round for NIP.
By the skin of their teeth, and once again, Linus coming up with the goods. He's had some big rounds this tournament for NIP so far. He's come through in the clutch for his team, and without those 2 kills there, I find it hard to believe that G2 are going to get a bomb plant. Linus just came up in spades for the Ninjas.
Yeah, and honestly, even with the time that was left, that looked like it was not the right move. It looked like he actually could have sacrificed himself for nearly nothing, but
Indeed.
What a play.
And on this T side, Nico's quieted down. I know it is ridiculous to say, like, he's done his work and then some. He's got 23 kills. But like, he hasn't really gotten much left, much yet in this second half rolling for him. So that's interesting. Where G2 really relying on him as the driving engine. Can the others step up, or what can we expect? Yeah, so it's just an instant. He just barely manages to tag him.
He just finds him in the back. It's so ridiculous. Again, this is the other thing, though. When you're this far down, maybe sometimes that's what you need to try and break the rules just a little bit. I get that he would run through if there was, 5 seconds, and you knew for sure if you get the guy planting the bomb, but there was a little bit more time, and it turned out to be the right move anyway. Brilliant stuff. 13-6. It is a long road back for NIP, but they've got some stuff that's working for them. Not so much the economy on their side, but G2, on the other hand, they have even less to work with. They need to build some big rounds here where they don't lose too many players, where they really start to feel it. Some good damage onto Jax. He's made his way almost around the corner. Linus and Hampus are holding the archway, though it should be impossible to break through this round. Flashes out. He's trying for it. Jackson, wild deagle shots, and he just dinks Linus. He's down and out of it. Jax, don't be shooting your teammates. Down to the pit. Rez is on his own. He's got no one with him. Now, we've talked a fair bit about Rez and his performance in this tournament. Plopsky's on a flank, but this would be another good round for Rez to prove himself. There's the flank shot. Now, Nico was reading it. 50 seconds still. Are they going to go back? A little bit confusing here for G2. You can tell they're not quite sure. Another good kill for Plopsky. Yeah, and this is the smart move. Play for time. Don't let them get the refrag. Just wear them down in the middle.
Brilliant stuff. brilliant stuff. It's like a boa constrictor just closing in at that point. You've got so few options. And even if, yeah, you think you can make the mad dash, doesn't matter. Hampus is here, and that smoke goes down, and your stomach is just going to drop now. If you're G2, you kind of just have to gut it out, go through the smoke, and hope that you're going to be there in time.
Yep, Hunter made the cross already. What a timing against Amanek, who was jumping up, and now there's trouble. Oh, Molotov on top. Hunter forced out of it. Nexus coming through CT spawn, but that is not going to help them. They need to get these kills right now, G2, if they want this round. 10 seconds on the board. No bomb plant yet. They can't even find the bomb site at the moment, and the spray is through. Rest with the shot, and Nexus, he cannot win the round. He is out of time. All they have to do is ignore him. It's going to be 13-7. NIP are clawing their way back slowly but surely in this game.
They're getting closer and closer. They're almost within striking distance here. Couple of rounds. And no bomb plant again for G2. This is truly putting a lot of pressure on their economy, where they could have these bonus nades to work with. They could really do a lot of damage. That was a good round for them. Keep in mind, that was a hero AK sort of scenario. And so we do have a buy round coming up here for G2. But
if not for Plopsky, that's a 1 versus 4 round for Rez.
Yes.
So he has got to be so thankful. And he even got spotted. That flank actually got red. Now we're going to see another banana attempt here. Hampus with a good kill, but Nico on the follow-up. The nades are landing on top of him, and he is nearly dead already. The Molotov, oh wow, it spreads in spite of the smoke and burns Nico alive. 3 versus 4 now. That could have gone any which way.
That banana play, man, it's so chaotic. It feels like it can go either way, you're right. And that time it's just Nico getting caught in the crunch. They try to pull a fast one, G2, and really change up the pace, get aggressive on banana, which is hard to do. This is why you see them throw all of these grenades into banana, because it makes it so difficult to get up there in one piece. Nico hardly had a shred of health left by the time he got up to half wall.
And all they have to do is not lose Linus at this corner, right? He just has to stay alive. Put up the smoke, don't get insta-dinked by the AK. You can see Nexus already running for it, comes charging through, but Plopsky's on the other side, and the defense, it will hold this round. Hunter with a 1 versus 4. Plenty of time. And this is where you want to see some of that experience as well that's on that NIP side, to calm everybody down. This is where you don't want to make any mistakes. Even a kill right now can make a big difference down the road. So just deep breaths, lock him in, and don't let him escape. There's Device with a kill on the orb. It's 13-8.
And we're starting to really get nip into the game, Anders. This is not the first time that they managed to chain together CT side rounds on Inferno. This is their better half by far. By far. It was so important that G2 have a strong T side, because this is what Nip are capable of here. And now G2 are the ones who are just getting pummeled. Not even bullied necessarily. That's the worst part. At least, you know, G2, they were kind of bullying them. They were really trying to charge them. Nip are just playing super solid CS. They aren't even really taking many risks. It just feels like G2 don't quite have what it takes to handle them here on this T side.
And it is such a hard recovery when you go down that low in the beginning. You can see the energy just kind of left the room for a while there when NIP were getting beat up. So to recover from that in the space of a half, definitely not easy. Rez, good lineup here. He's going to get the double kill. They did lose Device on the other side, but still a favorable trade for them. And that AK on the other side, or the AUG on the other side rather, is going to be hard, I think, for G2 to pick up. They're going to try and flash their way through. Rez, even while blind, does a pretty good job of staying behind the pillar so that he doesn't get straight taken down. And now Nico and Nexa, 2 versus 4. Hard to find anything in this round, without a doubt. Nico is hoping for a mistake up there in the apartments if somebody walks across the bomb site, but he's kind of going to give up on that. Oh, parting gift.
Clever. Chase him out of there. 50 seconds. No closer to getting a bomb plant. Yeah, especially now that Nico's been spotted. There he is, gets a body shot off on Rez. That's not going to be good enough.
By the way, quad kill for Rez in this round. So again, we said he's been a bit quiet, but you know, if he could come up with an ace here, I'd say that's a pretty good way to get into the quarterfinal. Flashing his way over, Nexus on the other side, and Rez goes for it, and there's the ace. Picking it up with a headshot. They might have been against pistols, but I guarantee you anything you can do to get yourself mentally in this game.
Oh, dude, with these fans as well, man, this is huge for NIP.
That took him from 10 to 15 kills. Simple math, even I can do it. But that puts him on top of the scoreboard for NIP. He just surpassed everyone.
The pressure is on. Madak is actually having a bit of a chat here. Tactical timeout called, and so he's able to talk. The coaches cannot interact with the players at all. Only during tactical timeouts can they interact with the players. That includes touching them. Like, you know, tap on the shoulder, any of that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Prohibited. But yeah, NIP now, the fans are starting to feel it. They know what is possible. NIP are not out of this fight yet. Replay from the last round here. Rez just holding his own. Beautiful ace from him. And it's terrific to see because he was catching a little bit of flack, deservedly so. He's kind of had a little bit of a hit and miss sort of scenario this tournament.
I agree. Yeah, we can't really just brush that aside, especially because of what a talent Rez is. You want to see him play up to that level all of the time, and especially right now. 13-9. It is now only a 4-round gap. And G2 on the other side, I don't know if they're feeling really... There's no panic yet, but there's going to be some nerves starting to show as well. They must start to feel like, why can we just not find the last couple of rounds? All we need is a good clean entry. All we need is a kill on Archer or on Quad here, and maybe we can find our way through. They've taken that top mid control lightning fast this round. Actually, that is so speedy that they just take a peek through the smoke. They know what's on the other side. Plopsky's holding Banana on his own, and Nico, he sees the opportunity, but he gets taken down. Plopsky, that is, it's just one kill. But if it goes the other way, the round gets blown up for NIP.
Yeah, and G2 are the ones running away with it now. G2 are slowly kind of stumbling towards that B site. And it's a question of whether or not they're going to be able to commit as the fresh smoke goes down at 50 seconds. Unless they pop through here, it's not going to leave them a whole lot of time to maneuver with. And they are deciding to just go for it here, Anders. There's an opportunity for Linus to ruin them. Beautiful Molotov timing. Yeah, that's so sick.
It's set up really nicely. Oh, and a flashbang as well. 35 seconds. They all peek at the same time. Linus with a big double, and Hampus is there to help out. And that leaves Amanek on his own. 1 versus 3 with a bomb to plant as well. There's almost no point in faking it too much. At that point, just try and go for it. The longer you wait, the more are going to show up. And it's Device down from CT spawn to take down Amanek. 13-10. The crowd is absolutely getting behind them, and you can feel that energy that was lost in the beginning, silence here at the Vici Arena, it's back.
Oh yes, double digits now for NIP. Now it's real. Now it is real between these two teams. Double digits is serious business. Nipper so close to closing the gap. And to think it was a 12-3 half in favor of G2. G2 have succeeded in picking up a single solitary round in this second half. Utter shutdown compared to the bullying that they were doing to NIP in the first half.
Semler, what are we watching here? They're just rushing in. Rez is at the corner, blind, and still going to get a lot of damage, nearly a triple kill in fact. Device trying to show up as well. Hampus battling for his life inside of the bomb site, and a pistol's out. Device still getting kills, and it's bought so much time. More of the CT side is showing up. Nico and Nex are in a lot of trouble in here, and Plopsky, that aim of his has rung true for this entire second half, and Nico going to get shot in the back as well. It's another round for NIP. 13-11.
And man, this feels good for NIP, and this is going to feel utterly horrible for G2 at this point, because every mistake they make, every good round that goes Nip's way, the fans are blowing up, and this is just so brutal, especially after that first half. It's just going to be eating away at you. Yeah, so sick.
He did so much damage at the beginning there, Rez, but honestly, for me right now, just at the eye test, so far Plopsky's probably the MVP for NIP in the game so far. He's been having so many important kills. Nice boost coming in, and Nico, again with the headshot, they're trying to see if they can find Plopsky. If they do, that should be the round. This should be a 14 for G2. It's a little bit of a spray coming through. Molotov's on the other side. They're trying to make the jump, but Hampus, he's sticking around. There's surely no way. I don't think this is worth it. Even if you want to be the hero here. Rez is kind of starting to show up as well. Another nade to land on top, but it's not going to kill anyone. And I think now is probably better to try and move away. Device is on the other side with the AWP. I don't even mind that they stick around to try to do anything, because again, it's a major quarterfinals. You want any window of opportunity to get back in any round, but it's too much this time.
I think in their minds, well, I think in their minds they're also thinking if we can get them to spend money.
Sure,
G2 don't have money. They're just buying out every time. And so if you can get a few kills here, maybe G2's buy is weaker and you just get to go back on the run again.
I thought maybe he was going to try and injure it, but that's too much to ask for. He's going to get a kill. That's not bad at all. It's a 14th round for G2. They take one more step. They're almost at the finishing line.
That's right, Anders. There haven't been too many of those bomb explosions up here while you've been up here. The flames are pretty hot. The flames are pretty hot.
Yeah. You can feel it.
Throwback to Cluj-Napoca 2015, man. Seriously, you get those flames going. Whew. But I think we're going to get a little bit of a breather here once again, where the teams are trying to keep it cool, calm, and collected. Both of them. Right now, G2 know that they've let this slip through their fingers.
Yeah, the chance for a quick victory. And on NIP's map pick as well. Oh, what a great beginning it would have been for G2 if they could have just wiped them out. It can still happen, but everything is a struggle right now. And NIP, if nothing else, they have woken up in a big way. 16 on Rez, 16 on Plopsky, 60 on Device, 15 on Hampus. That, and Linus is an 18. He's not that far behind either. But what a brilliant start to this round. Nico, and he saw the opportunity instantly. He knew, if I win that second fight, it is done. We win the round.
Terrific work to get things going here. And now the stride continues for NIP. Hampus with the molly down bottom. Makes you think, if you're G2, are they going for the aggro mid push or not? Not going to see anything now that they've cleared it out. Goes through the smoke, takes down Linus. Painful loss there.
That is so scary.
From Hampus over to B.
Oh, wait, Rez, they're all in front. He's going to get flashed in, but they bump into each other, and that stops him. He couldn't go for the swing. Device on his own with an AWP inside of the A-bomb site. Tries for the shoulder. Will take down Hunter, but they're just going to keep throwing people at him. He's not going to have any peace in here. Molotov actually not going to connect. That's a bit awkward, but Nico will find an angle to take him down anyway. And now the question is, do you go for this? They have a little bit of money on Hampus. He's going to win the fight against Nexa. And now you definitely will go for it.
You need to get that bomb planted immediately.
2 versus 2.
Right now.
Oh, Plopsky nearly sprayed down. Nico, that's just the experience. He didn't see that. He just felt it. Smoking off on one side, trying to isolate the fight against Nico, but he is everywhere and doing all of the work. Plopsky on his own, and he will have to back on out. There's nothing he could really do. Nico with the triple, and G2 going to find a 15th round almost at the end here. He's got 29 kills, Nico.
Yeah.
He's a god.
Triple kill round when his team started to really need it most, when they had to put an end to this comeback from NIP. Nico decides enough is enough. And that is going to be map point for G2 in a couple of seconds here. And well, Plopsky is going to be able to save. There's still a little bit of money on Hampus. He's got enough to be able to drop a couple of guns. Device should be able to afford to get an AWP, and it's really just going to be all or nothing now for NIP. They have to play perfectly from here on out. And CT side Inferno, when you don't have all the nades, you don't have everything to shut down the early aggression, it's so hard to get a run going.
Oh, they go for double AWP. I mean, it's been known to work. That's just good timing. Man. Crazy, crazy performance from Nico here to open up the quarterfinals with. 27th round, double AWP on the CT side. Pushing it all in on this one, NIP. This is either going to work, or they're going to end up losing their own map pick, and that would be devastating. A little bit of banana control. Oh, nearly catching it, but the Molotov will slow them down. That would have been dangerous. He probably could have ran that corner and tried to catch them with the AK, but they get slowed down instead.
HE doesn't go into CT either, man. This is just these nade games going on in Banana. Who's throwing which smoke to cancel out, which molly followed by an HE. It's all over the place, utter chaos, and yet somehow G2 are able to thread the needle and get top of Banana control. And this can set them up for a straight up pop onto the B bomb site. All 5 gathered up, and this is it. The golden opportunity here for G2. Hampus hits the shot.
Big kill. Nico's down and out. Jax is already low from earlier. So trading 2 for nothing is exactly the start they need here in NIP to try and get a bit closer. Are they going to go for the boost? It seems like it. And Amanek, he's trying to plant the bomb, but he might get interrupted. Oh, a missed shot. Hampus nearly shooting him afterwards, even through the smoke. That is a really, really close one. But they get the bomb plant down. 3 versus 5 here to try and win the map, G2. They're not in a bad position. They have a smoke that they've just put down again towards CT spawn, so that'll push them over towards construction. Jack's just playing right at the edge, and he sees it coming. What a great kill, but it'll be traded at the very least. Amanek boosted up, and Hunter playing close to CT spawn. They need to go right now, NIP. Rez will get one. Hunter with the spray, and that's it! 16-11 as G2 take the first map in absolutely stunning fashion. Yeah, they want it. Antagonizing the crowd. Oh, I love it.
Oh, okay, that's a statement from Hunter. He's not made any fans here today with that one.
No, but probably very many online. I love that attitude.
turned this place into a library real quick.
Yeah.
All right. That's amazing. G2, incredible performance from Nico in the first half. Absolutely insane. Second half, he pops off at the end. And well,
I mean, what a way to
sorry,
get
it's getting hot up
started.
here.
That is fantastic. NIP's map pick, but it goes the way of G2. I mean, the second map's going to be a Mirage, and that will be wild. We'll see what the desk has to say to break it all down.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys. You love to see it, don't you? There is obviously a great reaction there from Hunter at the end. Crowd has been booing him. I thought Heroic might get some boos. Turns out no. G2 getting the boos because they're taking on NIP, obviously, and beat them on their map pick, and then give them
Here's the
something.
thing,
Gotta love that.
I always
Got
say
to
this,
love that.
when people bring up this idea of like the crowd getting behind you and it affecting the team that it's against, I always say like, boos can't block headshots. They don't block a flashbang, they don't block repositioning. Like, it only affects you if it gets to you. And listen, I certainly think G2 had moments there where they maybe thought about the score and the fact that they were so high up, but when they were rolling on that first half, they didn't seem to care whatever the crowd was doing.
Listen, I was getting worried at some point. I was getting
Oh,
very
yeah,
worried.
just spoiler for everyone at home, he is biased in ways you cannot even conceive of.
Well, I mean,
and I had to sit
obviously,
next to him
right?
in the green room. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, that you actually moved to a different couch. But I think you look at G2 just needed 4 rounds in the second half, right? They won a 3v5, a round where Nico gets 2 entry kills in Banana, this 1v3 from Hunter, and a round where Rez just is a little bit unfortunate with the apps flash when G2 was doing an apps pop. So the call was good. They just missed it by like half a second, and that's the round G2 wins. So, you know, you wish it was more convincing after a 12-3 CT side.
Sure, but we set everything up perfectly, right? We talked about how this is NIP's pick, but they don't get things done on the T side, so actually they're a bit of a paper tiger on this map. We talked about how, you know, well, they're pretty good on the CT side. That's where they do their damage. They were able to come back into this game. But I'm going to tell you, Maniac, you can't give up like that many rounds. You cannot have such a insipid T side and expect to win, well, almost any map, really.
It is going to be a huge problem for NIP, and they're going to have to solve it immediately if they want to remain in the tournament. Also, unfortunately for them, they play one of the best players ever in Counter-Strike. This is where Nico shines.
Oh,
you
man.
can see the kind of
Man
magnitude
alive.
he can have in the game. Like, there's not a lot of players who can take over a game the way he just did it right here at the Major.
There was one point in the game where there was something like 10 rounds in, and all of NIP combined had like 21 kills, and Nico had 20 just himself.
That's ridiculous.
So, like, yeah, here's the thing. You can say, oh, we're a CT side team. I mean, apparently so's G2 in this scenario. Like, they were looking amazing.
Yeah, I mean, just at a moment in the end again. I think also you look at Nico, this really reminds you of his prime in 2017 because you're on land, high-pressure situation. He's still just going for his taps, right? Like, he's just,
look at his ADR, mate.
Yeah, it was mad. Like, he completely took over this game in the first half, and then we mentioned one crucial round that they won, he got the 2 entry kills.
Yeah, exactly. I wanted to talk about these 2 entry kills as well, because it's not only Nico having a phenomenal start and putting G2 on track, it's also him getting them out of the slum they're in during that T side. They were struggling. NIP suddenly starting to have a couple of retakes, a couple of multi-kills going left and right. He is the one making the defense Banana. He's the one getting the entry kill, and then he's got that killer instinct to go for the second one.
Look at the headshot rate as well. Like, he was in that mode there. Like, there was one round where he was on the B site where it just looked like he was just going to one-click everyone in the head. Like, he's got to be one of the best one-tap players ever as well.
And here's the thing, right, with Nico. He can be a little bit almost stubborn at times. Like, you could see on T side in Banana, there was this one round where Plopsky had the MP9. The timing for the flash from Nexa was off, so he dies. One round, he gets a 1-for-1 trade. Another round, Plopsky entries in, but it comes down to, are you gonna be persistent with him and let him like just go for it? Because if you were deciding like, oh, I don't like this, let's try to do a strategy towards A, well, then you wouldn't get the round where he gets 2 kills. So it can be sometimes frustrating to see it. You know, we're giving away some openings early on and stuff. But I feel like when you have a world-class player, you would rather put the game in his hands than, you know, try to go for some strategies, like to execute tactics with blind call.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, G2 are here. They are fired up. They are 1-0 up in the series. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it's going to be G2's pick of Mirage. We'll break it down for you then. All right, welcome back. It is the second quarterfinal of the major in Stockholm. NIP, the home team, they're up against it right now. But I'm going to try and paint a picture of hope for all the NIP fans at home and not just the ones in the arena. Look, in September, they played each other. And when that happened, NIP did beat G2 on Mirage. And it was G2's pick then.
That's one of the silver linings. The other one is, well, that T side, yes, it was bad, but it could have also been a slow start, right? The nerves of playing in front of the home crowd in the arena, that's the narrative that you want to push here for NIP. But for me, the problem, Rich, is in the last 3 months, they only played Mirage 5 times. They played it only once at IEM Fall, lost to ENCE 16-7. That's it. So in the last month, they played it 1 time. And now to stay alive at the major, you have to play it for the first time in this tournament. For me, that's never a good sign.
And you referenced that game against G2. That was also Device with 29 kills at that point. So that outlines as well a win condition. We have to see it right here. Device on Inferno, absolutely not enough. Definitely no. We're going to be on the CT side now, and he's going to need to shine with you.
We need him to go full Deva, no?
Indeed, yes. He has to roll back the years. No, one of the problems for an NIP is the map has also been very limited. Like, it's basically just Inferno, Ancient, and maybe Overpass. Like, Mirage isn't really even in the equation either.
Well, okay, so yeah, it's not really in the equation, but obviously if you can cast your mind back, because it's been a year of drama, back when all that Anonymo nonsense was going on and everything else, and that caused a brouhaha online, that was, they almost exclusively played Mirage. That was where they were at. And obviously Hampus, he's got his ideas, he's got his tactics, he's got these guys well drilled. I don't think it's beyond the realms of possibility.
I've heard a lot about these fabled tactics, yet to really see them manifest in the server,
No, you mentioned Hampus, and that is probably the silver lining. If we are an NIP fan right now, your hopes are pit on Hampus and his CT side. At the beginning of this game, he was the highest CT-sided player rated, his highest rating for the CT side for the side NIP. That's the moment to do it, right? We know Mirage is a map where he likes to be aggressive. He'll push towards on the ground. He'll push towards the B-apps. He'll take space. If he can do that again, that is going to be an asset for them.
And we did hype him up a little bit, but you know, even that last round that Hunter wins, he misses the shot on the planter that's just sitting there, right, from the boost. If he gets that kill, probably doesn't even get to that clutch. So I think here for G2, and I agree, Hampus is the focal player on Mirage because of his lurks. And the main thing for G2 is don't get too paranoid about him on the lurk when they do an execute on B or A, right? Either decide that you're going to clear mid first to take care of the lurk, or just try to go for the retake a little bit faster, because in the game that they played last time, you could see Nico, he plays connector, and when they go B, Nico is like, it takes him 30 seconds, you know, to get to B, because he's worried that Hampus is going upstairs, that he's in connector, that he's under window, right? Like, at that point, he doesn't even need to be there. He's done his job.
And here's the guy I want to call out, which is, where's Device still? I'm still waiting for these superstar performances. Like, in this scenario, you have 4 majors won, 2 of them you were the MVP at. By the way, he could have been the MVP at the 3rd one.
Absolutely.
So you are essentially you are the most decorated player in the history of CSGO. So you're going to get outshone by the guy who's in his 4th time in the major playoffs. Are you actually going to step up to the plate and do something?
Well, I mean, on this map, the reason I think he can is obviously it's all about mid on Mirage, in that mid control area. You're going to see an AWP there. And obviously, look, best will in the world. You see an Amanek on the AWP. You know, I think even Device sort of is going to be favorable in that matchup, in that mid control battle. Do you agree with that?
I think so, but you know, we saw 1 or 2 rounds on the CT side where Amanek had a lot of impact with the AWP. He didn't have to do much, you know, and that's all you need from Amanek in this team. You need a couple of rounds per game. He had them against FaZe on the T side, two good rounds on the T side, right? That's all you need to, when he's in a good position, when it's like the easy shot, just convert those. You know, no one expects you to throw a simple or Zybo level of performance, jumping around, getting crazy kills. No, that's why you have Nico there, right? But there is a bare minimum that you need to do.
And think about that Inferno game. Amanek wins clutches.
Yeah.
Where's that from Device? Device on Astralis, by the way, was a really good clutch player. He also used to have that in his game, and he's supposed to have the rifle behind it anyway. So you have to have the AWP all the time. So I expect to see a big Device performance if NIP is coming back.
And what you're going to see from Amanek is G2 has these B pops that they go for, and Amanek is always the entry fragger because he's just so sick at the moment. He bunny hops out of the window and he either gets the kill or just, you know, he's almost at the market window by the time he dies. That just creates so much space for the trade, and that's G2's bread and butter on this map.
Yeah, anything to add to that, Mania?
No, I agree. I think G2 on the T side of Mirage can be very momentum-based, right? Because of these pops, these fast strategies you were just referring to, whatever Nexa feels like he's got the upper hand psychologically, he'll just do an apps pop into a B pop, quick B splits. For NIP, it's going to be about stopping them early on in their tracks. Do not allow G2 to have a good start, because so far, aside from the Entropiq game, we've seen a G2 kind of cruising at this major. They haven't really been tested, they haven't really had to suffer, huge comebacks and whatnot. Push G2 into a corner, back them into a corner, and then we'll see how they react.
Yeah, well, one player that we did see a bit of a reaction from there that we talked about in the pre-show was Rez. I think he sort of did have a couple of rounds and a couple of moments, you know, with the crowd. Had an ace in there as well. I think we still need to see a lot more from him.
Yeah, it's still not enough. Yeah. I will say, of course, given the context, having an ace at that point with the crowd could be an accelerator, could be something that puts you back on track in terms of confidence, but still, it's not enough.
Richard, it's just fluff. It's just fluff. Where was the 1v3 that we saw from Hunter? Where was the double entry kill that you saw from Nico? Oh. The clutch from Amanek, right? It's just like, you know, cool. Like, you had some good rounds here and there, anti-eco ace, half by, whatever, but it's not enough. G2's players are just pound for pound. Everyone's doing more.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I guess that's kind of worrying because obviously when you get to the tail end, you know, the Plopskis and the Linuses, and you start comparing them to, you know, the Amaneks and the Jacks and just what they're producing, yeah, I think it paints a very bleak picture, but you have to sort of believe that something magical could happen in the arena, feeding off the fans. You know, is it really?
Listen, the good news is G2 is 47% win rate over the last 3 months on Mirage.
Yeah.
So as much as they force it all the time, it's their most played map. It's not one that they're winning tons. They've certainly had a, listen, the blueprint was there. If you went and studied the demos, they were probably going to pick it. So again, this is where I got to look also at Threat. He's the coach, he's the mastermind. Listen, I think he is one of the great minds in the game. So something's going wrong in NIP. They've had games that they've looked good. Still, the T-sides are a problem for me. And on this map, you have to have a T-side.
Yeah, well, but they are starting on CT as well, right? So they are going to be able to maybe build a few rounds, take some deep breaths. You can see the G2 army there out in force on your screens. So we're getting closer to action. I think we've got about a minute before we get into the game. Is anyone going to put up for NIP here? Anybody at all?
I'm sorry, I'm gonna stay in my G2 corner. It's very comfortable over there. It's nice, and you know, Janko makes space for me on the G2 couch, having a good time.
Yeah, I think for me it's just the main problem is the fact that the NIP has played it once in the last month and a half. Right now their backs are against the wall. G2 seems confident. I think they just close it out here.
All right, well, let's see if that happens. Bleak picture indeed for NIP. They are up against it. We go back to Anders and Semler.
Well, that paints the picture pretty well, I would say. Thank you to the analyst desk, of course, and we're going to get into that second match. Semler, do you agree? Is it a grim outlook here for NIP? Do you think they got what it takes?
It is indeed. They do have what it takes, Anders, but it is a grim situation. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm not going to say they're never going to run it back guaranteed. They are capable of it. They certainly have the tools necessary. They have immense star power on the team in the form of Device and others. Ooh. So, I mean, NIP can go toe-to-toe with G2. They need to have it all up here, though, in the mental side of things. And I think that's where the great weakness is for NIP. If they let it get to them, if they let that pressure get to them, they could crack, and G2 could run away with this. Because G2 are on the T side, and if you control the pace on Mirage, on T side, you can just run away with the half.
Well, let's see if they're going to be able to do that. Already leaning towards that A bomb site, but it looks like they want to make a bit of noise. In fact, they're going to commit a smoke and maybe a second one. So they're selling this double smoke, flashbangs to follow, pretending like we're going to be rushing that B bomb site. Get ready for it. But in fact, it's over on the A bomb side. No one's rotating out of that though. Rez and Linus actually staying pretty put. Good kill from Hampus to take down Amanek. And yeah, this is so smart for NIP. They make the jump for it. Nice information play. Linus with a straight headshot to take down Hunter. And they're being caught out in the open. The bomb is committed now. Double kill and double pistols on Rez. It is going to be Jax on his own 1 versus 5. They saw that coming from miles away. NIP, brilliant start here on Mirage.
And the cool thing about it as well is that it leans right into what our analysts were saying going into this match, where that B apartments pop is G2's bread and butter. As mentioned, what do we look at? We look at Amanek eating himself out of B apartments. They're making it look as much as possible like it's a B execute. So much so that they're committing Amanek into the mix, right, with his movement of throwing himself out the window.
Yeah, and listen, we talked about this a little bit on Inferno with how much you can get done with throwing a single smoke to a bomb site. That was double smoke, double flashbang with a guy jumping into B, and nobody moved on that A bomb site. That takes some commitment, especially if you're down a whole map and you're in front of the home crowd. That's exactly where you make those mistakes. Pistol round as well. You're so incentivized to rotate out of there. I love the fact that NIP stayed put, and the fact that Linus got that double kill, just all the more powerful. Second half going to be coming up now, and we'll see. G2, they have a pistol on Nico, but not just any pistol, somewhere. It was that Deagle.
Nico with the Deagle. Yep, well, there you go.
You want to be careful.
The Devil, triple spray from Rez, though. Quad kill from Rez. Where is Hunter? Can Rez get this kill? Hunter wants to die. Yes! Hunter dies to another player, doesn't give Rez another ace.
Yeah, keep those away from him. But you saw you got a little bit of a taste of why you don't want to face that Deagle. I mean, he had a chance even to get a third one in there. So pretty good double. Either way, it's a third round. And we've got a couple of Galils, 3 AKs, decent amount of nades. G2 are going to be dangerous in this round, although they are against all M4s. Not a single submachine gun in play on the CT side.
Oh, a single solitary HE left behind and spawn for the rotate. Nice HE to top mid. Does some damage to Nexa. He catches some shrapnel. And in the meantime, Nico, yep, he's just plumping the pillows up here, getting comfy. That's his spot. Palace on A, just chilling out up there. And he plays one of the most important roles on this T side for G2, because so long as he stays alive, they always have the option to wrap back to A, and if they decide to hit B, he's the backstab element. So long as Nico stays alive over here, Nexa has options. If he goes down early, that really screws up his team.
Yeah, they have to, I mean, they lose half the map if that happens, so you're absolutely right. Amanek near the bomb. They're really clearing out middle slowly. This is it's a very relaxed way of playing Mirage to begin with. They do have some grenades still left, actually 3 smokes and a Molotov as well. You want to be careful here. Rez is down in sandwich inside of the A bomb site, so they've got a pretty good sort of a bit of a triangle setup at the A site, which is potentially what they might need, in fact, because it looks like this is going to be a connector play. The timing here for Device. Almost has it, flash into the middle. They're going to know what that is. They know that that's a peak, and now they've all been spotted. They need to go. They're going to fight Device. They'll take a kill. Rez, though, down in sandwich. A lot to handle, and he can't get more than the 1 kill. Amanek will take him down. What a slow round from G2, but it's actually working out brilliantly for them here. 2 versus 3 in their favor in the afterplant. Nexa with the headshot on Linus, leaving Plopsky on his own. Wow, they strangled them slowly in that A bomb site.
Took their time about it as well. Slow group up into mid, up into connector, and again, Nico alive, always going to be a threat. Eventually they have to deal with him. And so him drawing attention to himself gives that moment, that brief instant of opportunity for G2 to pounce and push forward onto the bomb site and swamp that defense. So well done on Nico's part, and G2, I mean, this is not what NIP were hoping for here, that G2 could win their first buy round, because now G2 get to start putting the pressure on early rather than NIP really starting to run away on that CT side.
True.
Getting a bit toasty up here.
Think about the timing of that flash to set up Device to go for the peak. If it's 5 seconds earlier, they're probably all blind and Device will get a kill, fall back, but even more than that, he'll realize how many people are actually coming up the middle. That's a very hard push to hold when you've got 4 people like that, because normally in any kind of an A attack, you're expecting for there to be more of an element that goes A ramp or A palace. So if you're Rez or anyone else in that bomb site, you're looking for those other players, thinking, why are they not showing up? And eventually, 4 out of 5 are just coming up through that mid connector. So it's actually really hard to read, especially when you see them that late in the round. Here we go, Nico lightning fast into the ladder room. That is a classic Mirage play. Don't get to see it nearly enough, though. I feel like it's gone out of style, but it has so much utility from in here.
Great, getting quite a bit of information there as well. Not spotting anybody in mid like that. It's good to build off of. Could set themselves up for a quick play onto this B site. Jax is kind of jumping around trying to get the information. Hampus needs to stay alive at all costs at this point. If he goes down early, this is going to get dire.
I agree. Device getting a bit curious in middle. That's the power of being in there so early on. Hampus, we've seen him hit some great deagle shots. He's going to have to come up in a massive way here. There's Jax down. We need more. Another headshot to bring it through, but he can't find the third. That is still a job well done on Hampus. And now Linus trying to see if he can follow up where his teammate left off. Nico, though, running out there to take them down. And that's going to be a bomb plant. It is a 2-on-2, and they have a kit on Plopsky and even a Molotov. Ooh.
Yeah, there's options here going into this retake for NIP. They're quick enough. The bomb has only just been planted, and they're already in a split position.
Well, there's a crazy world here where they find Nexa and Molotov out Nico, and there's nothing he could do at that point in time to win back the round. But they're going to have to be quick about it. There's the flash setup. There's Nexa gone. Now, do they know where Nico is? Plopsky, he's got that Molotov in hand. He's going to take down Rez, though, Nico. So there's the grenade, and he runs through. Nico, he reads it. He knows what a next-level play. He knew that he was going to be losing the round if he just stayed on the other side. The HG will almost kill him, but not quite, and he takes the round. An ace to win the second one on the board for G2. What a god.
You gotta get respect to Nico, man. You gotta give respect to Nico. And I heard some cheering from the G2 corner. A bit of booze too, though. A few booze. Nip fans are not gonna be pleased with that, but what a round from Nico. Getting into the middle, into ladder room, catching out the rotates. Device had no idea that he was there, and that started the ball rolling for Nico. And of course he's gonna make that snap decision to run through the Molotov. He's not gonna get fooled. Plays that perfectly. Wow. Puts him up onto 7 kills here, going into the 5th round.
Think about how far in advance he has to read what's going to happen in that moment. He doesn't have a lot of time to really think about that. If he doesn't make it through that Molotov, he's just going to be stuck on the other side. Absolutely brilliant. 2-2, and G2 fighting back in a big way. And ace on Nico. He was out of control on Inferno, and now he's just continuing. He's not slowing down. He wants to be in that semifinal. It's looking good at the moment. They are very, very low on money on the NIP side, so a couple of upgraded pistols, but not much more. And G2 are not leaving much to chance either. They're once again putting, this time it's Hunter sort of deep in the map, but he's playing a bit on his own. Actually going to be running into the bomb side. That could be a bit dangerous. The MAC-10, so the UMP will take care of business though. And now they have the bomb side. They can just rotate back.
And they have, exactly. It happened early enough where they could get that information from Hunter. He's just told them that the bomb site is wide open on the A site. And you immediately saw Amanek just stop, freeze with the bomb, and just do a 180 and start running back to T-spawn. They have time for the rotation. They'll be able to get onto the A side and get that bomb planted. And they don't need to take any risks walking into a weird stack.
And
so,
look at how they're checking,
nice.
They're checking everything. Hunter's checked the entire bomb site. Next has been playing in middle. And he's slowly clearing every corner. They're being so careful right now, G2, to make sure that they don't make any silly mistakes and leave something unchecked for an NIP player to do something crazy. Nice headshot from Jax. Good triple. And G2 going to be on a 3rd round. They're taking NIP really early on in this game.
They're really putting the pressure on NIP very early on in this game, considering NIP's run on that CT side of Inferno. G2 are just like, right, none of that. We need to put a halt to that real quick and not let you guys get comfortable here. But after that round of eco, Device has an AWP. There's a decent nade count here for Nip. And I'm curious if Nip decided to try and make some kind of power play here, stop getting beat up and actually try and take the fight to G2. I feel like you need to start challenging them. You can see Hampus in the window already trying to take a peek, putting some spray through that smoke, hoping to get lucky. No targets, though.
Hunter. He's deep in here again. If he finds an opening, it could just set off this B avalanche. They could just wipe out the bomb site. One good kill. Here comes the smoke for the setup. Plopsky's back here. A little bit of a gap, just a pixel jump. He's looking for it. Hunter with the kill, taking down Hampus. What a strong start, but they are slowed down. The nades here will make sure they can't straight rush it, which is probably what they would have loved to have done. And Hunter is just so effective in the middle, almost winning the fight against Rez. Amanek makes the jump down, but a clean shot from Plopsky, and they're starting to bring it back NIP. Wow, laser precision from Linus. It leaves just 2, Nico and Nexer. Nico's got that AWP. I don't think they know that it's been in play yet, but it doesn't matter. Device will find him, and that is a critical answer for NIP, straight back into the game.
Brilliant shot from Device there to close it as well. Nico thinking he could get frisky with Device, not happening. That was a perfect crouch peek. And we are going to get a timeout called by NIP, interestingly enough. They elect to go for the tactical timeout, so Threat already feeling like they need to make some adjustments here. I mean, they've already gone ahead and shut down one of G2's clear go-to strategies, which is that B hit. And so if G2 are going to start feeling limited in their strategy here, this is definitely going to be a feel-good moment for NIP. You start connecting those dots, all of a sudden you've got a CT half to start getting excited about, whereas on G2's side of things, they have to go back to the drawing board here and be like, okay, back to the playbook. What do we got? Nico looking unenthused.
Yeah, I think the tension, it must just be crazy inside of really both teams at the moment.
Yeah, there we go.
They're going to buy on the, a little bit of, I think we're just going to have one player reconnecting, and then we should be good to go once again. So the tactical timeout might have turned into a tech timeout in the meantime. I mean, I don't really mind the idea that they try and go for a little bit of a break here in IP because there's so much pressure on. So getting a little bit of a relief and having Threat come in for a moment to just sort of, you know, talk to them and make sure that they remember just what they've practiced. Because like, I think the desk was pointing this out, and Duncan was making this point, right? They could have probably guessed this was going to be a map in this best of 3. That's not the surprise. So you know, they have a lot of tape to go off of, probably a lot of plans in the back of their minds. Now's the time for it.
And NIP have got all of the support staff as well. I mean, there's not only Threat, but they've got the performance coach, they've got the analyst, they've got everything that they need. They've even got the camera crew that are following them around, putting up those YouTube videos all the time. So, I mean, like, these guys are on point right now as a team. So they have everything they need to succeed. Same could be said for G2, though. It's not like they're lacking. They have a coach who's on point. They have the firepower. They have the analysts. They have everything, the support structure from the team.
Yeah, well, we're back.
Yeah, we're back into it now. CT side, NIP. Let's see.
7th round. Starting to get back early into it, NIP. That has to be a good sign. And Plopsky, you said earlier, and I think you're right, we'd like to see some initiative out of NIP for them to take a little bit more of a fight to G2. And that kind of a move for Plopsky, that is exactly it. That means Linus can walk out of the B bomb side, start to connect over towards the middle or even the A bomb side. It is a risk, right? This leaves catwalk open. If they somehow were to smoke off window and connector and just rush the catwalk, that would be the killer move for G2, but it's hard for them to know that. Right now, just fighting for a little bit of mid-control at the moment.
Yeah, the nade battle going on. Nexa dropping that molly. He drops one into connector, instantly gets responded to, and Nexa with the headshot on Hampus to kick off the round. That standoff.
This is such a slow and methodical first half for G2. It's actually suffocating for NIP. I think they're expecting maybe something a little bit more high-powered with some of these fights that they can sort of brawl. That's what happened on Inferno so much, but this, they're creeping around. They're just setting up individual fights all the time.
Jax was, okay, Plopsy was close enough to hear Jax run away to get that bomb. So this is actually allowing Rez to rotate back over towards A. Here's the big flank coming in. This is going to ruin the G2 push. NIP are ready for it.
You're absolutely right. They've got a brilliant setup here. 25 seconds. Nexa maybe the only one that could do something. If the bomb goes down, he can try and stop the defuse, but they need to get the bomb down first. Rushing out of the ramp, and Jax, what an entry! Just runs onto the bomb site next this device. Jax with a double entry, and he's nearly tapping away the third player there. Rez, not much he could do here. 8 seconds on the clock, and there's Nexa with the late look into middle. It's gonna be the round for G2, and it's so clean. It's so perfect.
You get one kill. You had the early info, you knew where they were going, and you get one kill out of that. Man on your screen there in the foreground, Jax, what a monster. Double entry straight out onto the A site. That is the feel-good round for G2, where you know that NIP had you countered and you still plowed through that defense. That's going to just build, you can see Threat Space, there it is, the counterpart. You know, Threat Space says it all, the frustration right there. You know that's a round that you should have locked down if you're an IP.
Super understandable, because you could see how that was all going to play out, but they're so good at taking these angles. I'm actually just so impressed. It's really slow, but they just crouch right in for the straight headshot, and you could see NIP, for whatever reason, not able to respond in time to some of those shots. Now we're back to some more upgraded pistols. Interestingly, the dualies. Don't see those too often. But it is a concerning lead that's building for G2 right now. At least if you're on that NIP side.
Oh, the flank. There's the spot. Aminex got the timing down perfectly. Not a whole lot the device can hope to do in that situation. And they still have bomb control as well on G2 side, so they can start setting themselves up. Bombs rotating back, and yeah, this is going to get pretty spicy for Rez in a moment here.
That's actually a pixel perfect pop flash to that. It almost didn't make it around the corner at all. Rez with a deagle, and that's a nice attempt. Close range there to try and get the headshot, but he's going to get taken down. Plopsky walking into the middle. You got to be careful. I mean, now they've got mostly USPs left, so unlikely they could do a lot of damage. And again, even at this point in the game, right, 5 versus 3 against pistols, they're so careful, G2. They're so measured. They're not running onto the bomb site crazily with the bomb out or anything. They are checking every single inch of that bomb site before they even think about planting the bomb. This is a really wild level of focus from G2. You've got to give it to them.
The brutal thing is that right now they're conditioning NiP to this slow play, and at any moment, NiP have to have it in the back of their head. At any moment, G2 could flip it completely and go for a rush. And that could be devastating for NIP, because if NIP are trying to cheat in any sort of way and sort of like hold on to nades for later into the round, trying to get a little bit of an advantage, and G2 just come plowing through, because you're expecting them to play late in the round, and all of a sudden G2 are within 30 seconds on your bomb side in your face, that could ruin you. So G2 have got that now, where they've got that in the back pocket. They can decide, we're going to speed it up at any point in time now.
And it must be the worst as well when you're a whole map down and you're falling behind in this one too. You want that straight fight where you're just battling everywhere, because that actually does take your attention away from the situation that you're in. But instead,
we might get it now.
Yeah, actually, you're right. Sneaking out, Nico, looking for the entry here with the AK. He's just crept down. He's got so much control already. Device, he has to get a kill, but instead, Nexa will find him with the AK. Rez is going to fall down next. Oh god, they're so accurate right now on this T side. And Hampus, it's not worth it.
It's perfect. I mean, that's exactly the play. You just go for a bunch of slow rounds, slow round. You know what? Let's just speed it up and let's just go right out onto the bomb site. We don't even throw any grenades to announce our presence. We literally just walk out onto the bomb site. Surprise, surprise, here we are. Get 2 kills. And NiP, at that point, you just look completely flat-footed, like just confused. You don't really know how to be able to handle that situation, because the only way you're getting out of that situation, if by some act of God, you get nothing but headshots.
Yeah. Late to try and get some exits here is Hampus. Maybe he felt like he couldn't actually escape because he didn't control the window either, so he might have just felt like he was stuck. It's going to be the round for G2, 6-3 in their favor. That is all right, he had a smoke. I was going to say that would have been a really cool play. But yeah, in the lead once again, in a big way here are G2. T side of Mirage as well. Things are looking crisp right now. It's so scary because this creeping around the corners and just getting the shots, I mean, half of them are just crouching shots at angles. They're just deadly accurate right now.
Here it is. Okay, Threat having a bit of a chat right now with the lads. It's a good time to call the tactical timeout, because it really feels like G2 are starting to pick up some steam here. And this is going into a full buy coming in from NIP. They have to cut corners with Plopsky. He's got an MP9. The rest of them are fully bought up.
Man. Yeah. Getting back into it now. The timeout has gone away. They will at least have the AWP on device, but we haven't really seen any kind of action out of him that makes a difference. He's got 2 kills so far in 9 rounds, so that is just going to have to change. Back into it with the 10th round. Let's get it underway. G2, they're going to be leaning towards the A side. Rez is playing in shadow. Device is over at Connector. Oh, and up in the apartments, Rez actually. He came up to try and take the fight, but Nico was ready. And he's been waiting for that fight for a long time. Device, he gets a kill, but Amanek is there for the return. Simultaneous kills here for the opposing AWP players. And now it's a 3-on-4. And that's great. They don't mind that at all, G2.
And just look, Hunter living up to his name. He's out in the wilds right now, Anders. He's on a track. He's clearing it all out. And then he's going to set all the traps everywhere.
Yes.
Collect some ninja pelts. Because right now he's getting out onto the bomb site. Nobody is there. And G2 haven't even committed the bomb to A.
Yeah, they could walk it back. Jax is a little bit deep, but he can actually just stay by the benches if he wants to. Right around the corner, Hampus. He almost got flashed to death there. Hunter's kept pushing. He's all the way in the market, and they're not expecting it. A little bit of a failed spray, but it doesn't matter. He'll clean it up anyway and smoke it off. And, I mean, they are just outplaying NIP in a grotesque fashion right now, G2. This is so impressive. 2 versus 4. They don't really have the health or anything. It's not even clear where they could save the guns right now. There's no safe spot on the map. Oh, wait, they might catch them here. This would be the only way. The only way would be Hampus getting a double kill here, but he's just going to walk up with his back turned. He's no idea where to look. Nico will take another one, and it's 7-3 in favor of G2. What a power performance this is.
Yeah, terrific, terrific performance from G2. Utterly dominant on Inferno, at least in that first half from Nico, where they were able to close it out in the second half. And now on the T side of Mirage, they are controlling the pace. They're controlling, the essential thing here is that they're controlling the pace.
Yeah.
It started off real slow, and then it's just even more lethal when you speed it up a little bit. Then you can go back to slow again, right? You're setting, you're deciding what's going to happen in these rounds. You're dictating the pace on G2 right now, and it feels, this is where you have to just feel so good if you're next up, because you're always going to be a step ahead. Hampus is always having to play catch up. He's always trying to guess ahead, like, oh, what are they going to do next? Whereas you're the one who gets to decide. You're just like, well, sweet, that's worked. Now let's do this.
Such a tough position to be in. They've had a couple of chances, especially early on in this half, where they were starting to answer back. G2 just look like they are on another level in this game. Hampus, quite able to get the kill. Hunter shows up in the middle. They'll take down Rez. They don't really have that much more to work with. And we even mentioned this even during the Legend stage, how much less we're seeing these decisive Deagle rounds from the past, where you just get a bunch of one-taps and suddenly win an odd round.
Unless your name is Refresh.
Well, yeah, that's true. That was crazy. But right now, they need one of those rounds here in IP. They need to find that, because they're actually lacking behind the big way. Setting up for a bit of a B split, with only Nexa making his way through the middle, but that's probably going to be enough. Amanek with the jump down, and completely blind is Plopsky. Fantastic. Textbook opening. Nico on the flashes. Amanek, he's got all the space.
It's like chef's kiss when you see that.
Yeah.
Just, that's so good. Amanek just makes that look so easy now. And he gets the opening kills behind that flash. Jax with the flank on Device. And it's 8-3 on the T side. And here's the second timeout getting called by NIP on this CT side. Threat deciding enough is enough. He needs to step in once more here going into this next buy round, and electing to go for a different strategy this time, NIP. We haven't seen that double AWP much, so time to get it out, and let's see what we can do here.
More timeouts, yeah. They're digging deep right now on the NIP side. How do you get back into this? How do you find that role that'll just slowly get you back in? 8-3 right now. Second tactical timeout called, and a double orb in play. In terms of kills, Rez had a bunch of kills early on, but he's kind of been stuck at 11 for a little bit here, and the rest are quite far behind. So it is looking grim. They're gonna need to get the crowd back in action. They're gonna need to get everybody fired up once again, because it is getting a little bit quiet, a little bit dim in here. Sweden, are you still here?
There it is.
There we go. They were silenced, but they need to wake up as well. Hampus, strong kill on Amanek. He goes down, and so does Hunter. This is a defense. Hampus on the triple, and Jack starting to answer back. Can he do more? A second headshot on Plopsky. Oh, he swung it right back. Nico and Jax now. 2 versus 3 to try and see if they can win this round back. What a steal it would be for Devices there to drop the star. Nico is gone, and now it's on Jax. Can he get the bomb plant? It's actually right behind him. It's a shame that he didn't pick it up in transit here, but he gets the shot on Device. And with the smoke up on top, he's got so much time. Oh, if he wins this, what a heartbreak it would be. He's stuck all the way back here, and he is giving them the space to make a mistake. He's saying, come on, the pressure is on you. Take a step forward. One misstep, and I'm going to steal this round back. 50 seconds on the clock now. And he's waiting it out. Why not? Not quite sure where they are. Now, they do have him boxed in. Oh, there's a chance. He taps once, but Rest will take him down. Oh, man, it takes a lot. That was a triple opening from Hampus, and that round still looked close.
Bonkers, bonkers close. Jax is a true threat. Just the way that he's able to turn that into a 1v2. But Device needs Nico to off more often, because half of Device's kills are dueling Nico with the AWP. So whatever Device needs to do to get Nico, just drop Nico and off, and you'll start getting some kills out of Device so far in this first half, because it's tough. They're hard to come by. But this is a 4th round on the board now for NIP. So important. G2 are filthy rich. They have way too much money. There's no problem at all for them. They're going to get a full buy. So the pressure is still on the Ninjas. They need to play perfectly from here on out. But now G2 are aware that this is an issue that they're going to have to deal with. This double AWP, how do they address it?
It's so hard to try and put yourself in their mind space and think of the pressure here. They finally win another round. It's not a convincing win. It's not the kind of win that says, here we go. That's the formula, right? Triple kill for Hampus, sure. Krieg picked up on Nico. Pulling out all the stops right now. we go.
This is one way to deal with it.
Jump down, Hampus. He's almost had the angle there. Now the pistol instead. He's going to call in some backup. Ooh, he might be lucky to live.
Well, I mean, the potential for a rush is one way to deal with an AWP. If you can get out, it's all tempo, right? If you can just get out ahead of him, then he's behind. If he misses that first shot, you can really put the pressure on Hampus. So there was a chance there briefly for G2. Such a close run thing there. Hampus is wiping the sweat off his brow after that one.
Back checking middle. I agree that could have gone horribly wrong. If he jumps out of the window, he basically has to hit a quick scope or a no scope, and then if that doesn't work, he's dead. Under a minute now. Bomb in top mid.
I like that G2 have the gumption to go for it though. You know,
Yeah.
that they're just like, right, just go charge him real quick.
Hell yes.
You know, he misses the shot, cool. And if he doesn't, well, fine. You know, we force some utility and we make sure that Nip stay nervous. It's really cool. That's a great call coming in from G2.
But look at how much mid control they're getting. NIP are so far back, they don't know. This is looking like a split towards the B bomb side from the catwalk. Hampus is going to have to step up once again. 30 seconds on the clock. They're going to start to make the win. Popsky, he actually read it. He knew, but he still goes down to Hunter, and they get wiped out. No defense at all on that B bomb side. And that's in spite of the fact, again, they had a pretty good read. They had that AWP up there, but it just falls apart. It is a 9th round now for G2. And again, it is that slow constricting style. They're just winning all those fights.
It could be anywhere at that point, right? Once you get that guy into mid-window like that, you're just going to cut that defense in half. And then they're on their own. They're isolated, and they have to worry about so many angles. Perfect stuff coming in here from G2. It just feels so slow and measured. Although I say that, in this round, they did try and rush B. It would have worked if they just got Amanek out. It would have worked.
Yeah, but the fact that they're able to call off the rush, go back to the slow style. Oh, man. He caught the flashbang as hard as you can. Lena's trying to stay alive here with the M4. That's all that they have. Oh, what a rough game this is. 14th round is coming up. G2 are ahead at 9-4. They are so close right now to that semifinal. Big steps in the right direction.
We need to see some fist bumps here from NIP. We need to start seeing them rally up here as a team because they are getting smashed right now in this first half, 9-4.
How do you get a team fired up behind this?
You can't really get around it. I mean, at some point, you're just going to have to start rallying. There's Device chiming in, wins the duel versus Nico. Just, if Device can just run into Nico every round, you're guaranteed an opening kill.
Yeah, he's got his number. Krieg with a little bit of a slower rate of fire on that one, so probably made a big difference. But as to your point earlier, that's another attempt to change the pace. Just throw a little bit out there and see, oh, can we catch someone there?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe not. But we
Doesn't
still have
stick.
the middle. And remember how they did this earlier, the 4-man stack in connector. They're going to try and do it again and just surprise NIP on the bomb side. Nice shot from Rez. He's going to be able to pick that one up with an assisted flashbang from Linus. And now they're slowed down so much, G2, and that's never a good sign when you're trying to get out of the middle like this. Pretty good shot from Rez on the follow-up, a double for him, and that leaves Amanek 1 versus 4. And losing the AWP not going to be a big deal. They can easily rebuy that on the side of G2. Now, maybe NIP could pick it up, and that would be annoying, but yeah, it's going to be Rez, triple on him. He's doing a lot of work on this first half. He's up to 15 kills. That's pretty impressive. He's actually the top fragger in the server.
And this is as good as it gets for NIP because they've saved 3 AKs behind the AWPs as well, and they had enough money to get another AWP. So fully bought up on both sides is what we're about to see here between both of these teams. And it's really interesting just how many timeouts they're committing to this half. As in G2 now, the ones going for the timeout.
Yeah, they want everything they can get out of it. Like 9 isn't even enough. We want more.
They can get 10 rounds. If they can get 10 rounds, that'll be fascinating. If they can get 10 rounds, that's really going to set them up in the second half, obviously. And it's going to be incredibly demoralizing for NIP.
I'm awestruck by G2's level up throughout this tournament. Just stage after stage, playing better and better all the time. It is exactly how you want to plan your tournament if you can, but I mean, usually that plan hits a lot of bumps along the way and it doesn't really work out in that fashion. Right now, it's looking so solid. Nico playing outside of A again with the Krieg. He's going to be running through the smoke to try and take a bit of a fight out there. He almost had the timing. That's kind of dangerous. Again, just trying to hit the random shot there, but Device.
There we go.
Take down Hunter.
There's Device. Patience as well. The trigger discipline doesn't give away his position. Just waits for them to walk into his range of view there. That was sick. Great discipline from the Opper. With a minute 20 now, G2, they're stomping around, and NiP are close enough to hear that as well. So they know full well that G2 are in control of mid at this point.
Jax is he's just playing that solo position as well. But if he finds the right timing or hears a noise and feels like he can go for it, again, one kill could change this round and bring it back in G2's favor. They're bringing the bomb back, Nico lurking in middle, so you can kind of tell what's coming next. 50 seconds on the clock. And Plobsky probably feeling, yeah, Hamper's going to start to make his way back. That's a nice jump. He knows. I think Jax might have seen it as well, but just the fact that he's aware. Be careful, Plobsky. Don't give this one away. Everyone is walking up behind him. He just has to stay alive. There's the kill. Rez will take down Nico in the middle, so now it's all up to the defense in B. Hampus and Plobsky standing tall and leading Nexa entirely on his own. Good double kill for Plobsky. That's a 9-6 finish in the first half in favor of G2.
Yeah, what a great recovery for NIP in the end. And it feels like perhaps G2 were trying to change up the pace a little bit, but then they were a bit too easy going back into that slow pace, and that's just what NiP needed. They needed a little bit of time to breathe. They needed a little bit of time to get their feet under them, and they eventually are able to just pick apart G2. So nicely done there by NIP. They end the half strong. 9-6, it's workable. You win that pistol round in the second half, you hit the ground running. It can certainly change things.
I mean, we saw the 12-3 first half on Inferno, and NIP made it really far back into that game. So yeah, of course this can be done. But G2 look razor sharp right now. Double HE and a smoke on Amanek and Hunter with the defuse kit. So they've got something to work with here. That double HE, I'm assuming, is for a B rush. It's really common on this map in the pistol round, so they're just going to be ready to blow them up. And NIP might give them this one, or they slow it down. But still, want to be real careful about this.
Seeing this jump more and more.
Okay.
Oh.
Just going to blow up the chance.
Yeah, Plobsky, he'll be happy that he waited. In the meantime, a little bit of clear information getting here in the underpass towards mid. Trying to suss out what the setup is going to look like here.
Nico is in T-spawn. He's gone deep on this one. Jax is clearing out the A apartments. Oh, that's a nice gush. Amanek very low on health. Now they're going to be 3 men pushing through. Oh my God, they're just completely flanking them. I don't think I've seen this before. Tries to see if they can find the early kill, but they actually missed a shot. Nice flick from Hampus. He makes it a double, and Hunter will be found as well. And that destroys the B defense. Nico and Jax now 2 versus 5. 3-man entry through window into the market, into the B bomb site. That is overpowering. They started to fight back just a bit, but there should be really no way to do this here. Jax, he's expecting for a second player to be there, and he's right, but it's in the one corner that he didn't check. The device will take him down. Now it's all on Nico. 1 versus 3. He gets caught by Linus, and they win that pistol round. Sadly, you mentioned it. They needed it.
They needed it. They absolutely had to get that pistol to have a shot in the second half, I think, because if G2 got to just start going straight into their CT side, their T side is stronger, G2, but their CT side is nothing to sneeze at. This is just, talk about crazy for Hampus. Instant death, just jumping straight out there. And yeah, this is now just going to be shaping up so wonderfully for NIP.
Yeah, that's the start. We're 1 step in the right direction, but we've seen the level of focus out of G2, how much they were careful not to throw away rounds. Even when they had 5 versus 3s against USPs, they were so focused, and that has to be true for NIP as well. This is still a dangerous round, calling attention to the fact that Nico has that deagle. Don't give him the opportunity here. You have to find a way to make sure that you can trade the kills and not fall victim to that pistol.
It would be just like Nico to just start banging heads off right now, though. Like, you rang with the deagle blaze.
I mean, he's thinking about it. Smoke will make it a little bit more difficult. The bomb is now up in the A palace, so Nexa gonna maybe be the first point of contact here. Still, it gives a chance for Nico to use the deagle even at the jungle. Under a minute. Started to sneak through. Smoke is fading. Oh, it's just covering them in the middle, but Rez. Strong headshot with the Galil, and that should seal the deal. Nexa is now on his own inside of the bomb site, and there shouldn't be much of a chance for him to do anything here. He's going to get 1 good headshot on Rez, but they're all coming for him up on the plateau. He's actually got a chance there for a second kill, but they'll take him down. 35 seconds. And bomb is being planted. They are not going to risk running through the smoke, so that should seal the deal here in favor of NIP.
Yep, and this is what we're seeing of more and more, where G2, they go for the force buy, or the team goes for the force buy. It doesn't look like the retake is going to be possible, and so you just back out. You call it off, back off, save the Kevlar, save the pistols, and save any grenades you have for the next round, so you have a chance at it. Maybe somebody drops a deagle for Nico, and we can see if he can go round 2.
You feel the tension even in that round, even just the one deagle kill, and immediately you could see NIP very apprehensive, really worried about what's going to be happening next. I can't really blame them. They need to get through that phase of the game where they're all just, oh, maybe we lose this round. Oh no, that's another headshot. They need to get through that to where they are the ones that are dictating how this game flows. 9-8. It's not over yet.
Oh man, the focus right now. They're not messing around. Okay, it's still going to be another round here coming up of pistols for G2. So still a chance for NIP to tie things up. But the round that follows is going to be the big one, where we're going to really see what G2 are capable of, if they're going to try to go aggressive and really just take the fight to NIP, or if NIP are going to just turn up the heat. Multi-nade to mid-connector, I love to see it. But we've got some shenanigans here. This is sick. Does this work?
I mean, it works, if nothing else, to give them the information, right?
Yeah, they heard that too. That's the thing. I think Hampus is close enough to hear those footsteps, and that wards off the rest of NIP.
Yeah, he's worried, you can tell. Good little check here for Hampus. Doesn't want to be in a position where they suddenly rush onto the A-bomb site and find a stack. So, yeah, I can appreciate this play from him. Down below, and he's going to find Hunter. Good kill. We'll see if that's going to start to draw people back from the A-bomb site. We've still got Nico and Nexa on this double setup out here. Classic headshot position for Nico to just click that deagle away. And they're going to bring the bomb up here. There is a world. There's a crazy universe out there where he just gets a couple of kills and the whole round changes. He's got some backup with him. 50 seconds, that's a good Molotov to force him a little bit further back. There's one of them. Oh, the follow-up as well. He's looking for the triple. 45 seconds. They're all over him. Grenades left and right, but he lands a third headshot. Back for more. He finally goes down. They've taken the raid boss, but now there's only 35 seconds. 2-on-2 here. Linus to pick up the bomb. Plopsky inside of the site. And Jax with a guess he'll find the kill on Plopsky. This is not good for NIP. Linus is on his own. 24 seconds, and they're rushing him down. Or you can feel the panic. You can smell it in the air. He gets the one kill, but Amanek on top to take him down. Look at them, fired up on the G2 side. It is 10-8, and they steal that round right from under NIP.
The spirit of competition, you can see, but Anders, you called it. It's almost as if you summoned him. Say Nico 3 times real fast. I mean, just look at this. The headshots are so sick. This is what he's always capable of with the deagle. This is why you drop Nico a deagle. He'll come up with a big round like that in the map to put your team right back in the mix. A round early, that was supposed to be just a round of Nico, and Nico makes it happen. And there it is, Amanek with the opening kill on Hampus. Kicking us off, and G2 in the double digits with the aggression, back to bullying.
That was supposed to be the confidence-building round. That's the round that should have set it up for NIP to really get back in the game, and it gets taken away. This time, you said they lose Hampus. Device also down to 10 health in the middle. Early fight against the M4 there. So they're not feeling confident in this round either. Everything right now that NIP are trying, everything is difficult. It's a struggle. Smoking that window up. But the bomb leaning its way to the other side of the map. So they're going to start to walk away from this. Hunter and Jax inside of that B bomb site. They have some nades to work with. Hunter at least with the Molotov. That could be pretty deadly if NIP throw both their smokes inside. Then they won't be able to extinguish the Molotov, and that can slow them down enough that backup can get there. So let's just see what the timing is. NIP, they're getting close. They might not actually signal it. Here comes the first swing and a clean entry. Plopsky exploding Hunter, and Jax now down here on his own. Backup needs to get there quick. And Nico, he's actually right behind, but he himself didn't get overwhelmed. This is a little bit of a scary position. He's going to get the kill there, and Amanek was behind him as well, covering Rez. So now it's turned back in favor of G2. 1 versus 3 here for Plopsky. And there's not enough time. This is almost impossible. They don't have to come for him, but they will. Nexa will take him down. It is 11-8. G2, that was close, but they're so solid right now.
It's establishing dominance, right? When you don't need to go take the fight, but you do anyway. You don't let him get comfortable. As soon as Nico spots him and they know they have the positioning that he's at bench, that's it. His days or seconds are numbered at that point.
Yeah.
And this is a hard eco coming in from NIP. Now, they're not getting bomb plants, so their bonus money is not there yet. We may just get a straight up rush here from NIP. All right, never mind. It's going to be the mid split. But that would have been interesting had they just decided to try and get it over with quick. Right now, the strategy for NIP is almost certainly to just try and bleed nades off of G2. But G2, when they don't see any nades in response, they should just put a halt completely to throwing anything out. Just use the rifles to get rid of the ninjas. That was the most half-hearted run boost. That was just a limp run boost.
Yeah, and this kind of maybe a quick metaphor for how things are on the NIP side at the moment. Everyone's out of energy here.
Tragic, but true.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's hard to imagine just how devastating this feels. And you need a spark to get back into it. You need something crazy to turn it around. Catching Nico here would maybe be it. Oh, the spray is through. He does so much damage. He re-smokes it again and is back for more. He'll at least get the one kill there, but the MP9 for sure will clean it up. Nexa, that is just fine. Quad kill on him. 12-8 as G2 just increasing their lead round for round.
Guys, if you're tuning in at home, this is the difference between online CS
Hell yes.
and LAN CS. You can have shenanigans like that online where there's no fans to give it away. As soon as the fans, you can do whatever you want, but the fans, you're still going to sense it as a player when the fans start to get excited about something.
Of course.
That's the difference between playing online where you're comfy at home and there's no tells, there's nothing to give it away, and so you can go for the KD and clutch or whatever, and playing on LAN where the fans are that extra, that sixth man that you always have to take into account. With what you're doing, they may give it away. And so that little stack there from Nip, yeah? They said Nico's too long in the tooth, dude. He's been playing LAN too long for that.
Yeah.
He's going to know, so wait, something's up. That's sick, but that's a part of it. That's a part of LAN CS. That's what makes it so special.
It is different, right? And if you're not used to it, then you're not even going to know to expect it.
Yep.
12-8, 21st round is coming up. G2 well on their way. 4 rounds away from the semi-final here at the Major. That would be amazing for this team. They've really had some big struggles throughout the year, but they've been powering up all the way through, and it's paying off in a big way. I think many people, probably myself included, had kind of written them off maybe as a strong contender just because of what we saw earlier in the year. That might have been a big mistake. 21st round here, NIP just poking into the B-bomb site. Not a serious attempt, but it's worth trying. Wanted to see if they could find an early kill.
Just seeing if G2 were cutting any corners over there. Not throwing the proper nades to stop any early aggression. And well, G2, you know, we're down to a minute and they hardly have any nades left to speak of, in fact. So NIP have a distinct advantage there. Single smoke left on Linus, but plenty of flashes and a Molotov on device. So they have options here, NIP. Now it's a question of whether or not they can push forward onto the bomb site. 50 seconds left on this clock. Oh, this is the timing here from Hampus.
Yeah, oh, he just makes it out. I don't think they can spot him now, but there's 2 on the other side, and they must have seen something there. Next that goes down, and now NIP, they've got no chance to go all in, but it's already been read. The defense has already locked this down. 5 versus 3, NIP, there's no way through here. They've got everyone to fight on that other side. Device, a little bit of a jump to get the kill, but they're all stacked on top of each other, and they're gonna get wiped out. Nexa with a strong triple kill, and G2 on 13 rounds.
G2, you have 3 rounds off of winning this map and progressing to the semifinals. So close, such a close run thing. NIP are not out of it yet, but this is so difficult now, Anders, because they're the ones who are going to have to come up with the Deagle magic. It's a round of eco that they're staring down the barrel of. With G2 playing this disrespectfully, where they're willing to just take fights anytime, anywhere, we're coming for you.
Yeah.
That does not bode well.
No, it doesn't.
Nico just charging Palace, though. Outrageous.
Just sending a message saying this is done. You're not going to have much of a chance. Strong kill for Device in return.
Once again, if Device can just find Nico on the map every round.
Yeah, he's got his number.
You'll get a kill, right? Device will get a kill if he can just run into Nico.
This would be one of those rounds, if you could find a way to win it, that could start to spark something like a real comeback, because It's not like there's that deep of a bank on G2. They can obviously buy in the next round, but it's possible here that if they could win a couple of back-to-back rounds NIP, they could start to get back in the game. So a lot of ifs in thinking about it, but it has to start somewhere. Amanek looking down the middle, trying to get that shot on Rez, jumping around, calling it in for Hunter, saying, well, maybe. Yeah, I'm glad that Hunter doesn't overextend, though. Keep the focus here. You're so close.
For a second, I thought the Mad Lad was just going to jump down there.
Well, now Jax is going to be put to the test, but he has a Molotov, and he can actually, if he gets the timing down right, he can just throw it and just close the round. They're going to get everyone here. Bit of a chance. That's some nice tapping for Hunter, and he's going to find a double kill. Rez and Linus trying to fight their way back, but not going to happen here. Rez on his own, and the rest of the team has started to show up inside of the bomb site. It's going to be a 14th round for G2. They are just moments away. Triple kill for Hunter. Timeout being called now. I can't really blame them.
No. I mean, you have to, if you end this map in your NIP and you have a timeout left, you've done something wrong at this point, right?
Yeah, that's true.
You have to have used everything possible, because this is it. You're facing elimination. You're 2 rounds away from going home. And they don't have to go far, Anders.
That's a good point.
They don't have to go far.
I'm not sure that's much of a comfort right now, but you are right. Oh man, 14-8, timeout. They had a couple of seconds here to discuss how do we want to do this? What is the weakness? Is there anything we could do to shut this down? The problem is, again, it's pretty much everyone on G2 that's playing well. There's no weak link right now on that CT side.
No, there really isn't. Everybody's snapping shots. I mean, no matter where they go, they're getting tested. It's clear that G2 have the advantage, the heavier firepower, and now they're going for the aggression as well. Underpass with the AWP. That's so sick from G2. Talk about the pressure play.
It is, right. Again, that they've got their hands around their necks and they're not going to let go. Keep on guessing here for G2 if they can find a new avenue for an entry into the round. Jax playing behind the smoke. Could get a bit awkward if you somehow just go straight down, because then, yeah, they're right behind them, but they're at least going to get the bomb plant here in IP. Smokes, Molotovs are out. Jax playing it cleverly, but he's now down on the bomb side with a grenade in hand. How is he not dead yet? Finally going to get caught. Plopsky spins around. He nearly himself was going to get killed then, and it should be a bomb plant. Device, he hears them. I think he knows that they're already there, and now he definitely does. The Molotov will give it away, so that underpass play not playing out just yet how they wanted it to. And Device is going to Molotov that up, saying, nope, you're not going to get through here just yet. Nico working the other side by the market. Here's the flash through Device. He just runs and gun, but Hunter, he gets the kill on Device. That is outrageous. They're fighting for every round right now, G2. They're not going to give this one up easy. Plopsky, he's covering the window, but Nico, he is just a laser beam, taking everyone down, and it's going to be the round. They're right back into it. What a ridiculous retake from Nico. 15-8. G2 a single round away from the semifinals of the major.
A match point, 7 of them. And no more timeouts for NIP to call. This is it. We're getting a bit of a replay here. Hunter, that was the perfect pop flash thrown in. Hunter was able to take full advantage of it, and Nico just too good. The headshots are all there for him. There it is. And man, it must feel good for Nico right now to be in winning form once again.
It's hard to even overstate how hard it is to win that retake. They were so far locked out. There would be 2 of them were being blocked by Device on that Molotov, and that could have kept going for a while. Wow.
Chance have begun, and you guys have got to give NIP your energy because they desperately need it now. 7 rounds in a row is what they need to force overtime. It's possible. They can do it.
Yeah, I mean, anything is possible at the major. That's what we've learned so far. Nexa, nice clean entry there for Rez.
Brilliant.
But Nico is still in the bomb site. That makes me real worried for NIP. Oh, man. Smoking it off. Amanek. Not quite sure if they might be sneaking through. They're in the middle as well. Yeah, Hunter going to spot that out. So that'll give some information over. Device nearly dies. That's a deep nade. Good catch. Hunter taking down Hampers. They want to try to see if they could maybe surprise him. It's back into a 4-on-4 now. They are bringing the bomb over on the other side, and Hunter, he is just in the right position. He's going to hear the flashes. He knows what is coming next. Molotov is falling down behind him, and he's going to burn alive. That's a nice entry, a little bit unorthodox. and covering the middle. G2, they realize, in terms of the weapons, they have so much money, but still, all we need is 1 out of the next 7 rounds. It's not worth it.
Yep, exactly. That's exactly the way to put it. Because they have 3 guys with 9,000. They lose this round, they'll get some bank, the rest of them as well, but this is going to be a round on the board, and that's all they're telling themselves at this point. 1 round at a time. It's the only thing you can say. It's the only way you have a chance is if you think about it 1 round at a time. If you think, oh man, we need 6 rounds in a row, it's just too much.
Yeah.
If you're just 1 round, cancel out, just play the game. Man, this is going to be brutal though, because now that's it. Thread is just a bystander like the rest of us. He can't say a word. Can't help the team. It's all on those 5 players on that stage right now.
Yeah, they are on their own in that sense. Another round being picked up, adding it 9 to 15. 1 down, 6 to go.
G2 fans getting hype.
For good reason. 20 kills on Nico, 19 on Nexa. I mean, I guess we shouldn't be surprised anymore by Nico having these performances, but again, it gets progressively more difficult as you go through the tournament, and playing in front of the crowd is always going to be more tricky.
Oh, proactive stuff as well. Bit of a peek here from Nexa into Ramp, just getting a little bit of information behind that. Doesn't run into Plopsky, but this is a decent spread here from NIP, trying to cover all of the bases, but they may try and accelerate here and actually pick up the pace a little bit. Not letting G2 get too comfortable. Although G2, man, they are actually just going to be committing to this A side, aren't they?
Yeah, they have a very good rotation. Hard to stop them because they're inside of the bomb site, so many of the smokes you're going to be throwing here to try and take the A bomb site will land behind the G2 players instead of blocking them out. All right, that's aggressive. Plopsky goes down. Nico finding his 21st kill, and that is not a good sign. Under a minute now, the bomb starting to slowly draw back. You have to be real careful. If Nico gets Linus here, the bomb is actually stuck on the ramp, and he knows it as well. He's trying to be the last man in. Nice headshot from Device and Rez to pick up Jax. It's looking pretty good right now, but it's not a job done yet. 2 on 2 now, as Hunter will pick up the kill on Hampers. The bomb being attempted once again. Are they for no? Airstrike on Linus, they take him down in Device. Oh, it doesn't matter! He's gonna get a quick spray on Hunter and will keep the dream alive for NIP.
And a quad kill for Device in that round to keep his team alive in this run. This is it, the true test of his mettle. Whether or not he can be that hard carry for NIP when they need him most. At full focus there from NIP, or from Device as well. No fist bumps on that side, just keeping it all dialed in.
I thought that was 100% over when that nade lands. That probably should have been the end.
Yeah,
15 to 10.
100% thinking the same thing. And that's going to be a little bit frustrating for G2, you can be sure of it. Oh, they're going for more aggression, and Reds is ready for it. Double spray, shutting them down. Got to be careful with getting too predictable with the aggression as well. If they expect you to try and keep making plays here, G2, round after round, it's going to be hard to pull those off. But I do still like the G2 are being progressive, so I mean, it's tough.
I mean, this is where you want to see that same level of care and focus from NIP, right? 5 versus 3 here. Don't throw this away. Don't give them a chance to get back into this round. It all counts right now. Their major lives are on the line here. Hampers, oh, that's a nice and clever position for Jax. He's just able to look over the smoke, and that'll give them another kill.
Hard rotate coming in here from G2, though. They need to cover a lot of ground, and they may be too late.
Yeah, probably will be. The bomb is in last on connector. That made me a bit worried, but they're going to find a way to get through, and that should be fine. And again, G2 realizing the way we lose this now is if we run out of cash. That is the #1 way to end up in overtime here, is if you just don't have the money. So saving, it makes sense. It's going to be an 11th round for NIP.
Yep, sets it up for that following round. And now we're kind of running through the gamut of aggressive plays from G2. One place they've had success pushing aggro, though, is Palace. Nico's won a duel up there already. So I'm curious if they decide to go there next, if they keep trying to push these extremities, because they went to mid last round.
Yeah.
So that could be the next option here for G2. If they keep 3 guns alive, including that AWP, it's actually boding pretty well here for G2, because then they don't need to force. They can just drop a couple of guns, and they're going to be pretty well equipped. So you could elect to go for the aggression again. It may depend on spawn. So we'll see how this lines up, how G2's spawn looks going into this next one. And they do have a decent one.
Man. So far, so good. 11 to 15 as we go into the 27th round.
Awesome. There we go. We're back, Anders. This is it. The lands are back.
I can't believe it's been...
The earth is healing.
Slowly but surely, yeah.
Oh, interesting. And it's G2 calling a tactical timeout. Well, I'm sure Thread is going to be happy about that. Getting the chance to chime in here with the players.
Yeah. What do you do? They've just won 3 in a row here. One of them, a 1 versus 1 at the end, or a 1-on-2 technically for Device. That's the kind of play that can get a team fired up. I agree, we didn't see crazy reactions, but obviously you win a clutch like that, the team's feeling it a little bit more of those. Something, anything to hold on to right here as they almost slip out of the major. 27th round is coming your way. Rez playing up in the A holes on his own. Well, the rest of them are out on the towards the B bomb side. Not out yet, but certainly thinking about it.
Clever. Oh, Klopsy, that's so frustrating. He was a split second off on that one.
They gotta be careful they don't make too much noise down to the A ramp with that double setup, because Rez will be able to hear that, and they're being real quiet about it too, which is probably a good thing. Now let's see if anyone is going to be rotating out of A quick enough for Rez to shoot them in the back, because that is what they want. And right now, as you can tell on the minimap, G2 do not care. They're not moving. They're going to get the kill there. Rez, that was his opportunity. Deep nade. Not going to catch Nico. He's still alive in jungle. Now they're trying to get the bomb over, but only with 2 out of 4 players on NIP. Klopsky goes down, and this is looking very disjointed here for NIP. They need to get back into this round. 45 seconds. Rez with the headshot, but it's a long way away. Device, he's had that bomb, just holding it on his own. His teammates are miles away, and they only have 35 seconds. NIP, this looks like a team that might have lost slight track of this round. If Device goes down, the round is done, and they are out of the major. Rez sneaking in, trying to find the opening, but it's going to be Nexa to take him down. And now Jax, is he giving up on it yet? 20 seconds. He's the only one holding this site. If he dies, that might be a way back into it. Oh, but Device, he hits the ground, and now it's on Linus. 10 seconds, the bomb. No, it's up there. Oh no, there might not be a way to do this at all. G2, they just need the kill, and there we go. The Samurai taking down the Ninja as they make their way to the semi-final. What a victory for G2.
And it took a god-level performance out of Nico in the first map and a team performance in the second. They all came together, they got it done in 2 maps against the home team, NIP. NIP able, however, to make it to the top 8 here and compete on the main stage in the major, in front of the fans.
I mean, we've seen what a difficult run it was all the way through, but yeah, G2 consistently powering up through this tournament. They look stronger and stronger every single match. And that is, I mean, you see it right here. Nico, definitely the spearhead in this team, but everyone was right behind him.
Yeah.
What a scary team.
Yeah, and this last one next, I mean, everybody had their moments on G2. They really feel like they brought so much to the table in terms of firepower. They were clear in setting the pace as well, showing bravery. Really just taking the fight to them immediately. They were never really able to get their standing, their footing under them. In the second half of Inferno, they started to run it back, but there was such a lead for G2 already from the beginning of that map. It was insane.
Yeah, unbelievable. Luckily, we've got some panelists with us to break the whole game down. Guys, what do you think?
So NIP were brave, but bravery isn't all that there is to this game. G2 in the end just too good, too clinical, and they've 2-0'd the hometown heroes. We're not going to have NIP in for the rest of the major, and no doubt we'll see shots of fans leaving the arena disappointed. But realistically, I don't know. I'll start by just saying I think NIP had a pretty decent run considering the roster they've got. I know people set incredibly high standards once Device
number 2 team in the world.
Yeah, and they're ranked number 2, but they're doing it with a rookie that realistically was probably brought into the team a bit too soon. And Plopsky, a player that's having to learn a completely different role. So, I don't know. I can be philosophical about it.
Yeah, I think just G2 in this series outclassed NIP in pretty much, you know, every aspect of the game in a sense, and you just see that's the problem with some of these teams bringing in rookies, right? It all looks fine and dandy online, but you come to this high pressure moment, right? And then you have someone like Nico, another ace clutch in this game, by the way, the Deagle round as well. It's just every half he has 1 or 2 rounds that is just amazing to watch.
Yeah, Nico had an amazing shadow play. Obviously, Device's play was a shadow of his former self. No, that wasn't all the word people could hear. No, my problem is this, Richard. I don't have any quarter whatsoever for an IP.
Yeah.
They bragged all about this team and how they're signing Cristiano Ronaldo and how they've got this amazing system and it's so advanced and all the people out there. Tell you what, I'll just tweet at A_FA9 and maybe he'll fix it and get NIP in the semi-finals. Like, you can do anything, apparently. Tweet at the Swedish ministers. Maybe they can ask for the player there instead of in Romania.
I mean,
apparently
sure.
Romania is where they should have stayed.
I think in the build-up, you know, the org had been sort of, you know, insufferably exuberant, let's say. But I don't know if you can sort of hold the players accountable.
Think how long this lineup's existed. They got Device in May. I think it was a month tops till they switched out ZTR to bring in Linus. We're talking like last month they just made this lineup. They've had this team for ages. They sent this team to the RMR and now the World Championship, which tells me they think this team was good enough to do something.
Sure. Just before we break down the rest of our thoughts about how that game went, we've got James Banks on the stage now with the legendary Nico.
And the legendary Nico put up a legendary performance, Richard. Feel good to be back in the arena? You seem to be enjoying it, mate.
Yeah, it feels really good. Like we have all been looking for this ever since pandemic started. So being here today is just something amazing, and playing in front of you guys, I think it's every player, it's their dreams, you know. And you guys made us so motivated throughout those times, and it's really nice to be here again in front of you.
Now let's talk about the first map, right? You started off 12-3. It was absolute dominance from start to finish. But did you start to worry a bit towards the end of that map, or did you think you closed out? Because Janko was saying on the desk he was a little bit nervous for you guys.
I don't think we were getting nervous. I think like we have lost just the fights in Banana first 2 gun rounds, and that's why we lost the rounds, and they played it really good. But we kept calm. Obviously, when you start losing some rounds, it's not the same game, but we stayed calm, and this round 3 versus 5 showed that we stayed calm throughout the whole map, and that's the only reason why we won this round, and we managed to close it out in the end as well.
Now before you came to the major, right, it was pretty bad results overall from you guys. You come into this, you start off 3-0, you now dominate NIP 2-0. What's changed, mate?
I don't know, just we don't think of what happened before this event. It's just this event, as I already said, and we are giving it our all. It doesn't matter if we are down, up, we are just giving it our all, and it's been working good, and we are just stepping up, and I'm really happy that we do it on the right timing.
Now after this performance and where you're at right now, how confident are you feeling going into the semi-finals?
We are just as confident as we were before this game. Nothing's going to change just because we beat NIP. The job is not done, and we know that like it can go wrong very fast, especially with the crowd. So we are just here to fight and give our best, and we will see what happens.
We will see what happens. Nico, congratulations once again. Make some noise for this man in G2 as they secure the win over NIP. Let's throw it back to the desk.
Thanks a lot, James. Nico saying all the right things there. And I guess, you know, we got to focus on this team. I'm starting to reevaluate some thoughts I had coming into this tournament. I thought NIP could have been a real contender and do a deep run. I was completely wrong.
It's okay, it happens.
That does happen. Yeah, you get carried away with the moment. I'm a sucker for a good story. But let's be real. I think what I've seen from G2, incredibly, is an almost 50% increase in the ability of every player on that roster at this event, including Nico himself, who's just out of his mind. Like he conceivably now performing like this is in that conversation with Simple.
Yeah, it helps when you have a potential MVP of the whole tournament on your team. That's step one. But Hunter also had his rounds. Amanek had his clutch rounds. Even Nexter had a couple. Basically, almost everyone had a few rounds here.
That's the key, right? You have the individuals actually delivering what they are supposed to, which is not a given when you go to the major. But you have Hunter and Nico, even Nexat sometimes overperforming and having key impactful rounds. then suddenly the G2 magic is here. I mean, I have a question when it comes to the map pool. Unfortunately, NIP couldn't punish that. We know Vertigo could be a question for the future. Another team like Heroic could be problematic in that regard. But it seems like if you cannot push G2 into an uncomfortable corner when it comes to maps, they might just destroy you.
Yeah,
and it's going to be hard to do that over a course of a best of 3. I mean, underdog on one map, and there's small chances for them to win that map and make it a 2-0, but as long as they can pick Mirage and get either an Inferno or an Ancient as the third map, I think they're pretty decent. Nuke is another question mark, we'll have to wait and see, but even now on Mirage, you know, yes, Nico, here's that crazy Deagle highlight, but so there was a round also when we talked about it in the pre-game, Hunter lurking into B app, they just make noise, show presence towards A, and he was like, it's all the classic stuff. I love that. They're not trying to reinvent themselves, they're just like, the calling has been good in a sense that they picked good timings to call different strats. We saw the V-pop worked again, right? So that's the thing. It's you can know what they like to do, but it's hard to predict when are they going to make those calls.
By the way, ignore the scorelines. At the end, it looked like these two maps were close. G2 outplayed NIP on 3 out of the 4 sides in this game. And that is obviously in a scenario where you're playing their map pick as well as yours.
Yeah, and worth noting as well, I mean, look, I think people might go away with the sense that, oh, it's just firepower, it's just form. No, actually, there was some really incredible tactical executions. There was a pistol strat that we saw that was out of this world, and people have been calling Nexit into question here. You know, I mean, everything is going right for G2 right now, but it's not by accident.
No, and when we talk about individual performances, right, we not only consider firepower, but also making good decisions, not giving away clutches, closing power plays. That's what G2 was doing. Even Jax, for example, that can be a weakness at times. He was playing it nice and clean in his bomb site. He was moving, getting a kill, repositioning, staying alive. That is what is required from him. Not everyone's going to have 50 kills. That's not how it works anyway. But their missions was fulfilled. Everyone fulfilled their mission, and that's what they won.
So look, we're going to show you an updated bracket now at home. I'm going to ask you gentlemen on the desk. You can see that is confirmation on your screens. It will be G2 versus Heroic in that semi-final. So I want to ask you guys, having seen G2 playing the way they've been playing here at the Major, with only Heroic to beat to get to the final, are they legitimate contenders to lift the trophy?
If they get to the final, I actually think they are one of the few teams that can go against Na'Vi, Gambit, maybe an outside chance Vitality makes it. Because if they do so, I think it's going to take Nico with this type of form. Because the difference is, I'm going to personally favour Heroic in that matchup. The map pool, they really can go anywhere they want on that one. I also think there's a world in which actually the players have just got so much firepower, they can maybe even withstand the Nico show. So I think if they can get past them, they'll have shown me the end. They are very, very legit and yet to drop a map in the tournament so far.
Yeah, Janko.
For me, still Navi's, you know, the favorite, even with Nico is playing, like they just seem the whole team has, you know, they're in that flow state, they have it all figured out, playing with confidence but not arrogance. And yeah, Heroic game will be fun. We'll see what they decide to do. You know, semi-final game on stage in the arena. Yes, Vertigo is a punish pick, but they love Nuke. They might just go for that as well, and you know, we'll see an interesting game ahead of us.
Yeah, I think the Nico factor is going to be huge in that one. It's going to be interesting to see. Let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule. Obviously, we've answered some questions today about the Major. Well, we're going to get some more answers tomorrow. Gambit versus FURIA, that one's just going to be crazy. Obviously, the Brazilian representation thinned out till we got to this point. FURIA, the last Brazilian squad in it. And, of course, then Na'Vi versus Vitality. It is a matchup that is always a classic. But here's the thing. When you talk about signing Cristiano Ronaldo, let's all hang on with these analogies. This is Messi and Ronaldo right here, going head-to-head in an unbelievable series. It always delivers that one.
First time at a major in the playoffs too. Obviously, Zero only been in 2 majors entirely. He made the top 8 at the last one, but Vanguard knocked him out early. You want to see this. You want to see them both peaking. They're both in incredible form, stats-wise. At the same time, look, maybe Na'Vi wins the match. I just hope those 2 players just go crazy.
Yeah, Janko.
Yeah, this was one of the best finals we've had this year that happened at Pro League. Not the closest, but the level of CS was just really, really high. And Vitality, similar to NIP, hasn't looked that sharp in this tournament. They have to step up massively, otherwise they're just going to get blown out of the tournament.
Yeah, but there's this idea that, you know, when Vitality faced Na'Vi, somehow magically they play their best Counter-Strike. In Pro League, that wasn't enough. We had 5 crazy maps, but I wouldn't take their form or lackluster form right now as a signal. I think against Na'Vi, it's a whole different matchup. Yeah. It's simple as I would. There's a lot of ego as well. Major winners on both ends. Look, that is going to be insane.
And by the way, here's another angle. I know in the HLTV interview, Ziwu was like, oh, you know, like I'm not really taking the rivalry.
Yeah, he
it. He might say that, right? But I can tell you from knowing Simple personally, he absolutely doesn't think it's cool he came second twice in a row. Even though his team's better, he wants to destroy Ziwi. He wants to show that he is the better player. So I think they're both going to be pumped for this game.
Oh, yeah, I think that's really
I just want to see Bit if he's going to keep playing on this level. He's the highest rated player of the tournament coming into the playoffs. That's just mad. So for a rookie, he's been playing out of this world, and I'm looking forward to that game tomorrow.
Yeah, oh, it's going to be delicious. And also, hilariously, it's Maniac's turn to sweat and be biased. So we're looking forward to seeing that in the green room. Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure for the first day of the playoffs here. Thank you so much for all of your thoughts. And thank you so much to everyone for tuning in and joining us. Yes, majors are back. Crowds are back. It's all happening. We're going to find out a little bit more about who might take the PGL Major in Stockholm tomorrow. Same time. Please be there. We're looking forward to it.
There we go. Bye-bye.